Hi guys, welcome to this new section. We're going to be focusing on making a fluffy bunny sat in a field of grass. So what are we going to learn in this section? Well, we're going to be covering the beginnings of the particle system, and we'll realise how powerful that's going to be. We're also going to be looking at our first textures. We're going to actually be painting directly on our model once we've made it. We're also going to do sculpting, so we're going to create two blobs, and from that create the basic shape of our rabbit. So there's lots of exciting things to do in this section, so let's crack on and dive straight on over into Blender. Welcome to planning our project. In this video you will get familiar with rabbits. You will look at the desired outcome and plan our modelling journey towards that goal. So what do I mean by that? Well, the section brief. This section is actually going to have a self-contained brief, so we stay on point. It also allows you guys a bit of freedom if you want to experiment. So, simply put, the rabbit is sat in grass and is still. It's going to be a summer's day with a light breeze. There should be additional foliage around the rabbit, perhaps a bush or a tree or something like that. And the rabbit does not have to be realistic, so it could be out of proportion if you like, or more cartoony if you want. So, with that in mind, and I'm going to leave that on the screen for a few moments, start imagining the scene itself. So there's a rabbit sat in the grass and it's still. Well, that means we're not going to have to animate this particular rabbit. It's a summer's day with a light breeze, so there's going to be probably some wind involved at some point. There should be additional foliage around the rabbit, so we're going to have to construct an environment for the rabbit to be in. And the rabbit does not have to be realistic, so we can accentuate certain parts. And of course, a rabbit is well known for its large ears. Perhaps we can go a little over the top with those and have a bit of fun. Now, of course, in terms of reference material, there's a good search engine out there called Google. You can Google pictures of rabbits on that. I've also included some reference material in the section assets, 3 different pictures of rabbits, just so that can get you started. So do feel free to go and download those photos. They'll be the ones that I'll be using in the course ahead. So, with that, I'd like you to pause the video and plan your own scene. So design your rabbit. Grab a pen and paper if necessary. And don't worry, you don't have to be an artist. It doesn't have to be great. Now focus on outlines rather than detail at this moment in time. I'm not asking you to draw a picture of what we're about to do. All I'm asking you to do is get the outline so you understand how the whole scene's going to come together, the whole composition of the scene. Now design a scene that has a rabbit in a medium length grass and think about what's around the rabbit. So, design questions. So what is around the rabbit? That's very important. Where are you going to position your trees, etc., or bushes or shrubs or long grass? Or think about all the things that you could put around them. And are there any parts of the rabbit we cannot see? And now, if we can't see a rabbit, or I hope we can see the rabbit, if we can't see part of the rabbit, if you think, why would we need to model that particular part of the rabbit? Just give that some thought. Pause the video now and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Now it's time to see my drawing skills. So I'm going to quickly hop over and design my scene. Okay guys, so I'm just using a program here called Sketchbook, and I've got a little graphic tablet. It's just so you guys can see what's going on. Now, in terms of this, I am literally going to do, as I've asked you to do, a very rough outline. So we're going to have a head of a rabbit with 2 ears. Now, I don't care if this looks like a child's drawing, because essentially it is just an outline. And of course, it has a body. Okay, and it would usually have legs, etc. But we're going to be placing our bunny in grass, so I'm going to give it some rough grass around there. Now it's going to be eating some grass around here, etc. So we've got our bunny in grass. So this area of the bunny, the base of the bunny itself, is not going to have to be modelled in great detail. In fact, the focal point, and I'm just going to highlight this bit here, the focal point is going to be the head of the bunny. And of course, if that is the case, we don't want to spend too much time modelling feet that really can't be seen. Obviously, if the specification for our model did say that the rabbit was hopping through the field, then we'd have to focus on some other bits and bobs as well. But since the rabbit is actually in tall or medium grass, we don't need to worry about that. So what else can we put in our scene? Well, to help frame our rabbit, so if you think of a picture hanging on a wall, it has a frame around it. And sometimes when you look at a scene, it's framed by things on the side. So we could have some bushes perhaps here, or some bushes even on this side as well. Don't want anything in front of the rabbit because that helps frame our rabbit into the center of the scene. So let's move this toolbar out the way. So is there anything else? Well, the sky is going to be blue, so I'm just going to quickly go over here and go blue. Okay, I could have probably picked a different tool. I'm still learning this setup. So we're going to have a blue sky. It might be quite nice to have, and I apologize for the poor drawing here, as I'm probably said already, but maybe a tree or something like that in the background. Now, that looks like a 5-year-old's drawing, but that really doesn't matter, guys. It's all about experimentation. You know, that's taken me, I don't know, 2 minutes to knock that up and see what we're going to get. And that's the important thing here. I'd rather spend a couple of minutes fleshing out this scene and going, well, actually, I think it'd be better if X, Y, and Z, swap it round, spend another 2 minutes doing it, rather than trying to get your bunny looking like a bunny at this stage. We can do that back in Blender. So, how did you guys get on? I'd love to see your compositions, what you're going to be aiming for throughout this section. Please share them in the discussions. Take a picture of them with your phone or digital camera, or if you've got some software like this, doodle in that, MS Paint, whatever you've got. Show me what you're going to do, and, well, let's get on and make it. See you guys in the next lecture. Welcome to Knowing Your Subject. In this video, you will reinforce the importance of reference material. You will see what happens when you just plough forward without consulting your reference material, or not have any, like I started to do. So, bit of a background here, what happens when you're not watching me in the lectures. Okay, so on the screen at the moment, I plonked the Suzanne monkey in a field of grass. And I thought, oh, that's a bit wispy, so I improved upon that and made the grass look a bit more rigid. But something struck me as odd. I mean, it looked like very, very fine grass. The fact is, if grass gets bigger, it gets bigger. It doesn't still just retain this very thin type strand. And I tried different aspects of it, and this is a bit of a taster of what's to come in the rest of this section. So I went out and actually got some reference materials, because to be quite honest, all these iterations here that I went through, I did not have reference material. I thought, I know what grass looks like, it's that green stuff outside, it's fine, I'll get on with it. But no, as you can see, that real grass doesn't look anything like that. First of all, the colour, obviously, we can probably boost the saturation of this image so it matches the bright greenness of this one. But that's what real grass looks like. That is still a bit too uniform. Maybe even a bit too dense in terms of how many strands of grass or how many blades of grass there are there. And I went out on a walk today and I took a picture of something in long grass to give me a better understanding about how the grass would be around it. So I can't stress enough the importance of going out and taking, these are some other pictures that I went out today and did, taking as many pictures as you can to get a good idea. So when you're back at the computer, you're not scratching your head thinking, oh, what is this going to look like? What am I trying to achieve? And I really like this one here. I'm actually going to probably set up my scene as close to this as possible. I do like the tree in the background. I love the grass in the foreground. I'm going to make that a little longer in our scene. And of course, we've got the background stuff going on there as well. I'm probably not going to make it that cluttered. I'm going to try and keep it a bit clean, cleaner than that scene, so there's not so much going on. And the simple thing for that is I want to draw attention to the rabbit, not the rest of the scene. Having a look at a couple of other types of grass, you can see they tend to grow in tufts. So we can see in the background over here that you get these tufts of grass growing up. So that'll give us a clue about how to construct our grass and make sure it is more realistic. Now, obviously, we're not shooting for ultra realism in this scene, but it's still got to be convincing. And here's what long grass looks like. The blades get much, much thicker. And of course, because they're longer and bigger, they are heavier and they flop over more. So really big grass does not stick up in the air vertically. Wheat might do that when it's got a really thick stem. But the normal grass that our bunny's going to be sat in does not do that. So it's very important to focus on reference material. So bearing that in mind, we've got a bit of further planning to do, just so I know that you guys are actually thinking about this fully and not just going at it at a whim. So there are going to be 3 or 4 main items in our scene, 3 or 4 main objects. Do you know what they are? How important are they to the scene? And do you actually know what they look like? So pause the video now and try and go and answer these questions. Okay guys, welcome back. Well, looking at our scene itself, do you know what they are? Well, let's see, we've got the bunny. That's going to be the main focal point of what we're going to be working on. Then we've got where the bunny's immediate environment, which is going to be the grass. Okay, next we're going to have a background object. We're going to have a tree in our scene. Now, depending on how we actually set our scene up, the tree is obviously less important than the grass that the bunny's sitting on, and the grass is less important than the actual subject of the whole thing, the bunny itself. And then, of course, we've got the far background. If we have just this grass and tree in isolation, there's going to be a background, something in the distance, so that it's not going to be just a boring scene. And of course, do you actually know what they look like? Well, if not, make sure you've got reference material with you. Whether that means you've got a phone with the images. I mean, I've put all of my images that I need for this course in a folder that I can reference all the time. If I go out and take photos like I did today, I make sure I store them in a specific folder. So I've got, excitingly on my computer, I have a folder named Grass, which in all intents and purposes is boring to show your family and friends, but it's very useful when you need it for reference material. So guys, I hope you've got a good sense of where we're going with this project, what we're going to be focused on, and if you found some exciting photos, if you've been out and about, or you've found something very interesting on Google, perhaps something you want to incorporate in your scene, it'd be great to see that. Do share anything exciting you find in the discussions, and I will see you in the next lecture. Welcome to Layers. In this video, you will know how to turn layers on and off, turn on the layer management tool, understand layers are useful for working on separate parts of a scene or even model. Realise if a layer is off, the final render will not contain anything that was on that layer. So let's go have some fun with layers over in Blender. Okay, so now we're over in Blender. Take a look at the 3D editor header toolbar. So down here we have 20 squares. How cool is that? That will actually turn on and off certain layers. And if you use the number keys across the top of the keyboard, providing you don't have number pad emulation turned on, you'll also notice if you glance down at the bottom of the screen here, when you press 1, it's on layer 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, etc, etc. And it goes all the way to 0. Now, if we want to place something on a particular layer, we simply select that layer. And let's just add, I don't know, a torus, so that we've got a donut floating in the sky on layer 3. You can also see it has a little orange blob on it when it's got a mesh object on it. So if I add, I don't know, a plane here and just scale that up, And we've got two separate layers now, layer 1 and 3. Now that wouldn't make sense, so if we went over to layer 3 and selected our object, we can move it to another layer. So you can move any object to another layer simply by going to Object, and at the top of this drop down, or drop up in this case, we have Move to Layer, and we can see the shortcut key is M, and that is it when you're in object mode. So when we click on that, we get the same thing that we can see down the bottom here. So when we press M, Move to Layer, and I'm going to move that to layer 2. There we go, and if we click on layer 2, we shall see our donut again. Brilliant. Now, if you want more than one layer turned on at once, you simply hold down Shift as you click on those layers. You can also just drag across the layers, and it will also enable or disable those particular layers. Now, just to demonstrate, if I select layer 3 and go and render the image, it renders absolutely nothing. If I hop back to the 3D view and turn on our torus and render that, we end up with the torus in the scene, but no ground plane. But if I have both turned on and go to render image, it will render both of them. So it is very important that what you want to appear in your final render or animation, the layers are actually turned on. Now that has a great benefit, of course, that things that we're working on or other bits and bobs that are used to create our scene can be shoved to a different layer that's not going to be visible all of the time with the main scene. So one final thing, it would be really nice to name these layers, and we can do that with the layer management tool, which is not on by default. So apologies, we're going to go back, I forgot about this add-on, we need to go back to File and go to the User Preferences and turn on one called Layer Management. It's actually quite high up the list because it's under the 3D View Layer Management. If I put a tick in that box, and I'm going to save my user settings, it's going to be in the tool shelf. It used to exist over in the properties panel, but it doesn't anymore. It lives in the tool shelf. So I'm going to bring this tool shelf out so it takes up a third of my screen. And further down, we've got the Layers tab, and we have two drop downs, Layer Management and Layer Groups. And obviously layer groups is how you group layers together. Okay, so on here we've got layer 001, and we can call that one, for the moment, I'm going to call it plain, and I'm going to call this one donut. Why not? So we've got plain and donuts. Now we can lock the layers. Over on the left here, we've got a couple of options. Now this padlock, you would think would lock the layer, but it doesn't. What it does is it prevents you selecting the objects on that layer. So it locks the objects on that layer. And we can see that the symbol, the little arrow symbol here, has gone grayed out. And if you cast your eyes over to the outliner, it's also made them unselectable over here too. And if we click those off, we see they all come back again. You can also do a bit of moving if you want to move things between layers in here. So with the torus selected, we can click on this little dot here on the plane one, and it will actually move the torus to the plane. Now it's not obvious that it's happened until you actually turn off the first layer and you see that all the torus has disappeared. So with the torus still selected, we can click this next one down, and there we go, it's gone orange. And that simply shows you, when you've got an object selected, this little orange blob shows you which layer that active object is on. So we can see down here the orange blob, and here in the layer management tool that we've got the plane selected, and therefore it's the orange blob in the first layer because that's where the plane lives. If we right click on our torus here, or our donut, we get the second orange. If we select the lamp in our scene, well, that exists as an object on the first layer. So it's a good way, when you've got lots of things displayed, simply eyeballing which layer it's actually on. So a couple of ideas for you with layers. You could put all your lighting on a certain layer. You could put all of certain things. So in this instance, I think we're going to have a rabbit on one layer. We're going to have grass on another layer and a tree on another layer. And perhaps if you guys decide to make your scene a little more involved, a little more detailed, then you can use multiple layers in order to do that. Okay guys, it's challenge time. I'd like you to set up 3 layers. Now name the layers rabbit, grass and tree respectively, and put some placeholders on each layer representing the rabbit, the grass and tree. Just use some primitives for the moment, don't go overboard, these are just placeholders so that I know that you understand how the layers are working. So then try switching between the layers and finally leaving all 3 on. So pause the video now and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's get 3 layers named rabbit, grass and tree set up and a couple of placeholders set on them. So straight back over into Blender. Well, I don't like a donut, so I'm going to get rid of that. Okay, now the donut has gone, let's name our first layer rabbit. Oh, I've not spelt rabbit correctly. That's a great start. And then we've got grass. And then the final layer here will be tree. And we may need more layers later, depending on what we get up to. But for the moment, those 3 are great. So let's, on our rabbit, so we've got the first layer here. Well, I'm actually going to do camera and lighting. I'm going to pop that on lighting. There we go. I'm going to pop my camera. So I'm going to click on my camera over here and I'm going to move it to the 4th layer. I'm going to also select the lamp and move that to the 4th layer. So that's those items moved off of layer 1. And then we need, so we've got this ground plane here and we'll call it grass for the moment. So we can set that up there. And we want that on the grass plane. So with that selected, I'm just going to click this little circle here. Rabbit, okay, so turn everything else off. Our rabbit, to begin with, well, we'll just put a cube in the scene to represent the rabbit. Okay, and then finally a tree. Well, a tree's kind of cylindrical, so we will make a cylinder. Now, how about a cone? It can be a Christmas tree. How about that? Okay, so let's just undo that. I want it moved in the Z-axis by just 1. There we go. And let's place that over here. Let's go and just test the render, see how that looks. I think the camera is facing in a completely separate direction. Let's turn on all of the layers so we can see what's going on. In fact, yeah, the camera's looking that way, so I'll move it over there. So let's render that image, see what it looks like. We've got our rabbit and tree behind. Perfect, that looks great. And we've got all of our layers enabled. So let's go back to the 3D view. Spin round here, we've got all of our layers enabled. Let's just play turning them on off so we can work on the grass, we can work on the rabbit, we can work on the lighting if we wanted to do that, and we can work on the tree. Brilliant, so we've got all of those things there. I'm going to turn them all back on, and that's brilliant. How did you guys get on? Did you manage to set up your scene with all of the various components? Have you got any extra ideas about how you're going to use layers? Please share them in the discussions, and I will see you guys in the next lecture. Welcome to Metaballs. In this video, you will learn how to add a metaball. Use them quickly to build up a base framework, see that they're great for modelling organic objects, and understand they need converting afterwards to a mesh so we can add further detail. So let's hop straight on over into Blender. Right, so back over in Blender, let's go and play with Metaballs. So first of all, make sure your file is saved, then go ahead and open a new file. Right, so we've got the default cube, I'm going to get rid of that, and we're going to add a metaball. So you can go through the add menu here, and we see if we go up, we have metaball, and we've got 5 different types of metaball. Now the great thing is we can switch between those at a later point as well, so they're not solidified at this point in time. You can also use the shortcut menu with Shift and A and select the one you want. So I'm going to add a ball to our scene. Now, if you glance over at the right-hand side, I'll just expand mine out a little. We've got a metaball type object, and notice this symbol here. The same symbol has now appeared in the properties window just here. Now, in edit mode, if we go into that now, you'll see that we've got a few more options. Under active elements, we'll deal with the top part of this in a moment, so let's just hide that away. Under active element, it gives you a chance to change the type. So we can set it to cube, we can go down to plane, capsule, ball, etc. So you can switch between them. Now, let's add another meta ball to our scene. So I'm just going to duplicate the capsule that we've got here. And I'm just going to lift it up, and I'm going to change its type in edit mode to a ball. Now we can see what it's done here, and it's really cool. As we move it closer and closer, as the boundaries come together, they start to join one another, which, as you can imagine, is incredibly powerful when it comes to modelling. I'm going to add another one to our scene and pop it underneath and scale it up, so you can do all the usual things that you would do. Scaling, rotating, obviously a meta ball, if it's just a ball shape, it's just going to, well, remain a ball shape if you rotate it. But if we go ahead and select this middle one here, which is our first starting one, and rotate it, we can of course twist our model around. Brilliant. So the resolution, let's have a look at these settings here. The view is what we're going to see now, and the render is what's going to happen if we render it out. And it's counterintuitive initially, but the higher the resolution setting, the lower resolution the model will be. So if we increase this number here, you can see it's getting more and more blocky as we go, until eventually it just disappears. If we lower that number, there is a finite resolution it will go to, but it ends up much smoother. But it will slow down the actual viewport a little, so when you're rotating, you may, depending on the speed of your computer, get a little bit of judder, which is why they've got these two options here, so you can have the view resolution higher than that of the render, and the render, as you can see there, goes much further down. Now, in order to do anything with the curves themselves, not curves, sorry, the meta balls, they're kind of three-dimensional curves though. But to do anything with these meta balls, we'd need to solidify them from a meta ball to a mesh. And we can do that as we've done before. I can use the shortcut keys Alt and C, and we get the convert to. We've got mesh here and mesh from meta. That's the one there, Alt and C. You can also do it under the object menu, right at the top there, under convert to. So it's hidden under there as well. Now, before we do any converting and seeing how that comes out, the final thing I want to show you is quite cool. Well, I think it's cool anyway. So if we hop over into edit mode, we've got a few other options here. So we're working on this middle one at the moment. I don't want to do that. I want to work on this top one. Let's do that. And let's hop into edit mode again because it's come out. And we've got a couple of options down here under active elements. So not only can we change what type it is, but we can also set its stiffness. And that determines the inner area of that circle. And so if we set that quite small, we can get a quite stretched out version of it going on there. I'm going to set that back to 2 where it was before and lower it back down a little. The next one, negative, is quite cool. As we tick that, it now subtracts from the other meta balls it comes into contact with rather than adds to them, which is a great way of putting a dent in that. And of course, if it was smaller, we could even put a hole in the object, just like that. Brilliant. So let's convert this shape we've got here to a mesh. So in object mode, with all of the meta balls selected, so I've selected them in the outliner. And just a quick note, make sure you are happy with the resolution that you've got set. Now, when we do make this a mesh object in a few moments, it's going to use the view resolution that we had set over on the meta ball on the right hand side a moment ago. And then Alt and C. And that will then give us the convert menu, and we can select mesh from curve. Okay, now we can start editing it. We can do lots of things. So let's have a look at what it's generated when we hop into edit mode. Wow, there's lots of detail going on there, and it kind of looks nice, but it's also quite messy in places as well. Blender does its best to keep things organized, but that is a bit of a mesh. You would never build a mesh looking like that, but it's a good starting point. Now there's a thing called retopology, which we're not going to do at the moment since our bunny's going to be covered up with fur. So we can leave this as our base mesh and then build upon it. Okay guys, it's challenge time. I'd like you to make a basic rabbit. So create the head and body, leaving the ears for the moment. You will need at least 2 metaballs. Keep the metaball resolution around 0.2 so it's not too high. Use reference material for an accurate shape. Now if you don't have any reference material at the moment, there's some provided in the asset pack, so go ahead and download that now if you haven't done already. Remember you can scale and rotate the metaballs. Then finally, once you're happy with the shape, convert it into a mesh object. So go ahead, pause the video and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's go ahead and make a basic rabbit over in Blender. Alright, so we're back over in Blender and I've opened up my Fluffy Bunny file. So I want to go to layer 1, which is the rabbit layer, and at the moment it's just got a cube on it. So the first thing I'm going to do is flip around to the left hand side, and yeah, that's with the Y direction facing to the left, as we can see there with the arrow, but I'm going to delete that cube. And I'm going to bring in some reference material. So I've opened up the 3D properties. Let's turn background images on. Let's open and go find, here we go, your section assets. I could actually use my bunny sketch we did earlier on, but I think I use a real rabbit as reference material. So I've got 3 rabbits here to choose from. I can pick any of them. I'm going to probably pick this one here. It's more upright than the others. It's showing more, it's more side on. So that's perfect start point. I want to lift that up a little, so let's do that now. Oh, yeah, opacity, about 50%. I want it in front of whatever I'm working on, maybe a little lower on opacity there. Let's lift it up. In fact, I'm going to make it a bit bigger to work on, so I know we're not working with anything too small, and then let's lift it up. Scale in this instance, I'm not too bothered about, because we can always alter the rabbit scale at any point as one solid object. And I do want to flip it. Don't ask me why, but I want the rabbit's head on the left-hand side rather than the right. So I've flipped that around. So I'm going to put the 3D cursor smack bang in the middle of the head and add ourselves a metaball, which is roughly the right size, which is kind of cool. So I want to scale that. I want to squish it in both X and Z, but not Y. So scale, Shift and Y. And that should bring it down a little. Now I'm going to rotate around the X-axis, which we can't see at the moment, and then just move it up slightly. That has worked out really well, actually. And then we've got a body here, so let's go ahead. Let's see if we can get away with only 2. Let's plop that roughly in the middle. So I've duplicated that. I'm going to rotate it around the X-axis, and I'm literally just going to scale that up. I'm going to need to move it a little more down. Okay, so that's a good starting shape going on there. In fact, let's just hop around and see what it's looking like. That's a pretty good start point, actually. Doesn't look too rough around the neck and places like that. Let's hop over into the metaball options. View resolution is relatively low at the moment, so let's up that resolution a little. Okay, so 0.25. 0.2. Yeah, that's looking pretty good there. Okay, so let's hop back into the left-hand view here and just see if there's any other tweaking we can do. So this front bit of the rabbit here is pretty much all fluff. I know they're good at puffing their chest out there, and it comes in a little here, but we can deal with that later on. But it does come up a little here, so I'm just going to, I don't know if this is going to work, so bear with me. Trying out a few different things here, and I'm going to, is that a new one? Yes, that is a new one, as we can see there. That's not what a rabbit looks like, but I'm just going to scale that right down and then move it back towards here to produce that extra bump. And let's see how that looks. Looks like there's a like a bit of a lump on the back, but let's just scale it out in the X-axis whilst looking around here. So scale in the X-axis, let's bring it out. I'm not sure whether I like that or not. Let's push it in a little to blend it out and then scale it up again. Okay, that is much better in terms of underline. Remember that our object's going to be covered in fluff as well, or I don't know why I'm telling you that. I should remember that. And that's got a much better shape now as well. I'm just going to duplicate that and add a bit more of a bump down at the bottom here. And I'm going to rotate round to make sure it's absolutely fine. I'm going to push that into the body just a little bit more and pull it back using the transform widget just here. Excellent. I'm quite happy with that. I'd love to see how yours came out. Before I actually finish this lecture, of course, I haven't converted it to a mesh. Tut-tut. So I'm going to select all of our metaballs, the 3D curves, and I'm going to go Alt and C and convert that to a mesh, which is right, and I'm just going to quickly investigate what that mesh looks like. That doesn't look like it's too over the top. It's very, very bitty. But again, we could go round this and trace it with a method called retopology, which we'll visit later on in the course. But for the moment, because we're covered up with fur, I'm quite happy with that not happening. Okay, so there's our base rabbit shape. I'd love to see what you guys come up. Perhaps you've got your rabbit in a slightly different pose. Perhaps you've added more detail or less detail. It's entirely up to you how you make your rabbit, of course. So please share what you've come up with in the discussions, and I will see you guys in the next lecture. Welcome to Basic Sculpting. In this video, you will learn the basics of sculpting, adjust your brush's type, strength and size, understand how dynamic topology works and when to use it, and then finally how to find a brush if you've accidentally deleted it. So let's hop straight on over into Blender. Right, so now we're over in Blender, the first thing I want to do is we're going to be playing with something that's quite destructive, so I don't want to work on our fluffy bunny for the moment. So I'm going to go ahead and open up a brand new Blender file with our default cube in it, and I suggest you do the same now to play with the sculpting tools. So let's go ahead and start playing with the sculpting tool. So if we hop down to where it says object mode, we've got a series of options and we're going to click on sculpt mode. And you will see on the left hand side in the tool shelf, the menu options change down here. There are different tabs going down. We're going to be focused on just the tools one here, and I'm going to pull this out so we can see a bit more of what's going on. And down at the bottom here, the menus have changed ever so slightly. So, what does this do? Well, we can literally start changing our cube about. Now, as you can see, I'm left clicking here and it's kind of pulling the corners of our cube out, but not really changing its shape. There's nothing awesome going on yet. Now, the reason for that is the brush tool directly affects the underlying mesh. So in this case, there are only 8 vertices, so the only thing I can move are the 8 vertices, and everything else is joined to that. So, if I were to add more vertices to this mesh, so if we go in and quickest way of doing this is probably just subdividing it and applying the subdivision. So I'm going to go over to our modifiers. I'm going to go down on the generate column to subdivision surface modifier. And of course, it makes it kind of spherical. I'm just going to add 2 subdivisions and apply them. So now we have some more geometry to play with, and we can see that in wireframe mode as well. We can now morph our model about. Now it's not moving very much at the moment as we try and move it. I'm just clicking away and wiggling around, and there we go. It starts to move up, and every time you go over the top of one of those vertices again, it moves it out slightly. And we can see here, this is the type of brush we have, and we're currently adding. You can subtract, of course, which does the reverse and pushes stuff in. There we go. So let's flick that back to add for the moment. Now, the first thing I'm going to deal with is this radius and strength. So the radius is the size of that brush. Now, you'll notice it's in pixels. Now, this is important because if you zoom in or out on your model, you see when it's all the way zoomed out here, we're affecting the entire model by doing this sculpting. If we were to zoom in, then we're only affecting one vertex, in fact, in this case, but the radius of the brush hasn't changed. So depending on the scale of your model, your radius will differ. Now the shortcut for adjusting the radius of your brush is the F key on the keyboard. And if we press F now, we can see we can make the brush bigger and smaller, and that outer red circle will show you the new size. Now you'll notice that it's faded, and it's faded because it doesn't affect the entire area equally. It affects the middle more so than the edges, and that helps with your sculpting. Otherwise you'd end up with a very sharp lines. Now if that's something that you wanted, then you can control that. The strength itself is currently set to 50%, and the strength allows you to be much more gentle with your sculpting. So imagine that this was a real piece of clay in front of us. If you went for it really heavily with a tool, you would end up making more of an impression, or changing it more, than if you were very gentle. Ultimately, you can do the same amount of sculpting at 50%, you just have to do something twice to get the same result as if it was up at 1. Or roughly speaking. However, the lower the strength, it does afford you more control when you're working on something detailed. Now, I'm going to set the size of our brush down a little, so I'm just going to press the F key and move it back down. So the strength of the brush can be changed either here in the tool shelf, or it can be changed with the Shift and F key. Now you'll notice it gets this way. It's a bit counterintuitive. The brush gets weaker, weaker, less strength, when you go towards the outer edge of the circle, the big circle here, and stronger as you move in and in. So you'll want to pick, I usually leave it around 50, but if you need to make massive changes quickly, obviously you can bump the strength up, and if you need to be more gentle and subtle with your changes, you can lower the strength and have more control. Now we've already covered the add and subtract. They basically mean, are you pulling the model outwards or are you pushing it inwards? But at the top we've got this picture, so we're not quite doing this in order here, but at the top we've got a picture of a brush. And if we click on that, it gives us a selection, and these are the default selection. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 16, 18 different brush types to choose from, and they all affect our model slightly differently. Obviously, you can customize these like you can anything in Blender. That also means you can unfortunately delete something. So if I go ahead now and let's say this blob one here, select it. Now during the messing about up here, if you were to experiment with it, if you accidentally hit the F key, which removes the users from it and creates a fake user, and then click the cross for some bizarre reason, and on top of that, so it's still there at the moment, you can see it's just there, but it's got a 0 next to it. But if I now save this Blender file, so let's go ahead and save it, and brush gone test. Now if I quit from my Blender program, okay, now I've quitted from Blender, start it back up again. Need to bring it down onto this screen. Make it the right size. Okay, so and go File and open Recent and go to Brush Contest. Now it's not there anymore. So if you hadn't realised you had done this, you'd need to get that brush back. So let's cast our eyes to the sculpting header down at the bottom, and there's a word there that says brush. Okay, and if we click on that, there are a series of options here, one of which is Sculpt Tool, and the one that we've deleted was called Blob. So you may have to refer to an unaltered Blender file if you were to do that, but here we can go ahead and go blob, and that's added it back to our... Oh no, sorry, that's overwritten the one that was there previous, which was brush, sculpt, clay. Okay, so we need to click the plus, so we've got clay 001, and you can see that's here. And with that one selected, we can go in and go brush, Sculpt Tool, Blob, and of course rename it here to Blob. So if you wanted to modify your tools and you actually found a brush type you liked and you were working with lots, you could go ahead and create a custom type. And now you can see there are Fs all across these. That means it's got a fake user, so that when you close Blender down and open it back up again, you will see this again with materials. In fact, we covered it briefly in the materials section before. It has a 0 next to it. It means that the next time you close Blender and reopen it, it won't exist anymore. Okay, so finally, if we scroll down here, you might not have to scroll yourself, there's something here that says DIN Topo, or Dynamic Topology. Now, as we mentioned to begin with, this is actually turned off. Now, when I move this, it's moving that single vertex about. If I enable Dynamic Topology, it gives us, you can see straight away it's triangulated our mesh. It needs to do that. It can't work with quads. And if we go in here and start modeling, you see that it's adding new vertices to our model, enabling us to add a fine amount of detail to that small area. Yet if we look at the underlying mesh, in fact, it's got reflection turned on as well. That's important. We'll have a look at that in a moment. So this here is adding detail where we need detail, but keeping the rest of our model plain. Now that is quite important when you're modeling, because if this area here doesn't need lots of geometry, it's pointless having lots of geometry. And if you cast your eyes up to the top, we can see this model now has nearly 1,200 vertices, and if I draw some more in there, it will go down. Now, why has it gone down? Because I've zoomed out slightly. In fact, if I zoom out lots, so this brush size is the entire model, and click, it's dropped everything down. So you can see that dynamic topology is very useful, but if you didn't know that actually zooming out and using it will actually lower the amount of polygons in your scene, that could be very destructive if you've just been working on some detail. You'd have to obviously go and undo it, but if you've gone past your undo buffer, you'd be pretty much stuck. Okay, so final thing there on reflection. So further down, we've got symmetry. And we can see here the direction on dynamic topology here, because we've got it enabled, is -x to +x. So if we were looking front on to our model here, and this was the side, we can give it some, let's give it some ears, I suppose, if you wanted, or a nose, and we can see that we can start building out a model very quickly. And I haven't really played with this too much going on here. And we can see if we turn dynamic topology off, symmetry and symmetry lock down here is locked to the x-axis at the moment, which means that, as you can see here, along the axis it will mirror, and we can change that if we want to the y-axis, which will do this way, and the z-axis, which will do the top and the bottom. And of course that will depend on the orientation of your model. So one final thing to cover here is smoothing, the auto smooth feature. So as you're going around your model and adding, you may end up with it not being quite as smooth as you wanted. Now there is a brush here that is smoothing as well, which is this one here. It looks granular and smooth, and that one itself will help smooth out details if you've made too much of a sudden change in your model. Now if we have a look back at a normal brush type, let's go back to blob. And we can see here auto smooth. If we turn that up, as you're modeling, it will help smooth out the details, so it won't be as aggressive. The other thing that you can do when you're modeling is press the shift key, and this will smooth as you're modeling. So it's no longer doing the blob, it's doing smoothing, so it can help flatten out details. So if let's go here, let's up the strength to 1 and really bring this out here. Let's turn on dynamic topology as well to make sure we get detail in there as well. So that's bringing it really far forward like that. Now if we wanted to make all this jaggedness smooth, well, we can just hold down shift as, I'm just going to make the window a bit bigger so we can see what's going on. I can hold down shift as I'm doing this just to run over these aggressive details to smooth them out. Now of course if you wanted a large amount of detail, then you may want to go back again with a smaller brush and add in that detail. Now do be careful when using the smooth, of course, because as you can see here, this lovely point that's coming out, if I just smooth it, eventually it will end up flattening it back down, because that's what it will tend towards. But smoothing your model out helps massively. And we can see here that you can see all the faces. Perhaps you don't like that. Of course, in object mode, what we haven't done here is set the shading to smooth. If we set the shading to smooth, we get a much better appreciation of how that's looking. Of course, when it's flat, we get a much better impression of the underlying geometry. Okay guys, it's challenge time. I'd like you to define your bunny's shape. So the head will want the most detail since it's a focal point for our model. Recommend making sure symmetry is turned on. It's going to make making your model much better. Now use reference material for an accurate shape, although if you do want to caricature your bunny rabbit, then please do so. Remember, this is your model. There's no right way of modelling a bunny. As long as everybody sees it as a bunny, that is great. Now do model the ears at this stage too, using whatever method you want, and add 2 UV spheres for the eyes, and keep them as a separate object for now. Now I would suggest with the ears themselves that you quickly block model a couple of ears basically, and then join them to the rest of the mesh rather than trying to use the sculpting tools to create ears. Although if you want to do that, do give it a go, have fun with it. Pause the video now, give that a go. Now, because of the length of the solution for this video, the actual solution will not be in this lecture, it will be in the following lecture. So, get creating your bunny, and I will see you in the next lecture. Welcome to the basic sculpting solution video. In this video, you will see my solution to the Define Your Bunny's Shape challenge in the last lecture. So let's quickly remind ourselves of that challenge, which was defining your bunny's shape. Hopefully you've gone through, you've had lots of fun whilst this is happening. And let's hop straight on over into Blender and define my bunny's shape. So let's hop back to, I love these hop references with a bunny, don't you? Let's hop back to our fluffy bunny. And the first thing I'm going to do is actually add in some ears. So I'm going to place the 3D cursor on the head, roughly in the position I want to generate a bit of geometry. I think, well, let's stop thinking. Let's go back to our reference material and hop around to our other way. Let's control. There we go. So the ears emanate from somewhere around here and roughly at the back of the head. Perfect. So I'm going to add, in this case, a plane. I'm going to rotate it round on the x-axis to roughly the right angle and scale it in. So again, it's roughly the right size. Now I'm going to want to scale it in on its own x-axis as well, by the looks of it. So scale x to make it a bit flatter. So there, I'm going to pull them in, so it's sitting all the way inside our model. And then I'm going to extrude it up in its own z-axis in a moment. So let's go into edit mode and extrude. In fact, that's probably right. Wireframe off. Well, I say that's probably right. That's probably massive. There we go. So I can rotate that top bit again on the x-axis. Perfect. Pull it up slightly and pull it up. I'm going to add a loop cut in the middle here. And again, scale that outwards. That's probably made a bit of thickness there. Okay. Let's scale that in on the x-axis only to make it thin again. This top bit's going to want to be thin anyway, so I'm going to select the face and scale it in on the x-axis to make it thin. Oh, not push it through one another. Okay. Now this whole top area here, I'm going to turn this toggle off, limiting selection to visibility, so I can go through my model if I wanted to. But with that face selected, I'm going to pull it over slightly to the side, just a little. And I'm going to do the same with this area here. So I'm going to use border select to select all of that top area. And I'm going to, oh, I've selected something I don't want to select actually. Let's clear my selection, select. And let's turn back on border select. And there, oh, it selected the face there. Let's go to vertex select and that will eliminate that problem. Excellent. And just push that bit over as well. Probably just select the top here. And again, this is probably me delving a bit too much into detail. That's fine. I'm going to select in object mode both our models. Excellent. I'm just going to duplicate that so it's got 2 ears rather than 1. So I'm going to use a mirror modifier. Excellent. And it's going around the point of origin. Now, I don't want the point of origin to be there. I want it to be at 0, 0, 0. So with that in mind, let's mirror object. If I select the rabbit itself, which is still called Metaball, so I'll sort that out and apply that. There we go. That's better. I've got a rabbit with big ears that I can model a bit more detail in a moment. Let's already add a subdivision surface modifier. There we go. It's already looking a bit better. I'm going to crank that up by 1. Excellent. And apply. There we go. We've got some curvy bunny ears. Now I'm going to select this top one and the bottom one and merge them together into one object, and I'm going to call that rabbit, of course, because it doesn't have a name at the moment. Excellent. So let's get on to sculpting itself. So I'm going to flick into sculpt mode, and probably going to subtract first of all around the neck area. So I'm literally just going to go around here. Is symmetry turned on? Yes, it is. I'm going to lower my strength a little, but widen the brush. Oh, that's a bit too big. Of course, I can zoom in as well. I need to tidy up my screen so I can see more. Pull that across. I should be fine with that there. Okay, so let's go through here. Let's rotate round. Let's put a bit of a hollow in the back of the neck. That's probably a little too much at the front, so let's go and add. Now, the devil is in the detail when it comes to this. I'm happy with the general body shape, so let's focus on the head. Now, we're going to have a lovely little face here. So I'm going to go to the front view, which will be Control and 1 for me. And I'm going to turn our image off at the back. I'm going to do a very caricature of a mouth. It's probably quite accurate as well. I'm going to subtract because I'm going to be pushing into our model. I'm going to need dynamic topology going on since we've got a lot of detail being made here. I'm going to go back into object mode and set the shading as smooth. Go back into sculpt mode. Okay, I'm going to need a much smaller brush, so I'm going to make it much smaller. I'm going to zoom in a little here. Now I'm going to define the rabbit's nose, mouth as well, and I do need symmetry turned on, and I'll find out straight away if symmetry is turned on. Let's enable dynamic topology. Okay, I think this is the middle of our model. Yes, it is. So I'm going to put a straight line down here, and of course your version of your bunny, you can do it how you like. I'm going to increase the strength a little because I do want this well defined. Now the nose is something like that. Okay, and the mouse is almost the reverse of that. And of course I've learned how to draw rabbits from my stuffed teddy when I was little. How about that? Okay, enough of my teddies. And so let's see how that looks. That might be a bit big actually on our rabbit, but you know what? I'm going to leave it like that. Let's give it more of a nose as well. So let's bring up the size of the brush a bit lower. Okay, one of the great things about using the shortcut key is you can see how big the brush is actually going to be live. I don't want the strength too high, but I need to start defining the nose a little more. In fact, we might want a bigger brush here. And let's smooth that out. Lesson learnt here. That's eating away at my changes down here, but that's fine. So I've actually had a brief look at a skeleton of a bunny, and it doesn't look a thing like what I'm doing here. Let's smooth that out a little. And around there, yes, we do need a little bit of a dimple in there. Starting to come together. It's probably a little strong. That's half the problem. Okay, and I'm going to smooth some detail around the neck as well. Excellent. So that's starting to come together really well. Now the position of the eyes, let's get this accurate. Let's whiz round here and turn my reference on. The eye is there, and I'm literally going to do a subtract at full strength, and I'm just going to get the brush roughly the right size. So let's go in. There we go. And I'm just going to draw round and round in a circle to give us the eye socket that we can work on. Now, of course, that looks quite rough there at the moment, and you can go round it and smooth it out. I don't like that at all. So let's come back a little more and just do that again. What's probably not happening here is enough detail. So I've zoomed right in. So now we're going to have much more detail when we come in to fill our model in. And of course, that will go down to a certain level. Then we can click again. And in fact, I'm going to increase my brush size ever so slightly and undo that last bit. You'll find yourself undoing lots whilst you're doing this. Do not worry about it. There's no perfect way of doing this. And literally, the amount of time you spend doing it will be proportional to the detail that you can actually put into your model. It's as simple as that. The more and more detail you want, the longer it will take. Of course, you've got to be careful not to go too over the top with detail, because that's where most of us get caught in, drawn in and sucked into making our models, because we end up spending far too much time on the model itself instead of where the detail actually matters. And I think this hole is in the bunny's skull is probably deep enough now. Let's hop out and see and go around. Yep, that's absolutely fine. Now I'm going to turn the strength down as I apply smoothing, not 0 but a little bit more. So I just want the area around the eye to be much smoother than that. So let's go round here and just smooth out the details around here. So that will make the recess not so big in there. Perfect. I'm going to make the brush size just a little smaller and go around the edge here so it's not quite so disastrous. Okay, I don't like this little bit here, and so we can go back to add and start adding some stuff back in. That's absolutely fine. And smoothing that out. So nice big eye there. And whilst I'm here, I mean, that's there, but we can actually model a rough eye in place. So out of sculpt mode, into object mode, I'm going to click there with the 3D cursor and add ourselves an eye as well. Whoa, that's a bit big. Let's pull it in. There we go. And I'm going to rotate that around so the pole is facing outwards. So that'll be along the y-axis. There we go. That looks okay to me. So let's have a quick look around the model and see some areas that we can focus on a little more. Now, looking at the ears themselves, we can actually go and sort some of that out as well. I'm always conscious of the time I've got in these lectures to show you what's going on. I've got another 5 minutes or so let's crack on and do some modelling with those ears. Okay, so when you spend a bit more time on it, you can define a bit more of your model here. And you can see I've gone into a bit more detail around the ears itself. I've pushed in... Oh, I've just clicked. I've just pushed in this area here and helped redefine where the mouth is, etc. Completely referring to the reference material again. So one thing I noticed with my reference material, in fact, looking again, I've made perhaps it a bit too hollow around here. But I did notice that the nose here kind of comes to a point, and mine didn't. It came to a blob at the end, so that helps define the nose a bit better. And again, do bear in mind that the fur itself is being added on top of this mesh, so you don't need a super detailed mesh at the moment. I can see here that I probably want my ears to be much bigger as well, and I'm going to use a proportional editing tool in a moment in order to just move this nose about, because I think it needs lifting up ever so slightly. So I'm going to go ahead and go to edit mode. Wow, there's a lot of geometry there. I'm just going to deselect everything for the moment. I'm going to select one of the things on the front arm. I'm going to turn off this see-through arm model malarkey, and I'm just going to use circle select to select a group of stuff at the front of the nose. It doesn't really matter in this case which ones I've selected. I'm going to go to move those, but I'm going to use the proportional editing tool. So let's turn proportional editing enabled. There we go. And let's make it nice and big. So there we can move our model. Hey, that's quite useful. In fact, we can move a lot of our model if we wanted to, which we don't want to. We just want to move a much smaller area and point it up slightly. But I do need to be in the right view to do this. So now I've got that with proportional editing on. I'm going to grab it and make sure it's only moving in the Z-axis up and down. And you can see I can raise that up to roughly the right place. And I'm going to pull it out ever so slightly. Then I can do a very similar thing. So this is almost like sculpting again, but in a different way. We're actually just using proportional editing to control our model. I'm going to select this area here on our model again and whiz around back to the side. Oh, after selecting that area finally, and I'm going to move it again, but this time down ever so slightly. Now, because we're locked to this plane, that should be absolutely fine. It shouldn't move in the x-axis at all. Perfect. Now, this fluffy area here, I'm not too worried about that because we can add that fluff later on. The ears themselves, let's have a look at the ears. So let's spin round and go up here. Okay, so I'm going to deselect what I've currently got selected. Excellent. And go around to the side view again and use border select. Just select the top of, I don't want just the top of that ear, I want both. So limit to selection to visible, turned off, round to the side. And let's just select the very top of those ears. Brilliant. And then we can move those up. And because proportional editing is turned on, it will do everything. And using the scroll wheel, we can change the size of that. I'll pop it there. Let's see how that looks now. Much bigger ears, much better. Perfect. Let's whiz around into object mode so we can see what we've got here. Excellent. How did you guys get on? I'd love to see your bunny rabbits and see how they're coming on. Did you go for a more caricatured bunny rabbit? Please share in the discussions how you got on, what you created, and I will see you guys in the next lecture. Welcome to GPU rendering in this section. So in this video, you'll understand that even with a dedicated GPU, you may end up with an out of memory issue if your card doesn't have enough RAM. And also that some AMD cards do not render hairs correctly. So if you are experiencing these problems, you will have one of two options. We'll either have to optimize the scene so it fits into your available RAM, and that usually just means less particles, so bear that in mind. And then if that's still not working, or you have an AMD card and it's not actually working, then you will have to switch over to CPU rendering. I know some of the modern cards will work absolutely fine, but some of the older ones may not. So now we've got that out of the way, let's continue on and move on to the next lecture. Welcome to your first particle system. In this video, you will create a particle system, understand children and how they relate to their parents, and hopefully avoid crashing your computer or waiting a very long time. So let's hop straight on over into Blender. Okay, so we're back over in Blender and we have our rabbit in front of us. So the first thing I'm going to do is open up a brand new Blender file, because what I don't want to do is start playing about with our model just at this moment. I want to learn the technique of the particle system. So make sure your file is saved. I'll do that now for mine, and we're going to open up a brand new Blender file. Great, so we've got the default cube in front of us and we need to add our first particle system. So if I pull out this area here on the left hand side, we will see that we have these things that look like stars. I'll just bring down the outliner as well, and that is a particles. As we go over it, we can see that. So when we click on that, we get a blank screen because there is no particle system at the moment. So I'm going to go ahead and create a new particle system, and I'm going to call it Hairy Cube. Excellent. And I'm going to, here on the settings, also call it Hairy Cube. So I know that what I'm setting up here, and we can use this as a base to generate more particle systems from once we've got it roughly right. So, type. Well, we're not going to do an emission at the moment. We're going to do a hare. So we're going to switch that across to hare. And lo and behold, we've got ourselves some hairs coming out of our cube, quite long hairs. And if we go and render that, it will look quite dim at the moment. So let's go to the lamp and make the lamp properties, give it a sun so it's nice and bright. There we go. So we've got a better idea of what it's going to look like. And there are 1,000 hairs in this scene. Now, there is a fine balance to be struck, so let's go back to the cube and the... Oh, just whilst we're here, we see we've got a spanner against there and not a sparkly icon. Well, the particle system is a modifier, but as you can see here, the settings are done over here rather than in the usual way that you would manage modifiers. So if we click on the particle properties, we can carry on going down here. Now, advanced does give you further options, and we're not going to deal with that at the moment. And segments tells us how many kinks in this hair there will actually be. The more segments you have, the more smooth you can comb hair, have it deform, etc. But I would suggest you leave that at 5. The more segments you have, the more computationally heavy it's going to be to calculate that hair. Now, the emission down here tells us the number of hairs, and we can see that there are 1,000 hairs, and the hair length, pretty self-explanatory, is the length of the hair. So I'm going to go back to solid view here, and the hair length, if we pull that down, we get a hairy cube still, but not quite as hairy. And depending on what you're modelling, you will want a certain length of hair, of course. Now, if we go down, we're going to ignore hair dynamics for the moment, and we're going to ignore the render stuff. We'll go back to that in a bit. And as we come down, we can see children. So if we go to children, and we've got 2 options for the type of children. Now, the best way of demonstrating interpolated is not on a cube. So I will create another object in a moment and we'll have a closer look at that. But simple and interpolated are going to look pretty similar. Oh, actually, that's quite nice around the edge of the cubes there. So it does give us an idea of what interpolated does rather than just being simple. So the way that the simple hairs are generated is they are created around the parents. So in this case, on the display setting, you can see we've got 10 children for each individual parent, or for each individual emission number at the top here. So that's taken our total up to 10,000 hairs on the screen. In fact, I'm just going to move these up so I can see. In fact, you can grab these, by the way, and move them about. So I'm going to lift that up so they're right next to one another so you can see what's going on both of these. So the number of children, when it's simple, they're produced within a radius around our primary hair, our emission hair. And that can lead to things like this, where the hairs are being generated away from the skin or the surface of your model. And that's generally okay if you've got a large flat area and no one's going to notice. But if you start having hairs coming out where there's blatantly no skin, with the case of our rabbit, it's going to look a bit odd. So you'll actually want to use interpolated. And this does do a good job at showing it. As the hairs come round this corner, you can see that they're still stuck to the surface of our model, and they follow the corner as it goes round, rather than just leaving it with a 90-degree cross-section there. So that's a very powerful way. And the same as they come round this corner, or these 3 edges where they meet, it's nice and divided as it goes. Now, do be warned, the multiplication of this emission number and the display number, if it gets too high, will either crash your computer or take ages to calculate. So if I went and put 1,000 in here, and I hope it doesn't muck up whilst I'm doing a live video, I get my spinning wheel. I've done this before, I know it's going to work, but I may have to pause the video or at least speed it up whilst that goes through. But that's now going to have 1,000,000 hairs in it, 1,000 times. So each one of those original emissions, the parents, will have 1,000 hairs associated with it. So that is quite a lot of hairs. Now, the other thing that makes a difference is the scale of our object. Now, it sounds a bit odd that it would make a difference, but if you think about it, if you've got 1,000 hairs on something the size of a marble, compared to 1,000 hairs on something the size of a football, they're going to be less dense on the football because it's got a larger area to cover. So in general, the larger your object is, the more hairs you're going to need, or the more particles you're going to need to cover that with the same density as you would if it was a smaller object. And I think I've done a wonderful job here in showing you not the numbers to type in, especially when doing a video for you guys. But you can see here that the program hasn't crashed. It's simply taking a very long time to calculate 1 million hairs, and that's what you don't want to happen, especially when you're mucking around with Blender. Now, this generally happens to me when I'm playing with the number and I go back and I change the emission number, forgetting I've left the children high, or the emission number's already high and I add a large number to the children. So do be careful whenever you do that. And I'm probably going to force quit Blender here and be right back with you. In fact, I can see here in my activity monitor, you can use your task manager, that it's actually using 100% of the CPU at the moment. Now, this is one of those things that it's not multi-core compatible. Unlike rendering, which is, the actual generation of the hairs is only done on one core of your CPU, so it's not going to be as fast as some of the other things you can do in Blender. And I can see here it's actually still working all of that out, but to be quite honest, I don't care. I want to carry on teaching you guys, so I'm going to quit that and build up my cube again for you. So here I am, just recreating where we were before, but without the 1 million hairs. And I'm just going to click this little handle here and pull it up so it's next to this area here. And of course, if we add some simple children there with only 10, that gets a bit thicker. Let's drag the hair length back down to about here, change it to interpolated, and we get a much better idea of what's going on. Now, in terms of numbers in general, you will have to play with it. If I now scale this cube outwards, so it's 15 times larger than it was before, the hairs are now ridiculously short for this style of model, so we'd have to increase them so it looks roughly the same, but now they're far less dense. And the same's true if I were to scale that right in. Oh dear, I don't know how small I've actually made that. Let's bring those all in. Alright, we've got a tiny cube, so let's zoom in. Now the hairs are much more dense, and you'll notice that we've got a display number and a render number. So at the moment, if we were to, not here, if we go into rendered mode here, that is still the same number that's on this display here. But if we go to render and render out the image, it will do a load of calculations, and then it will render with the cube with 100 hairs on it. And you can probably see that's very pixelated because it's low res, but there are many more hairs in there than there are otherwise. So in general, you'll want the children set to interpolated, and the number of emissions, well, you're going to have to play with that. But do be careful that you do not crash your system. Okay guys, it's challenge time. I'd like you to create hair for your bunny. So give our bunny some fur. Apply a hair particle system to the rabbit mesh. Don't worry about the detail of it just yet. And your bunny will look funny at this stage. Don't worry, we'll be sorting that out soon. So pause the video now and create hair for your bunny. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's hop over into Blender and create some bunny fur. Okay, so we're back in Blender. Let's go ahead and open up, if you've not done already, your fluffy bunny. And it's not that fluffy at the moment, so let's make it a fluffy bunny. So I need to pull this out so I can see what's going on. Add a particle system, and I'm going to call mine body hair. I'm going to call this body hair as well. Okay, and change the type to hair, and that's really long hair. So let's lower that back down to, well, we'll do 0.2 for the moment. That looks a decent length, okay, but it's pretty sparse at the moment. I'm going to turn on the other layers that we have, because otherwise when I render, they won't appear. Let's just render that image and see how it comes out. Well, the camera isn't positioned, but we can see there that the hairs are no good at all. So let's give it some thicker fur without crashing the computer. So let's head back over to the 3D view and let's try 10,000 hairs. Right, that's starting to look a bit better. That's a good... You kind of get a feeling after a while of what is a good overall hair density before you start adding children in. So let's go down to children. And well, you notice that this is in a bit different position to where it was before in the last example video, and that's simply because the positions of all of these are saved in the actual blend file itself. I'm not going to move this one up, but I am going to set it to interpolated, and we end up with a much thicker mesh. And Blender's just ever so slightly jerky for me at this point in time, which is okay. I'm not bothered with that, but I do want to just orientate the camera. So let's go to camera view. So when I do any renderings, so let's move it up a little and probably just rotate it around a little as well. So rotate that way would be fine. In fact, the way I keep looking at it from would be even better. Let's move it down to about there and then move it again. This time away from the camera, about there. So let's just see how that looks when we render it. Again, being as lean as possible to try and get a good idea about how the end result is going to look. It's going to look pretty disastrous, of course, at the moment, because we've not styled the hair, coloured the hair, or anything else. We'll get to that in a bit. And let's just see how this is coming out. Okay, so that looks like a good level of fluff. What is important is that I can't see the skin underneath. So there we go, we've got a good start for our fluffy bunny. The ears are certainly far too fluffy at the moment, because they're not like that on a normal bunny. There's good space around the eyes. Head hair is not usually this long, but we can deal with that as well. Let's skip round to my 3D view and see it in rendered form with 10 samples. Let's scoot around to the light side. In fact, I'm going to change the lamp type to a Hemi rather than anything else, because then it's going to have a direction, but it's also going to brighten up our scene really well. So we can see there we've got... Oh, it looks like I'm missing the other eye. Yes, I am missing the other eye. So in this case, I'm going to quickly go to where we've got sphere and call them eyes. I'm going to add a mirror modifier, should have done this before, and make the mirror object the rabbit, and we should end up with an eye on the other side. Perfect. Okay, so this is looking good. We've got our rough rabbit formed. Not quite there yet. We've got plenty of work to do left on our rabbit. I'm going to go back to solid view, and in certain places, of course, it does look like you're seeing through it, but that's fine. That's because all the hairs are currently standing up on end. Now, I think that is a good starting point. Most of these hairs in a bit will be transferred to here, so we're going to do some more adjusting anyway. That is a great start. How do you guys get on? How fluffy has your bunny ended up? Please share it in the discussions, and I will see you guys in the next lecture. Welcome to Fake Users. In this video, you will learn how to give your hair or fur colour, understand about fake users and how to use them, and finally realise what the zero before anything in Blender, whether it's a brush, whether it's a material, etc, etc, a particle system, what that means. So let's hop straight on over into Blender. Okay, so at the moment, as you've seen, when we render our lovely rabbit, we don't get anything. We just get this grey base material. So on the particle system itself, oh, we're not seeing anything. That's because we've got the eyes selected. We can see that in the outliner. So if I select the rabbit itself, we'll get our settings back. I'm just going to drag this up so I can see what's going on further down. Now, here we have default material, which is what it's set to at the moment. But there are no other materials assigned to our rabbit. So in order to make sure that we have hair on our rabbit, we need to, whilst the rabbit object is selected, give it a material in here. So we could go here and, as we can see, now we've created a material, and I'm going to call this mat 1. And we can create as many materials against an object as we like. So I've just clicked the plus there to duplicate that and do mat 2. And we should see in this drop down we've got 0 mat 1 and 0 and just mat 2. Now the 0 means it's not assigned to anything, and if we decide at any point to save the file and shut it down whilst it's not assigned to anything, it means that it will actually just vanish completely. So if you spend ages setting up a material, then you'll want to make sure that it's either assigned to something or assigned a fake user. Now, we looked at this a few lectures back in the material brush. In the sculpting brushes, they all had Fs next to one another. So for the moment, if we want to have two materials there and make sure that we keep material 1, we need to give it a fake user. Now, all we've done there is we've switched it across. But if you hit the F key, we see that there are now 2 users. That's what this number 2 does. It means there are 2 users that use material 1, which is confusing, but not. We've got the fake user and we've got the rabbit itself because it's assigned. And if we go across here and switch over to material 2, when we have a look at the materials again, we can see material 2 is actually assigned to this rabbit itself, and the F material 1 is just assigned to a fake user, so we don't lose it. Now, the important thing is, if you close Blender, it only happens when you close Blender. So you've saved your file and closed it down. When you open it up, anything with a 0 next to it will disappear. Right, so we've got 2 materials there, and have we got 2 materials here? No, so there are not 2 materials on our rabbit yet. There are just 2 materials sat in the background. So if I press plus, and we can go to this drop down, and I know it's the other one, material 1. So we've got 2 materials on our object. So now that's there, when we hop over to our, well, let's just give them different colors. Let's give it green so we know what's going on, and give it blue. Okay, so we've got a green material and a blue material. Now, when we go to our particle system and come up, we can now see material 1 and material 2. Sitting there. And these particle systems are associated with that mesh as well. So that's why these 2 materials have appeared on the material slot, because both the material and the particle system are both assigned to the rabbit. So if we selected one of them and just switched over to rendered mode, we would see that we have a green bunny. Excellent. So that's how we go about making sure that we have materials assigned. So we've got 2 different materials, and of course you can have as many materials as you like and build them up in layers, and we'll deal with that later on with the node system. But for now, you can have as many materials as you like assigned against a particular object and then actually use them. And as you can see here, we've still got F against our material 1, so it is there and it's stored. Now if I click the cross here and get rid of it and go ahead and click on material 1 again, you can see it automatically reassigns and remembers. Now if I hit the number 2, it duplicates that material. Very, very useful, very powerful. And of course, when we're on material 1 again, if I just hit F again, it unassigns that fake user that it had before. And when we click here, we see that we've got material 1, the duplicate of material 1, and material 2. And the duplicate of material 1 actually has a 0 against it, so if I was to shut down Blender and reopen it, that material would not exist anymore. It would just disappear as if it was never created. And that is, of course, the primary reason why you would use a fake user if you did not want that material to just evaporate into thin air the next time you opened up your Blender file. Okay guys, it's challenge time. I'd like you to give the bunny coloured hair. So give your bunny a skin colour and a hair colour. You will need 2 different materials to do this, and if you've been following along, you will actually have the base ones to work with. Then set the skin material as a diffuse BSDF type material, and set the hair material to, there is actually a shader specifically for hair in Cycles, Hair BSDF. So go ahead, pause the video now, and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's hop back on over into Blender. Okay, so with our funky bunny here, we're almost halfway there, but I'm just going to run through it as if we hadn't done that. So we'd have our basic bunny here. I'm just going to switch over to solid so it's not so slow loading up. So first of all, we know we want to give this bunny itself some materials. So making sure that the object is selected, we go to the materials tab in the properties window. And we're going to need 2 materials. So I'm just going to hit the plus twice. We don't have any materials here, so let's go ahead and create a new material. And I'm going to call this material skin. And that's going to represent the actual rabbit's skin. Now, we're not going to see this at first, but if we ever parted the hair or perhaps some wind was blowing, I'd want to make sure it was a reasonable colour. Now, I don't actually know what colour rabbit's skin is, so I'm going to go for a light pinky colour. Now, a good way of working out actually whether your hair is thick enough is actually to have completely really wild colours. So if I set this pink all the way down to this bright magenta, if the hair wasn't thick enough, I'd be able to see the magenta through it, and I'd know I'd need to make it slightly thicker. But I think the hair is going to be thick enough in this case, so I'll just make it a lighter pink. And it is diffuse BSDF. Now we can go in later and use the node editor to make this much more rich in terms of its materials, but since it's not going to be seen, I'm happy with leaving it like that. So let's go ahead and this other material, create a new material, and I'm going to call it fur for the moment. In fact, I'm going to give it a name, brown fur. Okay, brilliant. So now we have brown fur here. I'm going to, as you've probably guessed, create some brown fur. So brown obviously is not on this color wheel. So the next question is, where do I get brown from? Well, there's a couple of ways you can do it. I'm just going to do it by eye. Hairs themselves are actually quite light. If you ever look at a hair under a microscope, it's almost see-through. It's just the density of hairs that cause it to have a color. Now, you will have to bear this in mind if you are creating hairs on a model, because they're going to, the Cycles engine is a physics-based renderer. When it comes to rendering, if you have very dark fur, it's going to look even darker than you intended it to. So I'm going to set it as this orange color for the moment. I'm going to change this type to hair, BSDF, and I'm going to actually, before I do anything further, I'm going to move the camera around because I realize it's actually on the wrong side of our bunny. So I'm going to rotate that Z. Oh, that's rotating around there. If we set the pivot point as the rabbit down here, set it as the pivot point as a 3D cursor. Now rotate along that Z-axis and look at it from this angle. It should still be pointing at our bunny. Let's just check. Yes, it is. I'm going to move the camera about slightly and just zoom out ever so slightly there. Okay, so we've got that there. Let's go and hit render and see how our bunny's looking at the moment. I haven't assigned any fluff, so I should imagine it's not looking too great. So we've got brown fur here and skin. Great. So let's go to the particle system down here, and oh, it's actually assigned it brown fur. That was a bit of luck more than anything else. And we've got something that's starting to look quite nice. Okay, brilliant. Now you see what I was saying earlier. I can see that the skin colours come through on the ears as well. So you can see what I was saying earlier. The hair is actually quite a light colour. However, when there's a whole load of it like there is here, and this rabbit unfortunately looks a bit like a bristle brush at the moment rather than a real rabbit. We'll get to making that a bit better soon. But you can see, even though the colour is this really light colour, it comes out quite dark when there's a big bunch of it. In fact, if we go ahead and adjust this and make it even lighter, let's bring it back down here. So, ooh, an orange, really, really light that. It's almost like a light peach. I'm going to get into colour questions here and render that out again. We may end up with not quite as light as we thought it was here. So I'm just interested actually to see how this comes out. Wow, okay, that's really interesting how that's come out, how it's still dark brown in the middle and this lighter colour around the edge. So you can see there that Cycles is actually doing a very, very good job at realising, well, if you've got lots and lots of hair, not very much light reaches in there or it gets absorbed. So you end up with a darker colour, even though you started with this quite light colour. Okay, some other things that I can see just looking at here. We've got these weird highlights here. I'm going to see whether those disappear later on when we start going over this model in a bit more detail. But otherwise, that's looking quite good at the moment. And if we have a quick look over here, just finally in the properties window here, down here we've got our brown fur and skin assigned, but these original materials that I made earlier are still here ready to use. But the moment I go and save my file and reopen it, so let's do that now just to re-highlight that point. I'm going to save my file and then I'm just going to open recent and open our fluffy bunny. So it's opened it up again. And if we go back to the materials, they are gone. So please share your bunny in the discussions. I'd love to see your combination of colours. Have you gone wacky? Have you gone for a completely different style of bunny? Please share those in the discussions, and I will see you guys in the next lecture. Welcome to Particle Editing. In this video, you'll be introduced to the Particle Edit option. Learn how to edit the particles, style the hairs to make them flow in a more natural manner, and learn how to reset the hairs back to their default state. So let's hop straight on over into Blender. Okay, so we have our fluffy bunny in front of us here with the new materials applied, but we want to style this hair because at the moment it's just sticking straight out of the mesh underneath, pretty much straight upwards, like it was a series of normals coming out of our mesh. So we need to style this and make it flow in the way that it would flow naturally with an animal. So with the object selected, in this case the rabbit that the particle system is attached to, under where it says object mode here, we can change the interaction to particle edit, and it's got a picture of a comb. And if we click that, the screen changes ever so slightly and we get this in front of us. Now, I'm going to quickly, on the properties window over here, just click on the particle over here, and we will see the moment, well, at the moment it's grayed out, but the moment that we actually do something, we can, in particle edit, we cannot actually change anything that's over here anymore. So we can't add more hairs, we can't change the hair length, etc. the moment we start doing things. So at the moment, if I hop back into object mode, I can add more hairs, I can remove hairs, I can do lots of things still. However, the moment we go to particle edit, it changes to this. And we can see we've got a couple of options over on the tool shelf here. We have a series of brush types, similar to how we've had them before with the sculpting that we did earlier. Now, just like before, if there's no brush selected at the moment, but if I click on comb, it has a radius and a strength, just like it did before. And you can use the same keys, the F key, to make the brush bigger and smaller. And you can use the Shift and F key to change the strength of that brush. Right, and there are a series of options down here. Now, when I click wait, it will crash my system. So that's important to know. Your system may crash if you click on wait. So don't click on it if you're in the middle of something important. And I believe it's to do with the number of particles that are currently on the scene itself. If I reduce the number of particles, it doesn't seem to happen. But then, of course, I don't have a fluffy bunny. I've got a very bold bunny. So comb does exactly what it sounds like it's going to do. So I'm going to reduce the radius again. And if I just left click and drag across our model, we can see there that I can start combing my model. Now, the limit selection to visible toggle does work with this. So I've actually brushed the hair on the other side as well, but from this perspective, so it's not quite how I'd want it to be. Of course, you can brush that down like this, like it would be on a real rabbit. And you can spend a lot of time brushing your virtual rabbit or grooming your virtual rabbit to make it look better. And then, of course, I'm just going to, I don't know, give it a mohawk in the middle just there. There are loads of different options here. So we've got smooth, which will smooth out the differences as you go through. Add. Now that adds hairs, and that's one of the reasons why now we can't edit over here. We can change the length, so we can grow and shrink it. Very, very powerful. But we're going to use a different method of determining length, but you can certainly make some minor alterations here if you want. Puff will puff it out, and cut will remove. Now, a note about cut, and I'll do it now for you just to show you. It cuts hairs, but it cuts hairs completely off. Now, once you've cut them off, unfortunately, there's no way of adding them back to where they were before. You'd have to add them back with the add brush, which you can see straight away is going to take a lot longer to do than removing them. So use the cut with caution. That's what I like to say. And I'm not going to click on wait. As I've said before, it crashes Blender, so I'm going to avoid clicking on that. It'll be interesting to know, and do post in the discussions if it also crashes on your system, whether it's a little bug that I have or whether it's a general one. Okay, and obviously, and looking at the brush types, with comb, there's no difference there. I'm just going to undo several times to see if I can get back to a hairy bunny. There we go. With certain brush types, like length, for instance, we can grow and shrink. So if you were thinking about removing some hairs, perhaps you'd want to shrink them back and create more of a stubble, I suppose, than actually cutting them off. But that will depend on your application. And we're going to use slightly different methods for controlling our hair growth over our body as well. So we've got a bit more control than this arbitrary cutting back, etc. And if we look down, there's something very interesting here, the deflect emitter. So again, I'm just going to undo my length changes that I had there. And now the deflect amount here, the distance, changes. So I'm going to set it back to comb up here. It changes the skin of our rabbit, the actual underlying mesh, deflects. So if I set that to 0, there's a good chance that at some point I will push a hair into the model. And essentially create an ingrowing hair. But of course, when that happens, if we quickly switch to rendered mode, I'm going to select this area here to render. And if I hop into rendered mode here, oh, and that's another thing to tell you. When you're in particle edit, the render mode won't show anything. You have to hop back out of that. And we see that with, oh, that will probably do there. If I zoom in, it changes it. It's got bold patches there when we've brushed it. If we go back into particle edit and increase this amount to, well, 1.8, which is lots. Now when we brush over our model, and we hop back on over into object mode, we can see that the hairs are much better. And you will have to keep going backwards and forwards. So I'm just going to draw a bigger render border here because that's a bit small. There we go. And remember, this isn't the final render amount. That is determined down here with the display number. So if I increase that to maybe 25, we'll get a better impression of the thickness. And we can see it's being combed over there. And if we hop back on over into particle edit, and we can't see it when it's like that, so we need to hop into solid mode as well. And we can comb about here, we can puff the hair out, we can even add length to it if we want, but we'll be doing a different method of controlling the length later on. However, for minor changes at the moment, this would be a great way of making those little tweaks. And of course, when we hop back into rendered mode and into object, it'll take a few seconds to do. And as you can see there, I've actually made the hair quite long and bristly. So, oh, I don't know what that's actually going to look like. Quite strange, I should imagine. Yes, very quiffy. Great. Finally, if you've ever done something and it's irreversible, like cut all the hair off, don't worry about it, because in the particle editing properties window over here, towards the top, there's a button that says free edit. Now, when you click on that, it does say you're going to lose the changes done in particle mode, and that will reset it back to how it was before you started playing about and styling the hair. Okay guys, it's challenge time. I'd like you to style the bunny's hair. So spend a few minutes trying out the different styling tools. Create a few styles. Now, don't spend too long on the style at this time. For starters, it's a prototype. We're nowhere near the finished model at the moment. And also, we're likely to, in a few moments, have to reset it anyway. Now, when you've done this, when you've done your styles, do share in the discussions. I'd love to see the hairstyles that you've come up with. Perhaps you've given the rabbit a side parting. Who knows? So please share that in the discussion. So pause the video now and go ahead and style the bunny's hair. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's hop straight back over into Blender. Okay, so let's go ahead and style our bunny. So the first thing I'm going to do is just come out of rendered mode for the moment and hop into solid mode. And I'm going to just clear that render border so there's less on the screen at once. If I press the right key combination, there we go. So now that we've got this here, what I'm going to do is go over into particle edit. Now in general, if you look and make sure the comb's selected, and in general, if you look at an animal, most of the fur falls downwards with gravity. So it's worthwhile remembering that. And what we can do here is with limit selection to visibility turned off, I can view it from the side. It doesn't matter which side at this point. Well, with the background it does, and well, that can help us, but I will just turn the opacity on the background image, here we go. I'll just turn that down a little so I can see more of my model. Oh, let's have a look at the proper thing first. So we've got a lot of hair going down here. Then it kind of comes down here, and all the hair on the head does go backwards as well towards the ears and upwards, and a little bit downwards here. So we can use that. I'm just going to turn it on and off rather than looking at it. So we can pull our model down. Now, what's deflect? Now, the deflect emitter is quite high at the moment, so I'm going to lower that back down to around 0.5. Otherwise, I can't get the hair close to the body. And I'm just going to pull it down. Now, because I've got the limit selection to visibility turned off, when we go around the other side, it's combed it round in a symmetrical way. Now there is an X mirror here, but it doesn't seem to work at this point in time. So now we've got that there, let's do this bottom bit as well. Now bear in mind the bottom is not going to be seen. Let's hop back round to the side view, the left hand side. And I'm going to have a look at the head. Now, of course, we want this hair all brushed back. And if you want to do some detail around the eyes, you can do. And then pull it down towards the neck just here. So you can have a lot of fun playing with the comb and brushing. In fact, you could probably spend a couple of hours on a more detailed model just getting the hair looking roughly right. Now the ears for the moment, I don't want hair on the ears, so I could actually cut it off, but for humour's sake I'm just going to brush everything up so it's got spiky ears. Now of course we need to remember the middle of the head, so it's got a bit of a mohawk going on at the back here. There we go, that's all combed back, and we've got a few stragglers there. Let's push those up and push those up as well. So we've pretty much combed all of the hair on the bunny now. That's apart from a few little stragglers, but that's absolutely fine. So let's go and have a look how it actually looks in rendered mode. Oh yes, we've got a pink bunny. Well, that's obviously the skin colour at that point. We're still in particle edit, so let's come out there and have a look at this model here, and that just kind of gives us a little inkling of where the problem areas may end up being. There's a few tufts coming out in random places, so let's pull that back there, and there was a little bit around here. Let's brush that down, and let's just have another look in object mode. Yeah, that looks a bit better. I don't mind a few tufts coming out, and let's go and render that now. Okay, lovely. So that's got a quite nice shine to it by the looks of things. So we'll need to work on the materials later on for the hair, because obviously that was a well-conditioned bunny by the looks of things. And there are a few things here to sort out, like around the eyes, etc. But we're going to do that in a slightly different way, rather than just trimming the hair back, etc. But that's a pretty good first attempt at just brushing the hair back and seeing how it looks. Remember to share your bunny in the discussions. I'd love to see the styles that you've put out, and I will see you guys in the next lecture. Take care. Welcome to Weight Painting. In this video, you will use weight painting and vertex groups to control where the particle system actually appears and where it does not. So let's hop straight on over into Blender. Okay, so we have our rabbits that we've rendered out here, and just using it for a bit of reference material for a moment, the hair over the entire body and ears itself, it is all uniform. And if you have a look at a rabbit, that's not the case. There's a big, in our particular model that I'm using here, and my reference material, I've got a big fluffy chest on my rabbit. The hair is definitely longer on the body than it is on the head. And the shortest place of all is the ears. There's very little hair on there at all. So we could go in and, using the particle edit tool, go in and try and alter all of these, but I can tell you firsthand that that would be an absolute pain to try and do. But what we can do is set up multiple particle systems and actually apply them to certain parts of the body, and those particle systems themselves can have certain attributes. So, first of all, let's hop into 3D view. Okay, so this is what our rabbit currently looks like. Now, in order to assign certain areas of our bunny hair to certain parts of the bunny body, we will need to set up vertex groups. And there's a couple of ways you could do that. We've already experienced one way where we select the mesh, the vertices within the mesh and add those to the group. But there's another way called weight painting. So the first thing we're going to do is create one of these vertex groups. So I'm going to go over to the data, the object data window over here, and we've got vertex groups, and I'm going to add one and call it body. Okay, now it's called body, we can literally hop into weight paint and start painting. Now at the moment there's a load of hair in the way. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over to the particle system at the top here and just click the little eyeball to hide it. And we've got ourselves a blue bunny. Now, like before, we've got a series of brush types. So looking here, these are all the brush types you can have. Add and subtract are generally the two that I would use. In this case, we're adding. Now it's blue at the moment. And I'm going to change the strength here to 0.25 because in general there are 4 steps, there are 4 colours. Obviously there's a gradient in between them all, but there are 4 main colours. And I'm just going to draw straight on the bunny here. The first colour is this sort of turquoise or cyan colour. 0 is this dark blue. The next level, about 25%, is shown by this turquoise colour. Then at 50% we have this green colour. Then we have a yellow colour, and then finally a red colour. And a red colour denotes 100% weighting. Now in general, with the hairs themselves, in this case I do want 100% of the body hair. Yeah, that sounds a bit funny, but the 100% of the body hair on the body itself. So we would want to colour in the body all red. Now I'm going to turn the strength up to 1 so that everything I do is straight away coloured red. And I'm going to have to shrink the brush size again using F. I can do that, and using Shift and F I can change the I want to say opacity, but the strength of the brush. And I'm going to leave that at 1 for the moment as well. And the limit selection to visibility tool is also available here. So I'm going to toggle that. Was it on or off before? I just put a line across there. I think it was actually, now it's on. So now it's off, we can go around to a side view and paint our model. Literally just going over it and filling in all the way up to, let's say, there. That looks a good portion. I'm going to make the brush size a little larger and move it around here. And I'm going to do that area there and the back here. Now, because we've limited selection to visible turned off, we can paint right through our model, and because it's a symmetrical model, that works absolutely fine. I'm going to shrink the brush down here, and now we're at a funny angle. I'm actually going to turn that back on so that I don't end up drawing through our model. I'm just going to colour in the rest of the details around the neck to make sure it's as complete as I want it to be. Right, that's great. Now that is assigned automatically with weight paint turned on. That has assigned this part to the body here. If we were to create a new group under here, you can see under vertex groups, under the data object properties here, you can see that we can toggle between those two groups. Now finally, we will want to go to our particle system and assign this particle system to this actual vertex group. So if we scroll down here, and we'll get to where it says vertex groups, and there are a lot of options. Essentially, the one that we want at this point in time is density. When you click on that, it gives us the two in this case, the new one that I've just created called group. It gives us the body one. So we select that, and there we are, we're all done. If we turn back on our particle system at the top here, you will see that the hair is now wrapped around the body and the body only. Now, of course, at this point, we know that there are enough hairs to cover the entire bunny, so there are probably too many hairs at this point in time, just around this part of the body. Now, we're going to have to click Free Edit and remove all the changes that have been done. So it'll go fluffy again, because I know for a fact that there are too many hairs in this bunny now for just the body. So we can go in and start editing again. So I'm going to get it down to 1,000, and I'm seeing 25. And again, I'm just going to render that really quickly and see what it looks like. That's probably a little sparse, as we can see there. But again, that's not how we're going to view it finally. So let's go back to the 3D view. And let's go to Particle Edit and just comb them around so it looks roughly right. Have we got both sides? No, we haven't got both sides. So let's comb them round like this and then go back to render and render the image. Oh, I've done that thing again where I've not hopped out of Particle Edit. So now it's looking like that. We go and render it. So at 100 children, remember it's the render amount here, we can see that that's just about right. There's a little bit around the neck here where it's not quite full. So I'm going to try increasing the number of children rather than the number of actual hairs. I'm going to re-render the image and see how that comes out. That looks much better. So I'm going to leave it like that for the moment. Of course, I'm free to come back to these at any point. But the moment you go to Free Edit, you lose the combing that we've just done. Okay, that's looking pretty good. And I have a challenge for you. I would like you to add hair to the rest of our bunny. Create vertex groups for the head, ears, whiskers, so think about where they come from, and the chest. Create new particle systems for these areas. Weight paint the appropriate areas and assign those particle systems to those areas. So pause the video now and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's hop straight back over into Blender. Okay, so we have the body assigned. Let's go straight away and just create the rest of the groups that we need. So there was head, and then there was ears, whiskers, and finally chest. So we're going to have a big plume at the front of our bunny. Okay, brilliant. And we might have to assign some different hair types at some point, but for the moment, let's actually colour these in, essentially. So we're going to go round to the head. I'm going to hide our particle system so it's not in the way and doesn't slow down the viewport, and hop over into the 3D view. I'm going to go round to the side, and I want that side. I will press the right keys one day, and let's colour in the head. I hope we're on the head. Yep, head is selected. So let's go to weight paint and literally colour in our head. Now there's one thing we're going to have to bear in mind when doing this. So that's that there. Let's go round. Oh, I didn't have limit selection turned off. So let's go through and just whiz over real quick that area there. That should have included most of it. Okay, so let's turn it back on again and go round the top of the head. And this area here. So I'm going to make the brush size a little smaller, come in and literally just go over the top of here with the strength at 1, so it's an absolute certainty that that's where I want hair. And I appear to have applied a little bit here. Now I want to go to, so where's subtract? Subtract and just go here. There we go. So you will have that occasionally when you go backwards and forwards and end up drawing over another part of the model. Don't worry if you do it, because you can always undo it. Okay, that's looking pretty good. There's a tiny bit of tidying here to be done. Oh, Subtract's actually got a much lower strength by the looks of it. Okay, let's spin round once more and just get rid of those final bits. Of course, the eyes themselves, we don't want any hairs going in the eyes. So I'm going to lock it into this view again. And because it's a mirror, what I can do is make sure I'm painting through the model and go in. Oh, I've gone a bit far there. We can undo that. Let's make the radius just a little bit bigger initially, so I can do that. Excellent. Okay, so there's no hairs going to be growing in the base, but there is a bit of a top bit here and bottom. Now, in order to do that, I'm not going to be able to essentially mirror it. I will have to do it manually. So I'm going to have a smaller brush and literally limit to selection turned on. Limit selection to visible turned on. Go around and do that there. Come in here. Okay, that's starting to look much better. And let's whiz around here. Occasionally you will make a mistake doing this, so I suggest stopping every now and again and going at it again. Okay, that's looking good. It's a bit ominous being so close to the bunny. Okay, and let's do this one here. So we're almost there. I'm pretty happy with that, especially with the length of the hair around. But then there's the mouth and nose area. Oh, I've gone inside our model. So fortunately, that's roughly the right size for me. And I'm going to try this. It might not work, but that will keep hairs away from the mouth region as well. And that will give us a bit more fidelity with the hairs. Brilliant. So that's the head done, and we need to create a particle system for it. And we're going to go in and create a new particle system and call it head. Now here, what we can do is pick the body hair one, which looks like that, and make it a unique user by clicking on this number. So now it says body hair 001, and we're going to call it head hair. So that gives us the opportunity to not have to recreate all of the settings we had before. The only thing we will have to do is go down here and go to density and set it to the head, which it will now do. And we can see there that's much better. In fact, we've not got hair in the eye socket. It comes over a little, and we don't have any hair around here. Now, bearing in mind this hair is going to be shorter, so we can make it smaller now. Let's go here, hair length, and bring it right back. The density itself is actually going to have to be quite high, otherwise, because it's shorter, we won't see it. So let's comb that back and down and around here. Let's just comb that round, spin round the other side and comb that back and round and down here. Okay, I'm happy leaving a few stragglers for the moment. Let's just make sure they're going in the right general direction, and the back of the head, of course. Let's comb that down. It always seems funny. Right, let's hop into object mode and just see how that looks. Looking pretty good. Let's unhide the eyes so we can see what's going on again, and just render the image and see how that looks. Okay, we can see the density of the hair is good for the head. There's still a bit of a bold patch here, so we're going to have to do something to cover that up or do something with that, but we can come back to that in a bit. And there's a bit of roughness on the actual rabbit's face around here, but otherwise that looks pretty good. In 3D view, if we look at the front, oh, I can see actually as we move around, I can see a tuft above this eye and a tuft just there. So I'm going to go back around into Particle Edit and just brush that along there. And it was just here, and brush that as well. Now, of course, we can reduce the strength of this brushing as well, which will help massively. In fact, the distance from the face, if we lower that a little more, we can get a better brush or a better style of hair, because it'll be closer, hugging to the face as we go round. And of course, you can style it round the eyes as well. There's lots of stuff you can do here to make sure that the model is nice and clean. There we go, that's that bit done. Let's go around the eye here. There we go, that looks pretty good. Now we might need more hairs, actually more, well, we can't go back and do it now, but the number, we might need to increase it to get a better feel of it. But that looks pretty good around there, and obviously you don't end up with hairs around the eyes too much anyway, and it's a bit fluffy there. So I think we just need to brush that back. And again, you can go back, oh, you can actually see that these are a bit tufty anyway, so if we straighten those out, that will flow around the eyes pretty well. Excellent. So let's hop into object mode again. That's a much better appreciation of what's going on there, and of course around the mouth area as well. So we just want to keep the hairs basically away from the mouth, so depending which way they start and go from these, and these are, as you can see, the kinks there, those are the segments. So if we just guide it around, let's increase the strength and the radius ever so slightly. Oh, not that much, in fact. Let's decrease both ever so slightly. There we go. We can pull that down, pull these down, and eventually we get ourselves into a lovely position when it comes to our rabbit's fur. Okay, let's go back and render that out and see how that looks. Oh, I've done it again. Go into object mode and then render that out and see how that looks. That looks much, much better. So I'm going to speed the video up now as I go through the hairs coming here for the ears themselves, and I'll slow back down when it comes to the whiskers. So let's go sort out the chest and ears. Okay, so finally the whiskers. So I've got the whisker area set up, but this is one of these places where you're going to want to make sure that your particle system, we haven't added it yet, so let's go and add whiskers in. Now I don't need to duplicate a previous particle system here, but I do need to change this to hair type, and down here set the density to whiskers. Just going to keep it to these areas here. Okay, that's a bit funny. We've got very long whiskers. So for a start, there aren't that many whiskers. We will need to reduce the number. So on emission, oh, we can't do it whilst we're in particle edit mode. On emission, I'm going to go for 16. And they're not that long, so let's go for a length of 1. Maybe less of these, maybe 8. And let's try different seeds, which randomizes it a little. I quite liked number 1, actually. There we go. Maybe 10 or so. Okay, so there's lots of things you can do here. So they're coming out. It's a very weird angle coming out here, but that's not a problem. There's a bit of a discrepancy with the number here. So I'm going to go back to free edit and remove it. I've just noticed there's like 3 over this side and whatever the number left is over the other side. So let's hop into object mode and see if we can, let's take it down to 10 and just change the seed until we end up with the right number on both sides. I think that's probably the easiest way of doing this. So you can see sometimes, that distribution was quite good. There looks to be about 4 on both sides. There are. And now we just need to deal with how it's looking. So from the top, let's go into particle edit and pull them outwards. And from the front view, or the rear view, let's go to the front view. Yep, that's absolutely fine for the moment. We can deal with more of that later. And the fluff itself for the chest, I haven't actually done that in any detail. So let's go to the chest. It's nice, and I'm actually going to go here and go to length. And by the chest, top of the chest, I want that to grow out a little more on both sides. I'm just going to make sure it has applied to both sides. Yes, it has. Perfect. I don't know what that's going to look like, but let's go to rendered image. Oh, I've done it once again. Go into object mode first and then go to render image and see how that looks. Excellent, that's starting to look very good. I still haven't dealt with this tuft of hair or missing hair at the back here, but we won't worry about that for the moment. Again, we're still in a prototyping phase at the moment, but we've got all the different parts of the hair all sorted out. So there we go, we've got that challenge. It was a bit of a big challenge, wasn't it? But we've got that nailed. So now go ahead and share your new hairy rabbit with us over in the discussions, and I will see you guys in the next lecture. Welcome to Adding Randomness with Children. In this video, you'll adjust the particle settings to get a more realistic and less uniform hair appearance. So let's hop straight on over into Blender. Okay, so we have our bunny in front of us, and I'm just going to switch across to the 3D view. Okay, and let's focus on just one particular part of the bunny at the moment, and let's focus on the body itself. So I'm going to turn all the other particle systems off, so it's nice and quick to move around. Now, at the moment, our bunny has a very uniform look to it. It looks very shiny, very sleek. Now, hair tends to be quite uniform when it's short, but you still have these stragglers roaming about. But you can also have tufts. I mean, hair isn't going to be completely regular as if it has been combed, especially on a wild animal. So we're going to have to add a bit of randomness into that. So on the particle properties over here, we've got a selection of options under our children. So moving further down from our display and our render settings here, the seeds, etc. Long hair, well, we're not going to use that because this is relatively short hair, but you would use that option if you were perhaps making a lady and you wanted long hair, you know, going down to the waistline rather than a short bob or something like that. Anyway, back to this here. So clump. Now this goes from -1 to 1. And when it's set to -1, that means it will clump together at the root. And in this case, it will mean the children clump together round the parent close to the skin and then radiate out from there. When it's set to 1, it's the other way round. It starts further away and clumps together at the tip of the hairs. Now, this doesn't seem to be working at the moment, so let me investigate why it's not working. Have I come across a bug or have I forgotten something? Okay, so I've just worked out what was going on there and why these settings weren't changing for me, and that's just simply because I had the wrong particle system selected here. So even though the body hair was being viewed, I had actually selected chest hair. Now I've made some changes as I was fiddling about, so I'm just going to open up the saved file I'd made, and I do suggest at all times you keep a regular save going on. Let's go back to where we were before with body hair here. So that's a good learning for us all. So let's have a look at our bunny and let's hide the properties and tool shelf so we can see more of our lovely body. Okay, so we were talking about the clump. So the clump value at -1 clumps it at the base and at +1 clumps it at the end. Now that looks a bit silly, but might be good for grasses because they tend to clump together at their root and then come out from there. And if you had a wet rabbit, it would probably have a clump value of 1, as hairs do tend to clump together when they're wet. And I'm just going to render that because I want to see if it does, in fact, look like our bunny's gotten a little soggy. It does indeed. It looks either wet or greasy. Okay, so let's hop back round to the 3D view, and we probably don't want it clumping together too much, but since hairs clump together naturally, having a little bit of clump does add to the sort of realism of our model. So looking at the length here, well, if we set it down to 0, it makes them all very short, and the threshold underneath simply tells Blender the percentage of hairs that are at this lower value. So that's good if you've got a lot more hairs in here for making sure you've got a variation in hair length. So if I reduce that ever so slightly and then have the threshold not all the way down here, not all the way at the top, but somewhere in the middle, we get a nice compromise. So let's have a short length and a threshold of ones that are like that, quite high. There we go. So parting's not going to give us too much of a difference in our model, but we can see it does make a slight difference to the hair itself. Now, uniform, the roughness, these are all roughness settings here. So we've got the uniformness of it, and it's currently set to 0. And if we play with extremes here, so if we just slide that up gradually to 1, you can see it gets increasingly more and more scruffy until it goes over 1 and carries on going, and that's a very, very fluffy bunny. So this is basically telling Blender how disorganized it's going to become. The size here, as you can see, causes a few ripple effects and gives us the size of the disorder. So if you imagine the hairs themselves, if you had a meter long hair and the size was high, it would be disordered, but it would ripple in a very long ripple. But if you pull the size back down, it causes this disturbance. It looks like a ripple at the moment, doesn't it, as it's going down? But it causes more and more and more kinks in the hair until it ends up a very scruffy bunny. So if we render it out whilst it's looking like that, it's going to look not like it did before. It's actually going to look like a very rough, matted hair, as we can see here. And in fact, it does look more matted than the head does. So we can use that to our advantage as well. In this case, that looks, again, it's gone too far. I don't think a rabbit would ever have hair that looks like a bristled brush. So again, let's go back to the 3D view. We're going to set the uniform here. I'm going to play with these figures just a little and probably make it just a little bit fuzzy, but not much. Now the end point, that changes how the end of the hair, the very end of the hair itself, is actually being roughed up. So it changes the direction of those very end hairs. So if we look towards the end of hairs and I move this, it deviates them around. And you see, because there's a lot of children there, it tends to move everything around at once. So we've got to be careful about not creating a sort of a wave pattern going on, because we certainly don't want that. But having a little of endpoint there does change it. Now the shape itself determines where on the hair that it starts actually changing. So at 0, it's going to start changing at the base, and we can see there it's moving the whole hair about. And if we increase that up, it's going to change the very, very ends of the hairs instead, which gives them, again, a much more realistic appearance. Random. Now, this, as you can probably guess, adds randomness to our model. The higher we increase the randomness, the more scruffy our model will get. And then we've got a size value. So if we change the size value, that changes how, just the same with the size on the uniform, it changes how much randomness is across the whole hair. So the larger that size is, the more the randomness is spread over the hair rather than lots of little changes in the hair. So if we change the size all the way down, we can see it becomes very, very disordered. However, if we change it up, it comes more and more back into being uniform. And of course, we want probably a little bit of that in our model as well. And the threshold, of course, very similar to the threshold with the length. When it's at 100% here, or 1, then none of the hairs, none of the particles are left untouched by the random rough amount. But if we decrease that, more and more particles, or more and more hairs in this case, become randomized. So let's just have a quick look in the rendered image at how our bunny is looking. So it's certainly looking a little more rough around there, but I do want it to be a little more fluffy. So we're going to have to experiment with here. So I think I need to up the endpoint disorder and set that value perhaps at 1 and this one at 0.2. Oh, that might be a bit fluffy. So set it at 0.1 and let's go and render it again. Doing this over and over again, it's not a bad thing. You're going to have a look. And the reason why I'm going straight for the rendered mode rather than viewing it in the viewport is because if I view it in the viewport, I'm not seeing all of the hairs involved. And we still have this bold patch on our bunny just here. So I'm going to go ahead and investigate that now and see what's going on. So we're looking at it from here, and I can see straight away that there is a lack of hair around there. A couple of options that we can do with that. Because I don't want to have to restyle the bunny just yet, let's just see if it's a vertex issue. So let's go and select the body, because that's what we're doing. So we've got that selected, and let's go into white paint and just add, I'm assuming I've got add turned on. Yes, add. And I'm just going to go in here and add more hair to this area here, just in case that's not enough. And see if that covers up our poor rabbit's bald spot. So let's go back. Well, we can just render it now and see if that's solved the issue. If it hasn't, we might have to change some other options, perhaps just increasing the number of children ever so slightly. So that's still not covered that area there. So let's go into the particle options. And can we increase the number of children? We can. I'm going to try going up to 150 on the final render and seeing if that makes a difference. So I'm not liking this bold patch. I thought it would be relatively straightforward to cover it up, but it doesn't look like it's being relatively straightforward. So this here is getting better now. However, I think the issue may be that the hairs are actually pressed too far against the rabbit's skin. Possibly even an ingrown. Oh, it looks very rough there as well. So let's see if we can go in and particle edit. Oh, we don't want to add length there, so I'm just going to undo that. Let's go and comb it and just move it back a little. Now, there seems to be quite a lack here of parents at this part of our model. So one of the other things that we can do just to help us with covering up this bold spot and in general seeing a better impression about what's going on, if we look over on the tool shelf and with the tools tab selected scroll down, we will see children, and if we put a tick in that, we can see how the particles are actually looking, or in this case the hairs, including the children, which is very, very useful. So I'm going to try playing with the seed of children just a little and see if that sorts out our boldness problem. That indeed looks much better. Brilliant. Okay guys, it's challenge time. I'd like you to alter the remaining particle groups. So add some further styling to the rest of the bunny. So make some of the hair and the head, perhaps make it a little bit more frizzy, etc. It's up to you how you do that, of course. Now make the chest hair and whiskers a different colour. Now I suggest white in this case. When you render it, you may find it comes out a little grey. Don't worry about that. We'll sort out the colouring in a later lecture. And finally, a little hint for you. You will need to create another couple of materials underneath the rabbit or bunny mesh. Pause video now and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's hop straight back over into Blender. Right, so the first thing I'm going to do here is just create the materials. So we need two materials. I'm going to click this one here and actually select brown fur for both of them. Now there's 3 users of brown fur, which we can see 1, 2, 3. Now I want to make them unique users, so I'm going to click that 3, and now that 3 becomes a 2. And I'm going to call that white fluff. And I'm going to call this one here whiskers in case the whiskers we decide to do something else with later on. And we're going to set the color to white. You can do that quite easily, by the way, with the hue, saturation, and value, with hue and saturation as nothing and the value as 1. That would be pure white. And I'm going to do the same with the white fluff here. Arguably, I should have made one of them white and then copied that one, but there we go, that's done. So we need to assign those materials to the appropriate particle system. So the chest down here on render, we're going to select white fluff, and the whiskers, we're going to select whiskers. Perfect. So that's all those set up. Let's have a quick look how that is looking. Oh dear, one day I will hop into the right mode. You can't render in particle edit mode. It doesn't show us our hairs properly. So let's see how that's going to come out. Probably find that they will come out a dark grey, which they have done. That's not a problem at all. We can sort that out in a bit. I'm just wanting them to be a different colour at the moment. Perhaps a little long. I will make them shorter. So chest. Oh, it looks like I've edited them at some point. Let's go into 3D view here. Oh, they're hidden. So let's turn them all on so we can see what's happening. So let's see if we can fluff out this chest area. Let's try less hairs. Let's try 400 hairs with a length of 0.25. And let's just try actually fluffing them out. So if I come down here and uniform 0.1, a bit of randomness in there as well, and the end points. Let's make the end points a bit scruffy. So that does look a lot more fluffy, and I'm happy leaving it like that for the moment. And the threshold of randomness, well, let's not make everything random. About 40% there will be absolutely fine. Okay, so that's those bits there done. Let's make the head go up here. And again, you can spend as much or as little time on this as you'd like. I'd like the head to be relatively smooth. So I'm going to add in a randomness value of 1. I want it to be totally random. No, I want to increase the threshold now so that some of the hairs are completely... maybe random of 1 is a little too much. Let's just adjust the size here. And let's turn the random value down as well. A lot of this is a bit of playing as well. So the larger the size, the better it's going to look. Over, oh, I don't know, that's still a bit scruffy. Let's lower the randomness. Let's have the randomness quite low and the size at 1. And that's looking pretty good. May have to rebrush if I make it too random because you can end up starting to see through your model. And let's add a few more parents. I don't know why, I just feel like I need more parents. Now we're going to have to go to free edit at this point and just top that up a little. 2000 is going to be too many, maybe 1500. So occasionally you will have to do this, go back into particle edit and basically brush your rabbit again. And of course, taking the brush around the eyes, down here, pull that back, pull this down here onto the body. And now, depending on how much time you spend doing this, will change how your rabbit looks quite significantly, actually. Because it alters everything. It alters the whole feel of your rabbit. So I'm just here making the hairs go round. Now you'll notice that when you're brushing, you sometimes have to pull around lots because it brushes relative to where you're viewing from, not necessarily where you think it's going. So if I'm not careful, just brushing straight up the rabbit's head here, we'll end up with a quiff. But that looks good to me. Let's see how that renders. Oh dear, I've done it again. Let's hop into object mode and render that out. Okay, I'm liking the look of that. We've got our coloured whiskers in that we can't see at the moment, obviously, because there's a background there. And looking at there's a nice sheen to the ears themselves. The rabbit's head is fluffy enough. That's great. This is all looking really good so far. How are you guys getting on? I'd love to see how your rabbit is coming along. Please share in the discussions, and I will see you guys in the next lecture. Welcome to Multiple Cameras. In this video, you will add another camera to the scene, change the primary camera, learn how to quickly move the camera around, and change the camera's properties. So, let's hop straight on over into Blender. So we're left with our bunny here, and we're going to hop back from the image editor, which we're in at the moment, over to the 3D view. Now we're over in the 3D view. I'm just going to move this across just a little, and I'm simply going to take a duplicate of our camera. So I'm going to zoom out a little, select my camera in the 3D view, it's highlighted orange, and using Shift and D, make a duplicate and place it over there. So we've now got 2 cameras in our scene. If we go down to view and view from the camera view, it will go straight back to camera, well, the one that's just called camera and one called camera 001. So I'm going to name this camera over here camera wide, and we'll make that a wide angle lens in a moment. So we've got our 2 cameras here, but how do we actually view it from the camera, or this wide one that we've just made? Well, once that's selected, down on view and cameras, you can set the active object as the camera. You can see the shortcut there is Control and number pad 0. Just switching to the active camera is number pad 0. So it's very straightforward. Your cursor does have to be in the 3D window. Control and 0 will switch the camera over here. So we've got these 2 cameras that we can select and go backwards and forwards between. Have to be over the 3D view. There we go. So Why would we want to do this? Well, there will be times in your scene where you don't want to keep having to move the camera about between certain positions, where you can just have it set up. Another reason would be if you had different styles of camera, so a wide angle where you can see lots of a scene, or a close-in shot. There's a lot of theory on the size of focal length as to what you require, but this isn't a camera course, it's a course on Blender, so we'll only touch on it very lightly. Focal length is measured in millimeters, and basically the lower the number, the wider the angle will be, so the more you'll be able to fit in your scene, and the closer your camera will have to be to any object. And you also get that very wide angle look. A lot of skater videos and things like that have that fisheye lens. Now, a fisheye is an extreme wide angle. It pretty much encompasses everything in front of the camera, but it's a bit distorting as well. Portrait tends to be around 80 millimeters, something like that. Telephoto, if you're taking a photo of a bird or an animal in a distance, you may have 200, 300, 400, even a higher millimeter lens. Now, if you were replicating something in Blender that you wanted to do in real life, then of course you would have to make sure you'd also set up your camera appropriately. By default, and we can have a look at these settings now, we've got the camera selected at the top here. In the properties window, there's a camera icon, and when we click on that, we can see the focal length here is set to 35. And that's great. That's a great standard size. 50 mimics the human eye. That's a good number to remember there. But of course, it all depends on what you want to do. If you're doing a wide open landscape, you probably want a wide angle lens. If you're zooming right into the eye of an animal, you're probably not going to be right up next to that animal, so it'd look really odd if it was wide angled. But if you're looking for an odd type of view, then it's a perfect way of getting there. So we've got our focal length here, and we can lower that and raise it. And if we set that down to something like 10, it looks like it's just moved further back from the rabbit, but it in fact hasn't. But I want to move my camera now towards that. Now, it is selected at the moment, but one of the great things you can just do is open up your Properties tab, or press the N key, and up here there's a button that says Lock Camera to View. Now, the great thing about this is, as you move around, the camera moves too, which is very powerful when you're having to position a camera. So now we're at this silly wide angle, you can see that the rabbit becomes much more distorted, and if we take that down to something crazy like 5, that's not what the rabbit looks like anymore, but we can fit the whole rabbit in the scene. If we come out of the camera view for a second, we'll see that the camera is actually there. It's really, really close to our rabbit. Now, if we set that back to, let's say 50, like the human eye, oh, that might not actually work. Oh, yeah, there we go. We're right up against the rabbit. So there's a big difference between 50 and 5, as you can see. And if this was a real rabbit, we'd probably be taking a photo from, a 300mm lens or greater. And yeah, we would be very close to a rabbit at that point. So we can move the camera out. I've just pressed Z twice there to move just backwards, and now to fit the whole rabbit in view, you can see it's also not distorted as much. Oh, here's a good thing to watch here. We're reaching the clipping point of the camera, so I will just leave it about there so the head's in shot, but let's go see where that camera happens to be. And I'm going to remember to turn off Lock Camera to View, because now when I move away, I'll be able to see that the camera's all the way over there, as if you were hiding in the bushes taking a photo of this rabbit. So, there we go. We've changed some of the camera properties. We can move around, Control and number pad 0, or down here in the cameras menu under the view menu here, cameras, you can set an active one. So if we want to go to this wide angle lens here, and I go over the 3D view and go Control and 0, there we go, we're back to that one. I can lock the camera to view and just rotate it round and move it about so that then I get it back in shot absolutely fine. Now, the active camera is the one that renders as well. So if we go ahead and render here, it will be using the camera wide in order to render our shot. However, if we then set the active camera to this one here, just the one that's called camera. So there we go, that's camera wide, rendering that one. Now if we go back over to the 3D view and go to camera and go view, cameras, set active object as the camera, there we go, that's that done. Now if we go and render again, we're now going to be rendering it from that camera viewpoint. So if you're playing about with this, make sure that you've got the right camera when it comes to rendering the shots that you want to do. Okay guys, it's challenge time. I'd like you to create another camera. So create a couple of new cameras, play about with the settings that we've just done, get used to how the camera handles, and set one of the new cameras to a wide angle, bring it quite close to the bunny, and I suggest about 18mm. Pause the video now and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's hop straight back over into Blender. So I've already created a couple of cameras here, and I'm going to call this one here camera 35, and the other camera up here I'm going to call it camera 300. Oh, not 330, 300. And I'm going to duplicate another camera. It's the easiest way of, I could add a new camera to our scene if I wanted to. But I'm just going to duplicate this camera 35 with Shift and D. And I'm going to whiz all the way over to it by Control and 0 so I can see what's going on with camera 000. So I'm going to call this camera 18, so I know what it is. Down in the lens properties of the camera, I'm going to set that to 18 and see what the view's like. And I'm going to position the camera. I'm going to lock the camera to view. And let's just zoom in just a little bit more. Probably about there. I'm going to rotate round a little. Let's look up on the bunny. Let's make the bunny huge in our scene. Zoom out ever so slightly. I'm not quite happy with that. I want to see more of the ears in the scene. This way a little and rotate around. And of course, this is all artistic license. There's no right or wrong way of doing this. There we go. Let's just render and see how that looks, because that's the active image. It's always a good idea to render things out, or at least have a small part of the scene rendering. Excellent. So that's what my rabbit looks up like when it's got an 18mm lens pressed against its face. I'm just going to make sure that I've got on here. Let's go back to the 3D view. I'm going to uncheck this lock camera to view, because the last thing I want to do is actually move the camera after I've set it all up. One thing you will notice is that when you zoom in and out, that's obviously the view the camera's got there. When you click lock camera to view, well, now the camera's zooming in and out. So as before, you probably saw that it was like that on my screen and I was zooming in and out. I could see enough on my screen. Sorry if you couldn't see much going on there. But you could zoom in and reposition it from there and get a much better feel about what's going on. Brilliant. How did you guys get on? Love to see your wide angle rabbits. Please share them in the discussions. And I will see you in the next lecture. Welcome to Exporting and Particle Systems. In this video, you will see how particle systems export from Blender. You'll learn how to convert them, understand that this can break your modelling flow, and realise that you may be better off using the particle system in the other program you are exporting to, if it exists. So let's hop straight on over into Blender. Right, so to make this nice and straightforward, I suggest if you are following along, do make a new save. So go File, Save As, and save it perhaps as Fluffy Bunny Export. This is going to be very useful even if you don't have a game engine or something else to import it to, as it will increase your understanding of how Blender and other programs can interact. So, first of all, I'm going to make my scene nice and simple, and I'm going to delete everything but the rabbit, including the eyes in this case. So, I've already saved my file as Fluffy Bunny Export, and I'm literally going to select everything here, and X, delete. So, we're just left with the Fluffy Bunny in the scene. Now, if I go ahead and go File, Export, and export that as an FBX, and I'm going to export it as Fluffy Bunny, export, and click the export button. Brilliant. So that's all done. Let's go see how that opens up into very popular game engines. Right, so in the Unreal 4 engine, we can see that our bunny is somewhat missing some fur. So that's no good. That's not actually come across how we want it to come across. Now, in this case, I would thoroughly recommend using the particle system built into Unreal 4 rather than trying to get it across. But I'll show you how to get it across anyway if you wanted a more static appearance or if you were making a more cartoony sort of hairstyle, let's say, or any other particle system. So this will apply to any, I repeat again, any particle system. Obviously, if we've got rocks or trees or flowers or grass scattered around, that's fine. We can export those across. But hairs, there's so many of them. If it's not being managed in the actual engine itself, you're going to have a few problems. When I was trying this earlier, I ended up with 1.6 million triangles on our bunny, and that was just a bit high for my liking. Let's see how it looks over in Unity. So just for confirmation, over in the Unity engine, we're also missing hair on our bunny. So that's no good at all. So again, if you were using Unity, you'd use the Unity hair system, hair particle system. So that is the general rule. However, if you have created a hairstyle and you wanted to solidify it into something you can import into these game engines, we'll go ahead and show you how to do that right now. So taking our bunny here, to make things simple, what I'm going to do is I'm only going to do one of these hair particle systems that we've got. I think we've got 5 in total. So I'm going to go across to the rabbit itself, and under the modifiers tab, which is currently open, which is useful, I'm just going to lift this up so we can see what's going on. We've got 5 particle systems. So let's just turn them off. They're not named, which is not very useful. Tut. So let's keep the just particle system 1, I think, up here. And we can get rid of all the others. So we're going to keep the body particle system. So we're going to go across here and we can see that. And I'm literally just going to... Oh, I've just deleted the body. Can I undo it? Excellent. Love being able to undo. Let's get rid of the ears and get rid of the chest. So now we've just got this hair system here. And the reason why I've done that is just to emphasize the point that this can be incredibly slow with this many hairs that we've got on here. So now we've got that there, we can go back into the modifier tab and there's this convert button. And you just click that. It's as simple as that. We have now converted our hairs, our particle system, to a mesh object. But it's not done yet. If we try and import that into any other program, well, not any other program, but certain programs, I know Unreal would fall over because it would complain that there's actually no geometry here. There's no triangles. All it is a series of edges. So it's converted those hairs into a series of edges. So we'd need to make them a bit thicker. Now, there's a load of ways of doing that, but a really straightforward way would be to hop over into edit mode, select all of those hairs, and extrude them ever so slightly in any direction. So I'm going to extrude them ever so slightly in the Z direction by... Oh, am I still extruding? No, I'm not extruding. Let's make sure we've got everything selected. We're extruding in the Z direction. Silly me, I'm trying to extrude a face. Okay, so selecting edge select and then trying to extrude does result in a lot of geometry trying to be made. So we're going to extrude in the Z direction by 0.01, something really, really small. Okay. Now, if we go and export that, and I'm going to call this export with body. I'm just going to append it with body so I know there's a different one, and export that. And then in the game engines we'll see what that looks like. Here we are in the Unreal 4 engine and we can see we've got some hair. We've got a hairy chest on the rabbit, but the rest of the hairs haven't really come through quite as intended, or that might just be how it's drawing it by the looks of things. Yeah, I think it is how it's drawing it. If I move round here, it seems to... Oh, there certainly seems to be more hair on this side, the dark side of the rabbits, than there appears to be on here. So we'd need to play about with the particle system to get this actually coming across how we want. Let's have a look at the Unity. And I'm suspecting we'll see exactly the same thing here with more hair on the other side. Yes, so we've got a lot of playing about to get this how we want it. It's a good start. It's not perfect by any stretch of the imagination. Now, of course, you probably wouldn't want to do this. You would probably use the built-in hair generators on both of these platforms or another application if you had it. If you didn't have that option, of course, this is your only option of making sure your model comes out complete. Now, of course, it's very difficult to go ahead and edit this anymore. We can't comb it any... Well, we can in Blender. We can comb it and move it about because the particle systems themselves still exist in there. And we've just converted them to a mesh. So if we did do that over in Blender, let's just go across now, we'd have to remember to turn off this mesh object over in Blender. We'd need to turn it off when rendering. And probably in the viewport as well, if we come into object mode, so that we don't get a double amount of hairs. If we turn it back on, as you can see, it somewhat confuses the viewport. So there's lots of things to experiment with that. In general, as I say, I would recommend using built-in particle system generators in game engines, certainly, and other 3D applications. So other things that use particles, and we'll move on to this later on in the course as well. You can use the particle system to just distribute objects around your scene. Now, in that case, you probably do want to do what we've just done with these hairs and apply it in your scene itself. However, things like hairs, smoke, fire, water, etc., trying to move those across is very difficult, as we've seen here. It hasn't come across smoothly, and of course, if it's moving, if it's animated at all, it's a real downer because it's just going to be static. It's not going to look very good at all. So there we go. Any questions, of course, ask in the discussions. Hope this helps you when moving assets from Blender into game engines and other packages as well. And I will see you guys in the next lecture. Welcome to Hiding Objects. In this video, you will learn more about hiding objects in Blender. And you will see how to hide everything except the object you want to work on. So let's hop straight on over into Blender. Okay, so we're working on a scene that's getting increasingly more complex now. We're going to have lots of things going on, and some things will be in front of the others. And noticeably, the eyes are within the head of the bunny. So we want to be able to separate part of our objects. We've certainly got the layers there already, which is absolutely fine. We can separate major objects into various layers. It's a good workflow to have. However, when you're starting to deal with more detailed objects within just one object, like this lovely rabbit's eye here, and I'm just going to set that to smooth shading. Much better. We've got this eye here, and we want to separate it out. There's a couple of ways of doing all of this. In the object menu itself, further down here, we have all the way up, actually. There we go. Show and hide. And there are three main options, which are show hidden, which is Alt and H, hide selected, which is H, and hide unselected, which is Shift and H. So, let's run through those all together. So if we wanted to work on the eyes themselves, let's just come out. Oh, I've still locked camera to view. I hope I haven't ruined my view I had before. Oops, forgot to untick that. Okay, so I'm going to just spin out of here and select our eye. I'm going to make sure the eyes are selected in the outliner here. And if I just hit the H key, and every other key around it apparently, if I just hit the H key, sorry, I just realised I had something lent on the keyboard pressing down the tab key just there. Okay, so with the H key, you hide the thing you've selected, and now we've removed the eyeball from the rabbit itself. And if we selected the comb, we can hide that. Now we can bring things back at any time with Alt and H, and that will just bring everything back to the scene. Now, if I just wanted to work on this cone down here, I could select that cone and go Shift and H. And everything else in the scene gets hidden. And we can see that over in the outliner. We have absolutely nothing else showing but the cone. Then we can bring it all back with Alt+H to bring everything back. That saves you going through this list and trying to turn everything off. And if we've got things parented together, remembering to hold down Control when you're clicking to make sure everything in the hierarchy is hidden. So it's very, very quick way of being able to just focus on one part of your model and then bring everything back really, really quickly. Okay guys, nice and short lecture there. I'd like you to show only the eyes. So parent the eyes to the rabbit mash if you've not done that already. I haven't, so I will be doing that. And hide everything but the rabbit's eyes. Pause the video now and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's hop straight over into Blender and go ahead and hide everything but the eyes themselves. So I'm going to rotate round, select the eyes, and then hold down Shift and H. And there we go. We've got two eyeballs floating in the middle of space. And now, of course, when we go ahead in a few moments and go and edit these and make them look more like eyes, we don't want them to move from the bunny. If I pick them up and move them up and then unhide everything, it's going to look a bit silly. So we don't want to do that. So I'll just undo what I've just done. Check that I haven't ruined it with Alt+H. Yep, still there. So Shift and H. Oh, select Shift H. Going well. Right, eyes are selected, Shift and H, there we go. So you do have to make sure you've got the thing selected. So now we've got that there, I'm just going to go over to the outliner and literally drag eyes over the top of rabbit so that they are linked together. Obviously that doesn't stop me moving these, but it does mean if I move the rabbit later on, the eyes aren't left behind. Brilliant, how did you guys get on? Hope you've now just got your eyes on the screen so we can progress and make them look like proper eyes. So I shall see you in the next lecture. Welcome to the introduction to the image editor. In this video you will make the iris for our bunny. You'll learn how to export an image with transparency. Only use Blender, so there will be some limitations, and understand that there are better programs for image creation and editing, such as Photoshop, GIMP, etc. So let's hop straight on over into Blender. So previously on Blender we had our eyes that we just created here. Now I just want to highlight one thing before we go any further, because we won't be working on these eyes directly at the moment. But if we go to flat shading in the tool shelf here, you'll notice that I've actually angled these eyes facing outwards from the bunny. So we've used a UV sphere, and this will act as the center of our pupil, and then the iris will go around here. So it's worthwhile, if you haven't done already, rotating your eyes around so they're actually facing outwards from your rabbit. Of course, if necessary, turn the rabbit mesh back on, unhide it so you can do that. And then once you've done that, we can hop into a brand new Blender file. So let's go ahead and open one now. Now, just before we get going, a few of you may be wondering, well, why aren't we just creating the geometry we need straight away on the eye, rather than going ahead and creating an image to put on the eye? Well, it's all to do with the level of detail required and the processing power required. To make a realistic iris, as you're about to see, is going to add lots and lots of polygons to our scene if we were to make it real and have geometry to it. But what we are going to do is create the geometry that we need to create the effect we want, and we're going to do what's called baking. We're going to solidify that into a picture and then use that picture, i.e. a texture, within our model itself. So let's carry on now and go ahead and make that iris. Okay, so with a brand new start, let's go ahead and create an iris. So what is an iris? Well, it's a circle. So let's get rid of our cube. And what we're going to do here is add a circle into our scene. We're going to have to fill it. Now, it's entirely up to you. Be as artistic. You've got free reign, basically. You can make this how you like. But we do need to fill it. And I'm going to fill it with a triangle fan, and I'm only going to fill it with 16, 32. Yeah, 32 is fine. And I'm going to make the radius of 3, so it's quite a big circle. And we're going to look at it from the top. Now, I've got an option turned on. I briefly mentioned it before. When I go into top, side, front, etc., it automatically switches to orthographic projection. And that, just to remind you guys, is under User Preferences, Interface, and here, Auto Perspective. Very powerful. I find it incredibly useful. You may or may not like that turned on and off. Do experiment with it. Great little tip there. Okay, so now we've got our circle, let's hop over into edit mode and just have a quick look at it. Looks pretty good so far. I'm going to subdivide it a little. So I'm going to go down here on the tool shelf. In fact, I might as well make that a bit bigger. Oh no, I'm going to need the operator panel in a moment. Oh, choices. Okay, I'm going to just hit subdivide twice there. So we've got this wiggly pattern going around, and I'm going to increase the level of fractals around here. So it just makes it a bit more jagged. Excellent. So now that I've done that, if we just render, obviously the camera's not in the right position at the moment, whenever we render something, it appears here in the image editor. And we will need to do this. This is going to be our image that's going to become our texture shortly. This is what we're going to be working on. So we can see straight away, by going through to the end, being lean about it, that the camera's not in the right place. So let's go ahead and shift the camera to the right view. Now we'll use something here. I'm going to hop back to the 3D view. We're going to use something here that we've done in the past, and that is switch to the camera, change the view to the camera as well. And once we've done that, I'm going to open up the properties panel here and lock the camera to view. Once we've done that, I'm going to use the manual options here to position the camera right above our object. Z coordinate here doesn't matter, and I'll tell you why it doesn't matter in a second. The rotation, 0, 0, and 90. Okay, brilliant. So this is how we would view it otherwise. So it's facing directly down on our scene at the moment. Now, before we do anything else, the next thing we need to do is go to the camera properties, and I'm going to change it to orthographic. And that's why this distance here, the Z coordinate, doesn't matter, because in orthographic projection, there is no zoom level. It's all the appropriate size. We will also need to go over to the render properties here and change the resolution. So I'm going to change the resolution here to 1024 by 1024. Oh, I mistyped something there. 1024. There we go. So it's created a square around our circle that we've made. Finally, I'm going to give our circle a bit of color. So I'm going to remember to unlock this option down here on the properties, because I'm going to move around in a moment. And I'm going to go to circle, add a material to that circle, and make it orange in this case. And let's go and render and see how that's looking. That's looking pretty good so far. Probably need a few more highlights and things like that in there. I'm actually going to use Blender Render in a moment, but I want to show you now, before we go any further, how to make this grey background actually transparent, because it's different in Cycles and it's different in Blender Render. So I'm going to show you Cycles first, since it's actually on the screen. So we need to go to our Render tab over here, and when we scroll down, there are two sections to be aware of. First of all, I'm always going to be rendering as a PNG. It's a lossless format. I'm going to make sure that it's RGB, red, green, blue, and A. It will be like that by default, but if you've changed it for some reason in the past, it will need to be that, because we need this final one, which is the alpha channel, which tells us the opacity of something, or the opacity of something, which eventually, if it's set at 0, means it's see-through and transparent. But of course, there's no transparent option in this area here under the output. However, further down under film, there's a button that says transparent. If we tick that and then do the render, we get, as we can see here, a transparency on the background. Finally, once you've done that with your rendering, what you will need to do is save it. So you go down here to where it says image, and we could save as image. And when you do that, I'm not in the right area at the moment, so I'm going to go to my Fluffy Bunny folder, which is this one here. Yep. And I'm going to call it Iris Cycles. And click save. Now, if I was doing the same thing in Blender Render, then of course I would need to do something slightly different. So I'm going to switch to Blender Render at the top here. I'm going to click Render, and it's not going to work at all because the materials are different. So let's go and add a material. I'm still on circles. I'm going to remove the material that was there. I'm going to create a new material and again make it orange and just see how that comes out. Perfect, there we go, we've got ourselves another iris, but it doesn't have a transparent background. So back over in the rendering tab over here, there's another option, it's under shading. So all of this, you still need RGBA, and up here, under shading, under alpha, you need to change that to transparent. And then if we go and render again, we've got a transparent background. And once again, you can go to image, and save as an image and go to Iris, and I'm going to call this not Cycles but BR, short for Blender Render in this case, and save the image. Now, a couple of other things. When you do your final image, of course, you can change its resolution. At the moment, it's 50% of 1024 by 1024 pixels, so you could up that for a higher quality. Play about with this. Obviously, I've gone for this jagged thing here. You could make yourself a bullseye type eye if you wanted to. And a couple of other things to consider before you finish off the rendering. So let's talk about the image editor itself. So it's down here, it's UV and image editor, just there, that's where it is. And this is the view we've got. Now, further along, we've got our render result here. We've got a series of slots. So if I switch to slot 2, and let's say change the material here from this orange to more of a red, let's say, and render the image again, I can now directly compare things, because in slot 1, we're going to have our orange one. In slot 2, we're going to have our red one. So it's a great way of doing lots of different renders very quickly and seeing which one you like the most. So that's great. I think it's time to give you guys a challenge. And your challenge is to create this texture using our geometry. So go ahead and create an iris. I've gone through one particular way. You can choose another if you want. Now, once you've done that, you need to save your render with an image that has transparency. So make sure you pick the right file type. And then finally, be creative. That is incredibly important. Don't just follow along exactly what I'm doing. Go ahead and create your own iris. Perhaps use different colours, that's a good first step, or even a slightly different shape. Share your results in the discussions, and pause the video now and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's go ahead and create an iris. Right, so the first thing I want to do is, looking at my model, there are some sharp divisions here in between these areas here. So I don't mind that so much, but I really do want, I'm going to do mine in Blender Render, by the way. I don't want those sharp divisions, and I want a bit more of a shadow as it goes in. So in order to do that shadow, I'm going to hop into edit mode. I'm going to use deselect everything. Hit the C key, and I'm going, oh, I don't want vertex select, I probably want face select for this, and select those inner areas there, and I'm literally going to drag them down to create more of a dip. I'm going to do circle select again. Oh, no, I'm not. I'm going to clear my selection first, then I'm going to do circle select and select this middle area, hop around to the top view. Yep, that's the right area. And I'm going to extrude that downwards, but not much, but enough. Yes, there are some faces left up here, which we could deal with, but let's see if it adds or detracts from our render. So let's go to render image and see how it looks. Yes, it does make it look a bit worse for wear when that comes through. I think I'm going to have to apply a subdivision surface modifier to our circle. I'm just going to render it straight again. Oh, that's much better. I do like that. It's not so jagged anymore, a bit more natural. But of course, I'm going to have to deal with these nasty edges raising up here. So let's go to the 3D view and go to here. Let's do circle select again. And I'm going to change the Z coordinate here of the things I've just selected appropriately. So I'm going to set it, let's try minus 0.5 initially. Global setting of minus 0.5, see if it moves it. No, that hasn't worked. So let's go in and manually select these edges here and pull them down. Let's go back and render and see how that looks. Wow, actually, thinking about it, I don't care too much about this middle because there's going to be a black pupil there. It's really this outside edge that I really care about. But let's just neaten it up ever so slightly, and those black lines aren't a bad thing. So back to the 3D view. There are a few other bits sticking up. Shouldn't concern ourselves too much with them. There we go. How's it all looking? Oh, it'd be interesting to see it from the other side, actually. Raised rather than lowered. I'm liking the look of that. I'm going to select it all. I'm just going to add another subdivision surface, another subdivision here, and render that out. In fact, I need to do the render one, not just the one we're looking at. Render. That's much better, much more smooth. I don't like this red colour. So whilst the circle's still selected here, I don't have to go back to the 3D view. I can literally do it here. I'm going to name my material Iris. I'm not sure which colour to go for. I quite like the orange from earlier, actually. So let's just try that and render the image. I'm going to play with the specular colour here and make that a red rather than... Aha, that's starting to look a bit better. I'm going to increase the intensity. And of course, you can play with this to your heart's content and just go backwards and forwards until you get what you want out of it. It's obviously different for everybody. I'm quite liking that texture there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go File and Save as an image. And I am going to name this one Iris Final. There we go. And save the image. So great. If you've not done already, please share your iris in the discussions, and I will see you guys in the next lecture. Welcome to combining shaders in cycles. In this video, you will give the eye a material that is a combination of different shaders using the node editor. So let's hop straight on over into Blender. So I've got my two eyeballs here. Remember, they're a mirror of one another. So one of these is real and one of them is essentially a reflection of it. As I mentioned before, make sure if you go to flat shading that the eyeballs are facing outwards from your rabbit. I'm going to go straight into this eyeball here using the number pad full stop. That looks like it is the one. Yes, it is when I hop into edit mode. Right, so I'm just going to remember to turn smooth shading back on. Eyeballs are quite smooth. So with the whole eyeball selected, we're going to assign it a material. So let's go to the Materials tab. I'm going to make this a bit bigger. And I'm going to create a new material and just call it Eyeball. Now, we're not going to see too much of this eyeball, but it's still worth getting this bit right. And just leaving it as it is at the moment, I'm going to set the color to bright white. And I'm going to assign it to the ball. Excellent. Now, it's not going to be just a diffuse colour. It's going to be a mixture of that plus a glossy colour because eyeballs are slightly glossy. So let's go ahead and do that now. So we need to open up the node editor. So I'm going to create I'm going to go at the top here. Wow. It's the first time we've had to do something here. I'm just going to press the plus here and I'm just going to name this something else. I don't know, eyeball for the moment, because that's what the workspace I'm using for. I'm going to generate a new workspace from here. And the reason why I've done that is I know that going through this process, I'm going to ruin my default layout. And of course, this is going to be specialist for just this one case. Anyway, so we're going to have to open up the node editor. There we go. Oh, wow, that's small. So I'm going to zoom in and we can see the way it's set up. We've got a diffuse shader. and the output is what it looks like. So I'm going to turn on rendered mode here so we can see what's going on, and not a lot at the moment. That's probably because there's no light in our scene, so I'm just going to turn the lamp on as well. Much better. So we've got this default shader here. In fact, I'm going to change the lamp type to a sun. So we've got our eye here, and let's go back to it. We have a diffuse shader going into the output, which is what it looks like. Now I'm going to go down here to where it says add and go to another shader, and it be a glossy shader. And I'm going to place that here. Now the next thing I need to do is mix these two shaders into one before they go to the surface. In order to do that, I'm going to use something called a mix shader. Now, there are two ways, essentially, of combining these shaders. One's either a mix shader or an add shader. Now, you have to be careful with an add shader because it literally adds the values together, so you can end up with something that's incredibly bright. But in this case, we want a mix shader because we want to be able to control the ratio between diffuse and glossy. So I'm going to add this time in a different way with Shift and A, like you're used to when adding a primitive or something like that in the 3D editor mode. And I need to add a shader of type mix. Now another way of doing that is if you know the name is you can click on search here. And I've obviously previously searched mix shader. The moment you type in mix, it's one of the options there. So I'm going to click mix shader. Now I can immediately place it on top of this line here, and you see it goes orange? And when I click, it's going to link it in. Brilliant. The final thing we need to do is go from where it says BSDF on the glossy shader, plug it in to the shader down here. And now we can see we've actually got a bit of specularity, a bit of gloss to our eyeball. The final thing with the mix shader is, of course, there's this factor here. And so we can make it 100% diffuse, completely ignoring the settings we've got on glossy, or we can make it 100% glossy. We don't want either, we want it somewhere in between, and we can always go ahead and alter this later, but the default value of about 0.2 or thereabouts is perfect, because it gives us a little bit of a gloss to it. Perfect. So I feel a challenge coming on for you guys. I would like you to create the rest of the eye materials. So go ahead and create and assign the following additional materials: the iris and pupil. Use the eyeball material as the starting point, remembering to make it unique for each material. Then finally, use the reference material if you find that necessary to make sure that the eye has the pupil and the iris in the right proportions. So pause the video now and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's hop over into Blender and assign the iris and pupil materials. Right, so the first thing I'm going to do, and you can do this in any particular order that you want to, but I'm going to create the two new materials first, or at least the slots for them, and I'm going to click here and pick up eyeball, and then I'm going to click the number 2 here to make it a single user copy, and I'm going to call that iris. I'm going to do the same to this one underneath. I'm going to click here, select eyeball, make it a single user copy by clicking the number and naming that one pupil. Now, depending on which one we're on, we obviously are going to be changing the materials. If we had not made them unique, when we change one material, it will change the original eyeball material, and we don't want that to happen. So with the pupil selected, I'm going to go down here to diffuse and change that to black. I'm just going to have my pupil completely black on both of these, so the color of them black. Now for the time being, I'm going to make my iris probably an orangey brown color to match the iris we were making earlier, but that will just be for reference because shortly the color itself will be overridden by a texture, but that's in an upcoming lecture. So finally we need to assign these new materials, so I'm going to squeeze this one down a little, or if I pick up the right thing, let's pull this down. Let's bring the header bar back with this little plus down here and change this to solid. I'm going to hop into edit mode and let's just have a look from about here. Let's deselect everything. I'm going to use circle select because it's going to be the easiest thing. And of course, I can make this circle bigger and smaller. And I'm going to select everything here and assign. Oh, let's deselect there and assign that. Of course, you won't be able to see these assigned materials until you're in material view. So I'm going to leave it like that for the moment. Now, finally, the actual pupil itself. Now, rabbit pupils are quite large. So let's go ahead here and, again, deselect everything. Circle select about that much, I think. And let's go to pupil and assign. Excellent. With that in mind, I'm probably going to make the iris slightly bigger as well. So I'm going to use a loop select here. So we've got face. I'm going to select that loop around there, go to iris and assign. So we've got all of our materials now assigned to our model. Of course, we can very quickly check that and see how this is looking. So I'm going to go ahead and render the image. I believe I've got it all set up to render correctly. So what have we got here? There we go. So we've got our bunny eye. It's looking good. Excellent. How did you guys get on? Please share your eyeball in the discussions, and I will see you in the next lecture. Welcome to UV unwrapping and texture mapping. In this video, you will understand an image texture replaces the color of a material. You'll learn how to unwrap part of a mesh and apply the texture to it. So let's hop straight on over into Blender. Right, so over in Blender, the first thing I'm going to do is just bring up the node editor here. Right, so on the left-hand side of this node editor, we're going to introduce a texture. So I'm going to go Add, and go to Texture, and we want an image texture. You could also go Shift-A, and search for image texture. Of course, go to texture and image texture. I'm just going to pop that there, and I'm going to link straight away the color to color and the color down here as well. So that means that the image texture is going to control the color of these two shaders. Now, it would be nice to see if what's actually going on. Over here on the materials tab, you can see it's gone this bright magenta, this bright pink. And generally, when no texture is assigned, that's the color it goes. So let's bring this back down a little here so we can still see the node editor. I'm going to switch to the 3D view and change it to rendered mode so I can just see what's going on. Okay, brilliant. So we've got ourselves a pink eye. Now, you may want that type of eye, but I actually want to apply my image to it. So I'm going to go to Open. I'm going to find the iris I made earlier, or in fact we made earlier, and open up your one. I'm going to open image here, and it goes black. So, of course, the first question is, well, why isn't it applied? It's not going to work yet because we haven't mapped it. So let's go ahead and do that now. So I'm going to pull down this area over on the left. I'm happy with the outliner itself. So I'm going to go down here and switch this to the image editor, UV and image editor. Excellent. And in here, I'm also going to open up our iris. So that's loaded up there. Now, the final thing to do is select what we want to be mapped to this image whilst it's open. So over in the 3D editor window, I'm going to switch back to solid mode. Nope, changed my mind. Probably material. Nope, texture. Yes, we can actually see it here. Okay, so I need these 3 rings here selected. So I'm going to go back to solid mode, and using in face select, I'm going to use Alt and Shift because I want extra rings selected. There we go. So these face loops have been selected. Now I need to go and press the U key, or you can go to Mesh on the 3D editor header bar and go to UV unwrap, and you will get the same menu for UV mapping, and we want to unwrap. I'm going to click unwrap. And we can see over on the image editor, on the right hand side here, we've got that mesh, the area that we've selected, appears on top of our image here. Brilliant. So if we hop over into rendered mode, we can see that we've got ourselves an iris. And if we go over to this image editor, we can scale this in and we can scale it out. Ooh. Or if we keep scaling it out, we get a very funky eye going on there. I don't want that, so let's bring it back in. Almost there. As you can see, you can play with this to your heart's content. I actually quite like its low down here because it's got that extra ring going around it. So there's lots of options you can do to play with that. And we've got ourselves a pretty good looking eye. As always, let's go and render the final image as well and see how that's looking. There's a few extra steps to the eye. It's not glossy enough at the moment. So in a challenge in a few moments, there we go. That's an awesome looking eye, much better than that plain orange. So let's go ahead and add one final challenge to make this eye nice and complete. Okay, so your challenge, add a lens to the eye. So we're going to create a lens, and I suggest duplicating the iris and the pupil part of the eye mesh and separating it immediately into a separate object. Assign a glass shader to this new object and set the IOR to around 1.4, but do feel free to experiment with this. I found 1.4 works rather well. Recess the iris and pupil ever so slightly, otherwise the two meshes will be touching one another and it will look horrible. And another thing you could do is pull out the lens further from the eye. I suggest using proportional editing for this, and try to remember not to pull the actual lens fully from the eye, otherwise it'll look more like a contact lens rather than part of the eye itself. And then finally, set up a new iCam camera zoomed into the rabbit's eye and share that render in the discussions. Pause the video now and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's add a lens to our rabbit's eye. Right, so the eye is coming along lovely here. So let's add a lens to it. So we need to go back over to the 3D view, and I'm going to struggle for a bit of space here. Let's set this to solid mode. So I will want this front bit here selected as well. So I'm going to use circle select in order to do that. So that's the iris part and the pupil part selected. We can just confirm that either rendered or material or texture mode. That's all there. We can see what's going on. So back over to solid mode. Now I've done that, I'm going to duplicate that straight away and then separate it as a new object. So Shift and D will duplicate it, and I'm going to hit P immediately to separate it by selection. Excellent. So now if we don't have an outliner anymore, let's bring back our outliner. Okay, so now under the rabbit mesh, we've got eyes and eyes 001, and I'm going to call this lens so we can carry on with it. Now the lens itself, we can assign a material to it straight away. So let's go and remove eyeball, iris and pupil from this particular lens, add a new material, and I'm going to call it lens. And down here, I'm going to set it to a glossy, no, we want glass shader just underneath. It's already IOR of 1.45. I'm going to lower that down to 1.4. And I'm going to leave the roughness 0, otherwise it will look bad. And this color, I'm going to make sure it is pure white, which is not quite, but now it is. Excellent. So now we've done that, let's just render. Well, let's go into viewport shading rendered. Okay, that's not quite right at the moment because the two meshes exist on top of one another, and we don't want that. So we'll need to lower the eyeball itself, or actually push out the lens. In fact, in this case, I'm going to do both. So let's go back over to the eyes themselves, switch back into solid mode, over into edit mode, and let's grab I'm going to add a loop cut in first, and I'm going to turn texture back on, so it's here. So I'm going to add a loop cut and butt it right up against here, which will generate an edge on top of an edge, but it will enable me to just move back the whole top bit here quite easily. So Control and R for loop cut here, and now the slide bit, I'm going to butt it up against this edge here. And now when we go into face select, we will see, let's go back to solid mode, that we've got these dots going around here, and that means that basically there's two edges on top of one another, and there's an infinitesimally small face along there. So let's go ahead and select all these top bits. So I'm going to move around here, and using circle select, I'm going to make that circle a little bit bigger, and I need to select a little bit more, going around here, being nice and slow with it so I get all of the bits I want. Excellent. And I need to move that backwards ever so slightly. So let's just move our eyeball around. Perfect. And I'm going to grab it and move it, but I'm going to hit Z and then Z once more to move it in and out. And I'm literally going to move it back ever so slightly so it's inside our model. And as switching to wireframe mode, you can see a bit more detail of what's going on there. That looks good to me. In fact, that may be a little bit too much, not sure. Let's see how it works out. Let's go to our lens, and we're going to do a similar thing here. So let's hop into edit mode without wireframe on so I can see what's going on. And I am literally going to select this center bit here, but not the extra bits. Let's just remove those with the middle mouse button. Now I've selected that, I can do a similar thing as I did before, grab and Z, but I don't want this sharp cone coming out. So I'm going to stop doing that and turn on proportional editing down here and enable it. And let's grab and move that. Now, at the moment, that means that the proportional editing circle is far, far too large. So I'm just going to use the scroll wheel. There we go. So it's come back down. I do not want to move this base bit going around here. I don't want to move that away from our eye, otherwise it will look very odd. And obviously I don't want to move that far either. So I want here to go Z and Z, so it's coming out in the right direction. And probably to about there. Excellent. So let's see how that's looking. Let's go over to rendered mode and have a look. That is looking much better. Excellent. So there's a couple of final things to do here. We need to set up our camera. So I'm going to borrow another camera. I'm going to borrow the 35mm one, and it's hidden at the moment, so I won't be able to duplicate it whilst it's hidden. So let's unhide it and duplicate it. Excellent. I'm going to name that iCam so I know which one it is. Excellent. Right, let's go round. Let's set the active object as that camera and lock the camera to view in the properties here. And let's now zoom in and round and in and here. That's probably a little bit too close. No, that will do. I'm happy with that. And let's just render the image and see what we've got so far. Okay, that is looking pretty good, if a little bit noisy. And of course, the noise level here is simply the number of samples we've got. So let's go to our render settings here. And I'm going to up in sampling. I'm going to, oh, it's only at 10, that's why. So I'm going to up that to 100 for the moment. That might be a little high, but I really want to see what the detail is going to come out like. And further down here, I've just, when that was actually rendering there, I noticed the tile size. Once you get used to Blender, you'll just go, oh, that's a bit too big. So I'm going to lower that down. Since I'm on a CPU, I know that it works really well with 16 and 16. 16 and 16. So let's render that once more, and hopefully this time we'll get a better impression of the actual quality, especially when the samples have gone up tenfold. So here we go. Much less noise we can see already in the reflections themselves. Oh, look at that. That's absolutely crazy towards the top here. In the rabbit's eye, because we've now put the lens on top, we're actually getting a reflection of the eye socket itself, and at the top here, that looks like a reflection of the rabbit's ear as well. So obviously, when we're this close, it starts to highlight some possible problems, like the skin tone of the rabbit. I may change that to be slightly less pink, I think, to make it a bit more natural. But we've got a really nice looking eye here. And obviously you can play about with the type of iris that you've gone for on your rabbit. I'm quite happy with this darker rabbit's eye here. After looking at reference material, that seems to be pretty accurate, and this is looking really, really nice. I'm going to stop the render there because I don't really need to see much more of it, and I just click the little cross at the top here, and I'm going to save that image because I'm really happy with that. So I'm going to save as image, and I'm going to pop here eye close up. There we go. And save that image. Excellent. How did you guys get on? I'd love to see how your eyes are coming along. It's really detailed now. It's really coming along really nicely. And we're going to start working with the rest of the scene very shortly. So please share it in the discussions, and I will see you guys in the next lecture. Welcome to adding a skybox. In this video, you will add a skybox to our scene. Use that skybox as the primary light source for the whole scene. So just as an example, we have Suzanne the monkey sat on a plane here, lit by one lamp. Now, the moment we add a skybox to that, it becomes a much more vibrant image and much more interesting. And the whole lighting in the scene is done by that skybox plus the original lamp that was in the scene. So now we've got an idea of what we're going to do, let's hop straight on over into Blender. Okay, so now we're over in Blender. The first thing I'm going to make sure that I do, because I'm not sure I've done it yet, is save my file. Excellent. I'm going to go ahead and open up a new file. So I'm going to go File, New, and reload Startup File. Because we're about to play with some stuff and I don't want us to break our bunny at this point in time. So we've got our default cube here. We'll use that as the object in our scene. I'm just going to lift that up a little and finally create a mesh plane underneath. So I'm just going to add a plane and scale it up. Excellent. So it's nice and big. And I'm perhaps going to grab that and just lower it down ever so slightly. And let's just quickly render that to see how that's looking so far. I'm in cycles render for this one, by the way, just to make sure you're aware. Now I'm just going to position the camera so we can see a bit more of the sky. So in the outliner, I know it's a bit cramped on my screen here. In the outliner, I'm going to select the camera. In the 3D view, I'm going to open up the properties pane with the N key and scroll down here to, I need to be in the camera view, so view camera, and then I'm going to lock camera to view. That's just going to allow me to move about quite freely and position the camera where I want it to be, and I do want to see a bit of the background as well, and I'm going to render that again. Excellent. So we've got all of this lot going on here. Now, in order to add a skybox, there are a couple of ways of doing this, but the way we're going to do it is actually add an image to the world around. So, looking at that, we're looking at something called the world. So, in the properties tab over here, there's a picture of a little world. And if we click on that, it gives us a series of options. Now, at the moment, we are focused primarily on where it says surface. And at the moment, it's got a colour that is grey. Now, if you change the colour of that, nothing will happen here because this is a rendered view. But I'm going to hop over here, not lock the camera to the view and just zoom in ever so slightly and just switch to render to see what's happening. So this colour here actually changes the colour of the world, the entire background. Everything apart from the plane is going to be this orangey colour. So what we can do is replace that colour with an image. And there are two types of images that make it very good for backgrounds like the one we're going to use. There's an angular image, and I can't remember the other one. Equatorial, no, we'll find out in a few moments. Okay, so I'm going to click on Use Nodes there, and it needs to be a background, which is great. And on Color, I'm going to click the little dot to the right here, and loads of options here, and environment texture is the one that we want. Now, when you select environment texture, it's going to go that horrible pink, which means there's not a texture applied yet. And here we go. Equirectangular. That's the word I was thinking of. Equirectangular and mirror ball, or angular projection, angle view. There's loads of different names for them. You'll notice the difference between the two of them. One essentially is a large, stretched out, slightly distorted rectangle, and one looks like a sphere. And we'll have a look at both of these and see how they come out. So let's start with Mirrorball. And in your asset pack, if you've not downloaded it, please hop back to the assets lecture now and go grab your asset pack. And I'm going to go to open, and I'm going to go find my assets. They'll be slightly different to where you guys store yours. And section assets. And we have Angular Map. So we're going to select Angular Map 24 JPEG. Excellent. Now you see straight away the scene has changed completely, and in fact it looks a lot more natural. Now, one thing to bear in mind here is because the light is coming from the scene around us, it's going to be a bit noisier than just from a simple lamp. So you will have to increase your samples when using this type of lighting to get a comparatively smooth image compared to using a lamp. Now, this is a mirror ball, and as you can see, if I hop out of the camera here, and well, anywhere will do, so let's just move around, we've now got a world around us. It looks a bit weird on certain areas. There seems to be a hole or a point here. Now, this will depend on the quality of your image that you're using. These are quite basic images, and it works pretty well, providing you're not looking that way. That looks very ominous. Now, if we change Mirrorball to Equirectangular, you can see it doesn't look right at all. You end up with, I'm looking through my plane at the moment, let's zoom away. We've got that in there and that there. Now, if we go and open and actually select this item here, so on the file menu here, what's this one called? I've forgotten. The file browser. On this file browser header, you've got these 4 pages next to one another that show us images. And this is a great way of seeing that the Angular map is this kind of spherical thing, and that's the Mirrorball selection. And the equirectangular ones are the Sky Moonscape here and Sky Photo. Now, let's go ahead and apply one of those. Wow, that looks pretty awesome. And if we zoom back into our object, we see that the colour has changed. Because it's primarily blue, we've actually got ourselves a blue light cast on the rest of our scene. Now, if we scroll down a little further in the properties, I'm just going to make this window a little bit bigger for us. You've got this strength here, so you can actually make the light coming from that background stronger or weaker. So this nighttime scene, for instance, obviously we set it to 0. There is no background, no light emitted. But obviously with a nighttime scene, it wouldn't. Well, I say it wouldn't. It probably wouldn't be that bright. So we can play with the figures here and lower it down to maybe 0.01, that's probably too low. Let's try 0.05, and you can tinker with these to your heart's delight. In fact, there's a moon there, so it would be quite cool to have the light coming from that direction. How awesome is that? Right, I feel a challenge for you guys coming up. Okay, I'd like you to add a skybox to our scene. So add a skybox to our bunny. Now, there are a couple of options to choose from supplied in the asset pack. Now, please feel free to try your own photos or other sky maps you have. So just to give you an idea what I'm shooting for, I'm going to be shooting for something along these lines. A bit of a grey, murky day. Pretty typical day in England. Anyway, pause the video now and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's go ahead and create our skybox. Okay, so let's go and open up our bunny. Now, once this is open, obviously the last thing we rendered here was the eye, and it doesn't show any image, so I'm going to hop into my 3D view. Oh, and we've only got the eye there. I'm going to unhide everything for the moment, just so I can see what's going on the larger picture. We're going to have to switch around to a different camera, rather than just the eye camera. Oh, we're still moving the eye cam, so I'll turn off that. Let's see if this camera will do the 30. The 18mm one is probably the one that I want. So I'm going to cameras and set the camera as the active object. Yes, there's a good bit of the background in there, and that's what we want to see. Right, I'm not going to render this at the moment because I've done this particular view before, and that's going to take a few moments to render. But what I am going to do is go straight to the world settings, and I'm going to add. So I'm going to click on Use Nodes. It is a background. That's absolutely fine. The color, well, I'm going to select an environment texture. I'm going to do the equi-rectangular one, which is fine. I'm going to open that up, go to my section assets, and I've got one called Sky Photo 3, and I'm going to pick that one. I'm just going to hop here into rendered mode in the viewport shading and see how that looks. And we've got some clouds coming out there. That's looking pretty good. Let's just move away from here and see how it's mapped out. That's fine. It looks like a typical British day, actually. It looks quite stormy. I'm quite happy with that. Excellent. How did you guys get on? Of course, the final thing to do here is render it, of course. So let's go and hit the render button. And let's make this window a little bit bigger so I can see what's going on. Now, I'd love to see what you guys have come up with. Really look forward to seeing how your rabbits are turning out. I'm really interested in how this one's going to turn out as well. We can already see straight away that the fur itself has taken on a much brighter, more vibrant appearance. So this is a great bit of lighting. Of course, the lighting is now coming from all around our bunny rather than just a one lamp that was in the scene before. So do render out your bunny. Please share it in the discussion so I can see how you guys are getting on, and I will see you in the next lecture. Welcome to using textures versus geometry. So in this video you will understand that you will need both. The texture has to exist on something. You'll see that geometry is for detail and textures are for the illusion of detail. And realise that the appropriate combination of both is used to create models. So, what do we mean by that? So we have two images here. I use the texture, which is on the right, to create the polygon model that's on the left. Now, looking at these two photos, you can see that one is a plain green and one has a bit of colour to it, etc. But essentially, they're both now the same. I could have gone in and made a bit more detail, but I thought that was good enough for this demonstration. Of course, can you guess how many polygons are on these? Probably not. Here we go. There are 400 odd polygons on the one on the left, and the one on the right, which is just the texture, is 4 polygons. So there's a performance boost to be had there. Now, having a look at a rabbit scene, we'll be getting to this in a moment. This is me using a mesh for the grass, and this is me using the texture for the grass. As you can see, there's a huge difference straight away. Now, what I did do after seeing this and this was I went, well, hang on a minute, my blades of grass here are far too short and fat to make a direct comparison to here. And also they're luminous green, which doesn't help at all. So I put together this particular one, which uses a different color set. And as you can see, not only has the cone disappeared and the lighting changed ever so slightly, but it's much, much better. Quite close to this one, but still not quite there because of all the different colour variants. And of course I can spend a bit more time modelling to get that grass much better. Now, a warning to those that are using their graphics card to render. In Windows, especially, basically, if anything takes more than 2 seconds, you'll get a TDR has been detected, application must close, which is very, very annoying. Now, I'm not going to show you directly how to fix this because it's mucking about with your registry, or the alternative is to use a CPU to do your rendering. Now, if your CPU is really, really slow compared to your graphics card, you'll want to go in and make the changes. And I'll show you how to do that in a few moments, or tell you where to go, and they've got really detailed instructions for that. So, in summary, if you get the TDR error when you're using your GPU for rendering, I think it only applies to NVIDIA, but it might also apply to ATI, but I don't know if the solution is the same. But you either use your CPU or try the fix that's listed on the screen now. And certainly if you've got the lecture notes, you can click on that link as well. Or you can go ahead and type it in. Now, lots of texture on top of one another does work well. As you can see, basically the same scene, the setup time was a lot less with the texture than it was with the rendering itself. The rendering took significantly longer when I was using textures rather than geometry. So just a reminder of the scene that we're talking about here, this one here. Guess how long this portion of it took when I was rendering at 1080p. So not this resolution, this is half of 720p, so it's tiny for these demonstrations. But I thought I'd go out, I'd leave this one going, and at 1080p. Well, I came back after being out of the house for a while. This took 8 hours. The total time estimated was 200 hours. So, as you can probably imagine, I gave up rendering that one in the end. So just to bear in mind, if render time's not important to you and you can leave something rendering on a machine, or it's just the one scene and not an animation, sure, if it takes 200 hours to do your final scene, that's great. But for the rest of us that need to work on our computers and might need to turn them off to save energy, that's another big consideration here. If you're running your computer flat out for 200 hours, it's going to cost you a little bit in electricity as well. So bearing that all in mind, what we'll do now is move on to the next lecture and start importing some textures. See you soon. Welcome to importing images as planes. In this video, you will set up an add-on that enables you to import images as planes, be able to import an image into a scene, and realize this can be another way of importing reference material. So let's go hop on over into Blender. Okay, so back over in Blender, our rabbit is coming along really well. So let's hop over to the 3D view here, and whoa, we just got a pair of eyes for the moment. Oh, don't lock the camera to view, just come out of there. Excellent, let's unhide some of the other stuff that's in the scene. So with this rabbit coming along quite nicely, we're going to start to want to give it some environment, and we're going to do some grass for that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add grass to this plane here, but I'm going to choose this new layer over here, layer 5 if you will, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Pretty sure if you hit number 5 on the keypad, it'll take you there as well. 4, 5. Yeah, brilliant. So now that we're on this layer, I'm going to recenter the cursor with Shift and C down to here. And I want to add an image as a plane. Now, what you will need to do is go to File, User Preferences, and go to your Add-ons tab at the top. Now you can search through this entire one here, but if we go to the search menu on the top left and type in plane, we will have the option to import images as planes. If you make sure on the right of the user preferences, there's a little tick in the tick box or check box, and then save your user settings. Then when you exit the user preferences, when you go Shift and A, under Mesh, you will have images as planes as one of your options. So go ahead and click on that now. Now what I'd like you to do is go ahead to your asset pack right now and go ahead and open up the Nature's Texture folder. And I'm going to just toggle the thumbnail view so I can see my images. Now, as you can see, I've taken a few images. Some of these are from photos I've taken in the past, and I've altered them to fit into our system here quite well. Now, you'll notice all the images themselves are square. Now, that is important. Won't go into the details about that just at the moment, but suffice to say that is important that they're all powers of 2, and that makes them square. Right, I'm going to go ahead and pick Grass Blade 2. You'll notice that of all the grass blades, one of them is white, and we'll be dealing with that in a future lecture, but not this one. So open up Grass Blade 2, and we can see that it's popped a plane into our scene. Now I'm going to view it from the top. It's just literally that. It's a plane with that bit of grass on it. Now, obviously, we can't see that at the moment. So how do we go about doing that? Well, if we change the view mode, the viewport shading here, from solid to texture, we will see it. Now, everything that was transparent on that image has gone black, and everything that's got the image on it itself has gone, well, it's the image, it's the blade of grass. Now, we can also see that in material mode, and of course in the rendered mode as well. So that's how you will see that on there. Now this is an incredibly powerful way of bringing in reference material as well, because it's not limited to the X, Y and Z plane. So you can use it if necessary to bring in a reference image in a very specific location. Okay, armed with that knowledge, I think it's time for a challenge. Okay, I would like you to practice importing images as planes. So go ahead and import 2 other grass blade images, not the one with the white background. Alter the origins to be at the bottom of the grass image, so where it would come up out of the ground. And just make sure that all of the origins are at Z equals 0. And leave a space between the images, so you might, if they're all coming in one place, they're going to be on top of one another, so they aren't on top of one another. Then finally, make sure that the origins are all at Z equals 0, and leave a space between the images so they're not on top of one another. So pause the video now, and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's see how we can import 2 more grass images over in Blender. Right, so we've got the one image over into our system. I'm going to come out of rendered mode and hop back into solid mode for the moment. No, I'm going to hop into texture mode, why not? And I'm just going to move that to one side. I'm going to import all of my images first before doing anything else. Of course, you can do all of the options you want. Let's just have a look. Let's import... Ooh, I quite like the look of this one here, number 10. That looks quite interesting, and I'm going to move that to the side here using the manipulator, and one final image, so let's go and add that, Shift A, images as planes, and I'm going to pick this tall grass seed one. That's a nice difference there, left or right, doesn't matter. Okay, so we've got those there, and what have we got to do? We've got to make the origins. Now, the great thing about the 3D cursor, as you've realized in past lectures, is it sticks to the thing you're clicking on. So what we can do here is, I've run out of zoom, so I've not got a number pad with me, so I'm going to use the view menu and go to view selected. It's going to zoom right in and allow me to zoom in a little further. Oh, we've got the clipping there of the camera going on. So I can actually change that, but I don't need to get much closer than this anyway. And I'm going to select about there with it. Now finally, because we're in object mode, I can go to set origin to the 3D cursor. Let's go ahead and go over here and do the same. Select this object, select where it would come out of the ground, which is probably about there, and set origin to the 3D cursor. And we've got one final image to do, which is this one here. Let's select it and click down there. Is that right in the right place? Let's have a look. Excellent. And set the origin to the 3D cursor. Brilliant. So that's our 3 images ready to go. How did you guys get on? Please share in the discussions your 3 images that you've chosen, and I will see you in the next lecture. Welcome to Packing External Data. In this video, you will learn how to embed images into the blend file, both individually and collectively. Understand this is essential when sharing a blend file with anyone else. Now note, it can create a bloated file if the external data becomes obsolete, and I'll show you how to remove external data. So let's hop straight on over into Blender. Okay, so back over in Blender, I must be in, no, I'm not in solid mode, I'm still in textured mode. Gone to material. Okay, if you ever go to your materials tab or you're rendering something and it comes out this magenta, this bright pink, it means you've done something to either basically to hide your pictures, your textures from Blender. I know exactly what I've done. I've inadvertently moved my textures folder that I was working from my downloads into the work pack that I'm currently working on, into the current working folder, the Fluffy Bunny folder. And that's broken these textures. So there's a couple of ways I can go about fixing this. I can move the folder back, but that defeats the point of having my work folder, so I don't want to do that. I could re-reference them all, and there's only 3 in this case, so that would be acceptable. Although if your project was much bigger, that would be an absolute nightmare. Renaming or relinking hundreds of files, even tens of files, is going to be an absolute pain to do. So we don't want to do that either. So, first of all, in order so you can experience some of this pain, I've got a short challenge for you. I would quite simply like you to rename your asset pack folder. So pause the video now, go and find it and rename it. Put a 1 on the end or something like that, so it just changes what the folder's called. Okay guys, welcome back. Right, I have already essentially done that. In fact, I've moved my folder. That's another thing you can do, but renaming it is probably the simplest thing you could do. So let's go ahead here and make sure that it's not working. So if you go over to File and Open Recent, you can open up your file again and just make sure that you've now essentially broken your textures. If you go to the Viewport Shading and select Material, you should see it being bright pink. Brilliant. Well, okay, not exactly brilliant, but it's to do this exercise, of course. So now we've got these 3 images no longer existing. Blender does not know where they are or what they do. Of course, you could rename your file and they'll all come back again, removing that 1 from the end or however you rename them. However, if they're not, what you can do is simply relink them. So if you've already, say you move the images to several locations on the hard drive, perhaps you created your own nature pack and wanted all the grass in one folder, and then realized that you'd broken some other blend files and you couldn't just move one folder back, then you'd have to relink them. So in order to do that, you can do it in the texture tab itself. We've got here Grassblade 10 PNG, and if we open up this file here, we can navigate to the appropriate folder, and I'm going to go here because I've got a shortcut for it. Your section assets, nature textures. Now once I'm here, I don't need to find it again because the name is already pre-populated. I can just click open image and we should see that coming back. Brilliant. Now, this image here, what I'm going to do to get this one back is I'm going to switch to the image editor. In fact, I'm just going to make my screen a bit more comfortable for me by getting rid of the tool shelf. I'm going to split it in 2 and just open up the image editor here so I don't have to keep flicking between screens. And the properties panel here, I'm just going to remove that. And I'm going to go to, on the header bar here, there's a picture next to where it says render result on my screen. And I can go ahead and look what's going on. So we've got a 0 next to the Grassblade 10. That means next time we open up this file after saving it, that Grassblade is going to disappear. So that's that one's sorted. But it's also produced this 001 at the end, and that's because Blender essentially has 2 files within its database that have the same name. So scrolling down a little, let's do the grass seed, which is the middle one, I believe. And what we can do here is if we open up the properties tab again, it's actually got a reference path at the top here. We've got the image itself and a source path here. If we click refresh, nothing happens because it's not refreshing anything. It's refreshing an empty file, something that doesn't exist. However, if I go to open, I can also go and find the file I want. So I'll go and do that now. I'm in my nature textures pack and I can just click accept and that should come back. Now the benefit of doing it that way is if now we look on our items that are in our scene, our pictures here in the UV image editor, we haven't produced another one of these 001s, but this time round we've not, so it helps prevent this from happening by going into the image editor, going to the image that doesn't work, and adding it back in. Now, once we've done that, we can go ahead and select the grass seed, let's just say, so we're in that now, and we can go to image and pack the image, and that will pack it into the blend file. Brilliant. Now, I don't know if you noticed that on the screen, but this source file here is no longer highlighted. It's essentially linked within the blend file. Now, fortunately for us, if you ever need to link it to an external file again, you can do that. There's a little button here. This is save an image into the pack blend file to disk, and this one here is to unpack the file. So that will then, so we've got a couple of options here. Use file in original location, create when necessary. We'll put it back exactly where it was before. And then we've got a source file again that we can use. So there's lots of options going backwards and forwards. There's a pack button here as well. Pack and unpack are both there, and we can remove the pack here. We can create some data on our hard disk as well. There's lots of options, but in general you'll want to keep this within your blend file, and then it won't go astray. Now there's one final option here, and that is under the File menu. If we go down right towards the bottom, there's external data. And there's an option here to pack all into blend. Now this will pack absolutely all the external data that you've referenced into the one blend file. Now use this with caution depending on what you're doing. Now we can also turn on automatically pack into the blend file as well, which again has to be used with caution. If you're working with external material on a regular basis, say you're working with an artist who's great at doing textures, and they put their, let's say, their textures into a Dropbox file that you then reference, the downside of bringing it into Blender is if they do an update for you, that won't automatically update your Blender file when you open up the blend file again. That can be a disadvantage. Now, if we are only working by ourselves and we're only working with small images, then it doesn't matter. It's not going to bloat the file that much. But if you've imported a movie and you go and pack that into your blend file is going to get huge all of a sudden, which may cause stability issues. Now, one of the great things about Blender is it's very customizable. So what you could do if you wanted to safeguard any work that you are working on, if you like reorganizing your computer lots, or perhaps you've got someone in your family who uses your computer who likes organizing it for you. I know I've got one of those. And we can actually go to here, tick that, and then save the startup file as well. Now you do that on a brand new file. So I'm just going to save the work I'm working on at the moment, go into a new file, and you go to automatically pack into blend and save your startup file, and then that setting would exist in every single one you opened up. But bear in mind you may have to undo that depending on what you're working on. So one final thing, when you have your file saved like this and we have automatic turned on, you may get errors. So the first error here is that my final pink square is still missing, so we'd have to sort that out. The iris final PNG is not found, so I've obviously moved that during one of my cleanups. You probably don't have that one missing, and you may have a rabbit reference image missing as well if you're using the ones in the reference pack. So of course I've got a challenge for you. I would like you to go ahead and relink missing files. So relink any missing files and switch on automatically pack just for this blend file. Now an optional thing is to turn this option on and save it to your startup file itself. Now I'm going to do that myself. It's entirely up to you whether you do that yourself. So pause the video now and relink your missing files. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's hop straight on over into Blender. Right, so I'm going to first of all focus on my pink image here. So it was the Grass Blade 2. Luckily in the outliner it gives me a clue. So I'm going to go to my source up the top here and open and go along to, that was in the properties of the UV editor, and go ahead and open up the correct file in the nature textures, and accept should open it up. Brilliant, that's brought that one back. So I'm going to go ahead and automatically pack into blend file. Okay, so I've got my iris and I've also got rabbit reference that isn't working. So rabbit reference is a background image I used earlier on. Now, arguably, whether or not that's important to keep, I don't know at this stage. I don't think I'm going to use it again, so I could delete it and that would also solve the problem. But in this case, I'm literally just going to remove its incorrect reference. So we've got a similar option here. I'm just going to probably just get rid of that bit over there so I can see what's going on. And I just want to go ahead and open up the correct one. And what happened there was that it was a different named folder. I'd rename the folder, of course. And there's the rabbit reference 3. So I can just click accept and I'm going to go file and save. Yes, and I've got one final thing, which is my iris. Okay, so that is a texture we have applied to the eye. So I'm going to have to go hunt that one down. So eyes, is it on there? Image texture, iris final. I think this is the one. And I've put that in my supporting docs. Open image. I'm going to go file and save. Are there any more errors? Iris final. Because I've done that, it's actually renamed it there. So let's just see if we can bring in the appropriate one. In fact, let's see first of all if it's got a 0 next to it. So EUV image editor, and let's open it up. So iris final, it's not got a 0 next to it yet, so we can remove that with the cross just here. And as it says, to unlink it, we need to use the shift key at the same time. So I'm going to do that now, and when I press that, we should have forced a 0 next to the iris final. I didn't have that open. Let's try it again. There we go, iris final. So I'm going to go ahead and save my file. It will come up with an error. However, hopefully when I reopen it and save, it's sorted. Now, because I've done a lot of work on something that I can't see, let's go and make sure that it is done before continuing forward. Now, again, you might not have any of these issues on your rabbit, but I'm just going to make sure I don't have on mine. So let's just zoom in. It looks like it's got the right texture there. It looks good. As it renders out, yep, I'm happy with that the iris has been reapplied. Brilliant. How did you guys get on? I hope you recovered all of your images so you've got no more magenta squares, and I will see you guys in the next lecture. Welcome to the node type overview. In this video, you will look at the nodes that are created for the textures. We'll learn about the different types of connection points and what the coloured dots are, and which ones can be connected together and what they would do. So let's hop straight on over into Blender. Right, so over in Blender, if you've not got one already, I'd like you to open up a window that is the node editor. So using this selection tool on the header bar of any of the other windows, I've split mine in two just here, and I'm going to switch it to the node editor. Once you switch it to the node editor, on the outliner itself, you'll want to select one of the grass blades that we've been using. And over in the node editor itself, you should see 3 items. Now, they're very small at the moment. You can zoom in and out just like you can your 3D model. In fact, a lot of what you've done before will apply to here. So if you need to duplicate something, you can. If you need to move it around, you do exactly the same thing as you would do with your model and geometry. So let's explore these nodes we have in front of us. We have 3 nodes here, all doing different things, and there are quite a few nodes to pick from. So first of all, let's talk about the colours, these dots that are based on all of the nodes, and they all do slightly different things. And one important point to make here, as you can see, the image texture node is highlighted orange at the moment, so that's the selected node. So the properties panel on the right hand side, I'm going to shut it down in a moment to give me some space, or some more space anyway. Now do notice that use alpha is ticked on the image. And that is important because we need to use the alpha channel to make sure that the background eventually of this grass blade becomes transparent. So I'm going to give myself a little bit more space here by shutting down the properties panel of the node editor, and you can use the N key to do that, or the little plus that exists here. So there we go. We've now got a bigger view, and at the top here I'm just going to make this a little bigger so we can see what's going on, and I'm going to view the thing we'll want to view, which I'm going to have to scroll down here and view selected, and I'm going to switch into material mode, and I'm not selected on the layer, so now I'm selected on the right layer. Now I can go view and view selected, or the number pad full stop if you've got a number pad attached, and here we go. Here's our texture that we're working on. So what do all of these colors mean? Well, let's have a look at the color one first of all. So the color ones are all yellow, and you can see that one is on the right hand side and one is on the left hand side. And when you're connecting nodes, you would generally only connect ones on an output side, so the right hand side of a node, to the left hand side, the input side of a node, together. So here we can see the color is going from here to here. So what does that yellow color indicate? Well, it indicates that there are 3 values coming out of it: a red, a green, and a blue. They make up the colors. So if we plug a yellow into a yellow, it can receive all 3 bits of those colors without any loss. Now, if we were to plug it into a grey node, those 3 values would be averaged out, because a grey node is just a single value. Finally, the purple node is also 3 values, and they usually do vectors or coordinates. Now, all of these things can be plugged into one another, but sometimes it makes no sense to do so. But we're going to explore how they're all connected together. So just to reiterate this, so a grey node like this alpha node here contains 1 value. So let's play for a little bit. Let's plug the alpha channel into the colour instead. So there's 1 value coming out of here, and we can see that the image is turned into black and white. And I'm in material mode at the moment. If you were in rendered mode, it would look black and grey, but that's because the lighting is determining the level of this whiteness here. So I'm going to switch back into material on the viewport shading, so we can see that this is coming through to the color. And because alpha only outputs a value per pixel, by the way, so each one of these pixels has an individual value, and this is 1024 by 1024, so there's a lot of information coming through there, but that's a single value coming through and being plugged into a color channel. And what that will do is set all 3 values in the color channel to 1 single value. So if the alpha was black, as it is here, a value of 0, all of the red, green, blue channels on the color would be also set to 0. If the alpha channel was 1, i.e. white, then what we will have is the red, green, and blue all at the value of 1, 100%, and that would make it white, and that's why we're seeing white here. Now, when we plug the color to the color, we get all of the RGB, red, green, blue values coming through. Now, you can do some very strange things when you're linking them together. But in general, you will not always want to connect the same color type together. It will depend on what you're doing. And the final colour that we've not dealt with yet is these green blobs here. Now, they represent a shader. Now, that represents a description of how light will interact with a surface or a volume. Now, this, in general, should only really be connected to other green sockets, but there are certain cases where you may not want them. So, yellow and purple can be connected together without any loss of information, because they both contain at least 3 values, RGB and probably XYZ. So they're pretty much the same under the hood. Now, grey, now that can be connected to yellow or purple without any loss of information, because all 3 values will be the same value as we've discussed. When you plug the alpha in, you get RGB of 1 or 0 in this case. And the yellow and purple can be connected to a grey, but they will be averaged out. So that's worthwhile noting that connecting a yellow or purple to a grey node will average it out and thus be losing some information. Now, it will depend on the application you're using, but that can make a great difference. Now, interestingly, when we link the alpha channel to the colour, we will see that it does go black and white, and this enables us to create what's called a mask. We can cover up certain parts of our image. So that will allow us to make the background that was currently being shown as black transparent. So in order to control the node editor itself, you can use a lot of your prior knowledge that you have using the 3D editor window. So for instance, if you need to add something, we do have an add menu down here, or you can use Shift A. Brilliant. There's also a powerful search tool as well if you know what something's called. Now, when you go to add a node, and we'll just go and add one now, let's go and add anything at random, color mix RGB, and let's see what we get there. So we can have, as you can see, it's got 3 inputs and 1 output. It outputs a color based upon a value and 2 colors coming in. Okay, so that could be 2 textures coming in and then something else coming out. Brilliant. So that's a great way of mixing things. Now, if I didn't want that, got the wrong thing, I can press X and it will delete it, just like you can delete things in the 3D window. There's also a search function, as I've just mentioned, which allows you to search for things that you might want. So when we type in mix, we get the mix RGB that we've just seen again, and I can select that and add it into our scene again. And I'm going to delete that again with the X key. So very powerful way of finding what you want. Unfortunately, some things are hidden away. So for instance, I know there's something called a multiply. So if I go in and type multi, nothing comes up. Now the reason for that is it's hidden in another node and it changes the title of that node. So under converter, there's something called math. And when we have that, you can see at the moment it's called add, but if we change it to something else, it changes its name based upon this value here. So it's worthwhile bearing in mind, sometimes you have to know what the shader is called in order to search for it, but it's not always going to be called the function you're using it for. Okay, so armed with those few bits of knowledge, I've got a small challenge for you. I would like you to add some nodes. So we need to tell Blender that when light hits a black part of the image, it needs to treat it as transparent. So that's how light interacts with the surface. Add the node you would use for that. Then add a node that would mix the 2 different shaders together. Clues in the name. Use the alpha channel of the texture image to control the mix between the shaders, and play with the connections and see how it affects the image to gain a better understanding of what is happening. Finally, expect it to take a few minutes of linking things together and playing to work out the connections. Hint, very important here, you only actually need 2 additional shader nodes. So pause the video now, challenge yourself and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Now the solution to this one is going to be in the next lecture, because I'm going to do a bit of playing and a bit of further expansion on what you've done. So I'll see you guys shortly in the next lecture. Take care. Welcome to Textures with Transparency. In this video, you will learn how to use Cycles nodes to apply transparency to your image, and use groups for nodes for simplicity, and then use those node groups again on other materials. So let's hop straight on over into Blender. So this is where we left off before, and of course I'm now going to guide you through, first of all, the solution to the last challenge, and I'll talk through the workings as I go. So I'm going to make this a lot larger here. All I need to see is a thin sliver of the material at the top. So I'm going to get rid of this tangent node that I've added, and I'm going to add in. Now the first thing, we need to interact with light, how light is interacting with the surface, so it's going to be a shader. So I'm going to add a shader, there we go, and it's how it's going to be transparent. So along here we've got a transparent BSDF. Now some of you might want to know what BSDF stands for? Well, it stands for Bidirectional Scattering Distribution Function. And if we have a look at the Wikipedia article for it, we can see it's a series of calculations of how light interacts with surfaces where it hits them. And there's loads of other types of interactions as well. Do go ahead and read this Wikipedia article for more information on how it actually works. But suffice to say, it details how light interacts with a surface. So let's get rid of that and hop straight back into Blender. So we need to link both of these outputs to the surface. Now the surface determines what the actual surface of the geometry is going to look like here. So if we try and link them together, we will see we either get one or the other. Now the good thing there is it does look like when we add transparency, and just transparency, it goes transparent. So that's a good thing there that is working. Now we've got to mix these two together, and they're both shaders. So we need to mix a shader. Now I'm going to go to add and shade, and let's see if there's something called mix in here. There is a mix shader. So if we select that, and literally we can pop anything on top of something like that, and it puts it in. Now before we connect the other one, let's just move this factor up and down. Okay, so I can see there that when the factor is at 0, this top one is 100%. And as we go down, it gets less and less and less, and eventually becomes black, which is 0. So that means it's got nothing of this one and 100% of this bottom one. So with that in place, let's disconnect that for a moment and play with the other one. Let's plug this one in and see what happens. So again, with it at 100% of the bottom one here, it's black, there's nothing going on. And if we move it all the way this way, it becomes, oh, it's black and white still, so we've still got the alpha channel plugged into the color. Let's relink the color to the color so we can see what's going on. So we can see here it goes from 100% the image itself all the way down to nothing because there's nothing plugged into the bottom one. So let's go ahead and plug in the transparent shader and see what happens. So let's move this backwards and forwards. So we can see we're going from 100% of the diffuse to 100% of the transparent. That's not quite what we want to do. Let's try these round the other way. And moving them up and down, and that won't replug them in. I'm just going to swap these round here and see what that does. It swaps it round for us. So we go to 100% of the transparency to the image itself. Okay, that's starting to look better, but we need to control this not on an overall scale, but on a pixel by pixel case. Now what we can do is we can use this alpha channel, which we've already seen creates a mask, a black and white image. That's what it looks like. So if I plug the alpha channel straight into one of these shaders, and remove that, then we can see here that the alpha channel itself just gives black and white. And we can use that to control, because it's a grey node, it's outputting a value for every single pixel here. We can use that alpha channel here to plug in to the factor. Excellent. Let's remove it from the shader there, and let's link these back up and see what effect we have. Right, that doesn't look quite right at the moment. Let's try reversing these round. So let's put the diffuse on the bottom. Aha! Brilliant. That's looking much better. It's completely transparent, I think. I'm going to move over the top of this one here and lift it up. Excellent. So we're seeing straight through it. That's absolutely brilliant. Right, so now we've got a nice little setup here with these three areas here. We've got these two shaders being plugged into a mix shader, and that, I'm just going to reorganize it here to make it look a little bit better. Lines crossing over everywhere. I don't think I'm going to be able to avoid that easily. But what we can do now is we've got essentially a system. We've set up a series of nodes here to do a task, and that is to make a background image transparent. Now, if you had hundreds of images that you were going to do this to, you'd want a quicker way of doing it without having to add two shaders to your diffuse one that comes automatically. And we can do that by grouping. So holding down Shift, I can select the others in our group that we want to make. And when I go down to Node, I can go to Make a Group. And we can see here, it's Control and G. Now, when we go into the group, we can see it's got a group input, the actual shaders themselves, and the group output. Now, it's very important that you tend not to put in input nodes, i.e. this image texture, or output nodes within a group itself. Now, in order to get back, we can tab out, because that will go between the two screens. However, what you can do is put groups inside groups. And if you do that, you can't just tab out. It'll take you to the next level down. And on the header bar of the node, there's this little up arrow. So we've got use nodes, take a little drawing pin, and then this back arrow. And that will also take you upper level, which is brilliant. Now, this looks a lot better. It's much more clean. We're back down to 3 nodes, so it's easy to see what's going on. Now, as you can see, there's little arrows next to the names of these groups so that you can collapse down if necessary, if it starts getting really busy. Very useful. And of course, what you can do is name this node group something more useful. So if we open up our properties, and we can see it's called node group, and I'm going to be calling it make image. Excellent. So now I've named it. When I need it to use it again, I can go down to add and go to search, and I can go make image transparent. So it's actually now in the file, and I can use it again and again and again. If I bring this up, make image transparent, there it is. And we can open that up and see that our group still exists. Brilliant. Okay, a bit of a transition there. I am Michael from the future, and I'm here just to make sure that you guys are fully informed. We've had a couple of questions, and hopefully this will help clear up and give you guys further knowledge. I've started a new Blender file here, and I'd like you to do the same. Make sure you saved your work. And we've got the default cube in the scene. Now we're going to get rid of that. I'm going to hit the X key and delete. Now that's gone. Instead of going add, if we scroll down just a little, images as planes, this time we're just going to add a simple plane right at the top. There we go. Okay, now we have the plane in the scene. We're going to assign everything manually and see how that comes across. So we're going to have to create a new window. I'm going to make the tool shelf and properties panel disappear and drag a new window so we can see what's going on. I'm also going to switch this viewport on the left over to rendered mode. There we go. So that's rendering ready to go. On this side, we need to, first of all, give this a material. We don't have a material just yet. So let me pull open the properties panel and go to materials. I'm just going to click on new. It's got material 001. Let's call this grass. There we go. Now I'm just going to make that disappear a bit more. So we've got some room here. We're going to switch this viewport across to a different viewport. We're going to go to the node editor, where we've been before. Now we're going to have to build this up bit by bit. We know all the components that we need, but there is one extra. So what do we need? We need a diffuse shader. We need a... And before I go and add this in, if you do want a little micro challenge, pause the video and see if you can populate the other bits that we need. If you've done that, great, welcome back. Now, we're going to need a mix shader to mix these two together. We are also going to need that's right, a transparent shader. Now, I'm going to put the transparent on top because it's going to plug into the top. Oh. I put that in the wrong place. I'm looking at the wrong part of the screen. Let's link these back up. So we've got this coming through fine, and we needed to control the diffuse by an image. So let's go ahead. I'm going to use the menu this time and actually search for image. There we go, image texture. I'm going to plop that in there, and we're going to link the color into the color here and the alpha into the factor. That looks good so far. Now it's gone pink over on the left hand side, and that's because it doesn't have a texture. It's the kind of standard color when it doesn't know what to do. Now if we go ahead and open up a texture, and I'm going to go to where I've stored my assets. Now, at the top of the header bar, basically for the file viewer, we've got these thumbnail views, and this is a great way of having a look at these. I don't know which one I'm going to pick. I'm going to pick Grassblade 7 for this example. and we can't see anything. And this is set up exactly how we had it before. But there's one thing that the insert images planes is doing, which, even though it looks the same, is slightly different. Now, at the moment, we're not explicitly telling Blender how to map this image to that plane. Now, to you and I, it's obvious it can only exist one way on that plane, perhaps if you rotated it round, but essentially it'd still be the same. Blender needs a bit more help than that, so we need one more node. So let's go ahead and add in. It's a type of input because we're telling Blender information, and it's called a texture coordinate. If we go ahead and put that in, now at the moment we can't see anything. And we don't have many of these other options available. You'll see here there are lots and lots of options: generated, normal, UV, object, camera, window, and reflection. By all means play with those, but since we have a very simple plane, it certainly doesn't need unwrapping. We can get away with using generated. If we link up the generated to the vector, suddenly our grass will appear. So if you go through manually, you may have to put this texture coordinate in as well. Or indeed, if you alter something or give it a different type of mapping, you may lose that this is done automatically when you add images as planes, even though it doesn't look like it does in the node editor. So a slight subtle difference there. And of course now, it's time for a challenge. I would like you to apply transparency. So make your three shaders into a group if you've not done already, and then apply transparency to the other PNG files you have imported using the group you've just created. So I'd like you to pause the video now and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's hop straight on over into Blender. Okay, so now that we are back over in Blender, I'm going to go up a level, and I don't need this one here. That was just a demonstration, so I'm going to get rid of that. So I'm just going to grab this other image and move it, and you'll notice there it doesn't look the same as it does usually, and that's because I've got my pivot point set to the 3D cursor. I'm just going to send it back to medium point, and then it sits on top of the origin itself. Brilliant. Now that that's there, we can select the other image, and we're going to get rid of this diffuse BSDF because that's built in to our module that we've created that we can just drop straight in. So I'm going to delete that, and I'm going to go to Add, Search, and making the image transparent, brilliant, and pop it in. And we can go Color into Color and Alpha into Factor, and then Shader onto Surface. And that should have worked. And why hasn't it? Let's dive in and have a look. So we've got the factor coming in and across here. We've got the transparent on top and this on the bottom. And it goes to an output. So let's just make sure that everything is working as it should be. Let's go and compare it to the previous one. So we've got the grass image here, it coming in. And we can zoom out here, transparent top. So all of this seems to be absolutely fine. Question is, why is that not showing it as transparent? And here is the problem. I haven't selected use alpha. Silly me. So that's now ticked and sorted. And I'm going to set the alpha to pre-multiplied here. They do look very similar, but pre-multiplied tends to be better with small edges that change rapidly, much like the seeds we've got at the top here and the way the grass moves quite rapidly, and it's quite thin, so we want the best quality possible. So armed with that knowledge over on this one, I'm going to select my image texture. Use alpha is already applied to it, which is excellent. I can delete the diffuse shader, add in I'm going to search for my make image transparent, and when I plug this one in, it should work without issue. There we go. Perfect. How did you guys get on? I'd love to see your transparent grass. Do share it in the discussions, and I will see you in the next lecture. Welcome to Textures without transparency. In this video, you will import an image without a transparent layer, which means no alpha channel. we're going to understand that this is useful if you have no image editing software to hand, no time to process a load of images, or just trying out images for your textures. So what is alpha? Well, basically an image contains an alpha channel. Each pixel is represented additionally by a numerical value which specifies the opacity of that pixel. In alpha channels, 100% or a value of 1 specifies it being opaque, and 0 or 0% or 0 specifies a transparent pixel, i.e. it emits nothing. It is completely transparent. Now we must understand that this is not the best way. It's ideal to have a solid coloured background with these images, either 100% black or 100% white, to help separate the image from the background. White is better because your image itself may contain black, and we don't want to make anything that's dark in the image transparent. Now, it would be best if your images are processed to include an alpha or a transparency channel. So then we have the red, green, blue, and alpha. So RGBA. That's what that little acronym you'll see dotted about the place means. Okay, so now we've discussed those bits, let's hop over and see this in Blender. Okay, so back over in Blender, let's go ahead and import the image that does have a background image. So let's move these two grass plants out the way and center the 3D cursor and go ahead and add a mesh that's an image as planes. Go into the next Natures pack and the grass blade with background JPEG, and if we go to the thumbnails you can see it's quite clearly here. Now this one here and either Grassblade 01 or Grassblade 03 are actually the same image. I have gone in with an image editing software and created the PNG for it, but we're going to play now with the background and essentially use Blender itself to create a mask to basically do the job of alphaing, to make that white background transparent. So let's open up that image and see what we've got. Now I think at this point in time we can bring in our node that we know works. So I'm going to delete the diffuse shader and I'm going to add in the one we've already built, the transparent BSDF. Oh no, not that one. I do apologize. I can't remember what I've called it. It's a very good idea to remember what you've called things. How embarrassing. In fact, the easiest way of quickly checking it is called make. Okay, so let's go in and search for make. Perhaps I should have put transparent at the front. Important when you're naming files that you obviously remember what you name them. And I forgot what I've named it, and that was 5 minutes ago. Oh my word. So let's link these things together. So the color in and the shader out, and we should get the image appearing. And what we're going to do is break out this group here. Now we've got a factor here going up and down because there's nothing actually plugged in at the moment. And this factor was going to control the transparency. So because it's set at 0, it means that it's completely transparent. If you remember, a value of 0 means that the alpha channel lets everything through. It's completely transparent. And if we set that to 1, then we see the image in its full glory. Now we can't use the alpha channel of the image texture because it doesn't have one. It's as simple as that. It's a JPEG. It's outputting RGB, red, green and blue pixels, and that's it. So we're going to have to create our own alpha channel essentially, and we can use the color coming out of here to do that. First of all, let's expand our group here. So once the group is selected, we're going to have to edit it slightly. So let's go into Node and Ungroup. And you can see the shortcut key there is Alt and G. And that will break it apart again into its various parts. So before, when we had the color coming through into the diffuse shader here and coming out into our surface material. So it's flowing through here. Now the transparent one isn't doing anything at the moment because it doesn't know what to mix. In fact, it just says it's transparent, and if we move this up and down, it just makes our image, our whole image, transparent or not. So we're going to have to add something using the color channel itself into this chain to control this factor. We're going to have to essentially make our own mask. So let's see what happens when we move the color into the factor. Let's just try that. So it makes it go black. That's good because that means that if we play around with these, we can see that the color itself has some influence over what's shown and what's not, what becomes black and white. So there is some information there that we can use. So with that in mind, what we've got to consider here is what do we need to link in from the color, and what do we need to come out in order to make our mask? Well, if the image is white here, we need anything that's probably less than white. And remember, a white on the value of 0 to 1 is 1 on red, green, and blue. It's 100% red, 100% green, 100% blue. Anything that's less than 100%, we can leave on, and anything that's higher than that can be transparent. So I've got a challenge for you with that in mind. I would like you to make the white background transparent. Now you will need a math node for this. Change the node to an appropriate type. Think about what needs to be done to that white background. What does it need? And make the white background transparent. So you may have to change the value in order to make it nice and neat, or even zoom into the image to make sure that you've not gone over the top. So pause the video now and give this a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Before we hop over into Blender, you did give this a go, right? I know it's quite tricky. The math node looks complicated. If you haven't, pause the video again and do give it a go. For the rest of you, let's hop straight on over into Blender and link all of these things up. So we're going to use the color channel coming out of here to control this factor. Because at the moment it's just doing the whole image. And I know we need a math node, and I've told you that as well, because otherwise finding it is difficult. So searching for math, that's what I've done before, so let's bring up the math node. Now the reason why it's a bit of a pain to search for is simply because it's not called what you need it to be called. So I'm just going to plumb in the color to the value, and this value here coming out. In fact, I'm going to look at straight what I'm generating first of all. So I'm going to see the mask I'm creating, because I've cut off. The output is now showing me exactly what's going on with this at the moment, an add. Now I want this white surface, anything that's less than white or greater than black or something, to be right. So let's try less than white to begin with. So let's go down to less than. Excellent. So let's play with this value here and see what it does. So obviously a value of -18 is not going to be great. Let's start at 0 and just click this one at a time. So our image is appearing when we're doing that. That's looking great. So let's just keep upping it, and when it there we go. When it reaches 1, it's not complete. I bet if we took it one further, the whole thing goes white. Okay, so I think this is the setting we need, which is looking really good. And obviously at some point we're going to lose the image itself. So by plugging the value back into the factor and then the shader output to the surface, that's looking really good. Right, let's zoom into this surface and see how it's looking. Now I've got a value here of 0.6, and if I turn that up, eventually the edges get really fuzzy. Now obviously if there's anything that is pure white on our image, it can start to eat away. So this edge here is actually quite light. So if we go too low on this value, it starts to put gaps in our image, and that is no good. You can see there that part of our images is now missing, and up here in fact there's a whole section missing. So let's go up, and it's about 50% at the moment. Let's increase it a little more. I think that area at the top there is thin anyway, so by the looks of things about a value of 0.6 seems to look quite good. Excellent. Do try this with other images you've got too. Go out and grab something, take a photo of it against a white background and see how it comes across in Blender. Do share your blade of grass in the discussions, and I will see you in the next lecture. Welcome to Testing the Grass. In this video, you will name your new texture layer. You'll turn back on the camera and lighting and the grass layer as well. Right, so the first thing I'm going to do is actually get rid of the node editor for the moment because it's taking up a vast proportion of my screen. So I've just got the 3D view on here, and I'm on layer 5 at the moment, looking down here on the header bar, and I want to bring back my tool shelf. I'm going to hide my properties panel. I'm going to go to my layers tab, which we added on earlier, and let's have a look at what we need. So I'm going to name this textures, or even more precisely grass textures, and it's on. It's got a green tick next to it. Brilliant. Let's do the camera and lighting. Let's turn that on, and the grass as well. Brilliant. So now we've got all of those things on. You never guess what. Okay guys, it's challenge time. I'd like you to test render the grass. So rotate your grass around its origin so it's pointing towards the sky, the way grass naturally grows, and group the blades close together. So at the moment they're quite spread out. Spread them out a little on the X and Y axis to give them some depth. Then finally, do a test render and see how it looks. It won't be amazing at this stage. Oh, and remember to set up a camera as well. So pause the video now and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's go and render out this grass and see how it's looking. Okay guys, welcome back into Blender. What we need to do first of all is grab some of these blades of grass and make sure, I've moved one about earlier, I think it was this one. If you've done that as well, you will want to make sure, let's get rid of the tool shelf, that the Z coordinate is 0. Because we moved our origins earlier, but didn't do... Well, I moved that one about anyway. So I need to rotate it around, and at the moment, the best way to rotate it around is on the X-axis. So I'm simply in the tool shelf here going to go X90. And I'm going to do that to everything else as well. So X there, 90. Oh, I selected the plane itself. Let's just try selecting the right thing. 90. Okay. That, or I've picked the wrong thing, and that one's not, I've not moved the origin for that one yet, so we'll go back and do that one last. Let's change this one, X90, and the final one in the distance, I nailed it there, brilliant. So those are all there. Let's go into this image here and move the origin. So I'm going to pull it out of the ground initially so I can see what's going on. That there is the bottom. Let's just make sure it's right at the bottom. On the tool shelf, I'm going to go Tools, Set Origin to the 3D cursor. Brilliant. So that's now done. I'm going to get rid of the tool shelf. I'm going to lower the origin, essentially that's what we're moving here, down to 0 and rotate it on the X-axis by, not moving there, rotate it by 90. Okay, so we've got our blades of grass here, and I want to render them out. So the first thing I'm going to do is put them a bit closer to one another, and I'm going to be a bit adventurous and scale this one up even more, and that one can stay the same size as well. But I'm going to put them, well, I'm going to scale it up just a little. I'm going to put them rather close to one another so we can see how they're going to render. In fact, I'm going to give them a bit of depth both ways as well, just to make it a little bit more exciting, although it's not going to be a great render anyway at this stage. Now I'm going to have to set up a camera. I'm pretty sure that none of them at the moment are looking at what I want to look at, so I'm going to grab the camera I set up earlier to do exactly that, which was the iCam. It is the current camera, I believe, but if not, we'll just make sure it is. So I'm going to set the active object as the camera. And on the properties pane here, I'm going to lock the camera to view so I can move it about. Now this is looking like it's got
a silly amount of zoom on it. I'm not sure. Oh no, it's because I'm zoomed all the way out here. Now if I lock, that should be a bit easier to control. I'm going to make my view bigger as normal. You probably won't have to do this. I'm just doing it because I can't see what's going on otherwise. And let's zoom in here. Let's position the camera, come back out again. See how it looks when we've got rendered mode on, and we can see some shadows coming off there. Now something is incredibly bright in our scene, and it's probably one of the lights. So let's go and see how that's turning out. That's really, really bright. I've got my lamp here, my sun lamp, set up to an intensity of 11. Let's lower that back down. That's much better. And we can move round. Now, obviously, because they're a flat image, if we go side on, that's not going to be a very exciting render. But let's go to about there. Try and get everything in shot. Excellent. I'm going to go to my render tab here and just make sure my settings are set up. I'm happy with 50% of 1080p on the dimensions. Let's scroll down and look at the samples. Now my render is set at 100. That's going to be a bit too high for a test render, so I'm going to lower it down to 25. In fact, that might be too high later on when our scene gets more complicated. And let's scroll down a little further. And yep, I've got my tile size optimal because I'm using my CPU. Let's just make sure that the world, for some reason, I have lost... Yes, I've lost my skybox that we created earlier, so I'm just going to add that in really quick. So environment texture there, a lovely pink environment at the moment. I'm going to use a mirror ball, and I'm going to go ahead and open up. It's one of these angular maps that I was using previously. I think it was the one with the sun, Angular Map 12. I'm going to open that image. That looks much better. In fact, we can then have some sky in it as well. Perfect. How did you guys get on? I'm going to render my image out now, and I'm going to post mine in the discussions because that looks like some pretty good grass. In a wasteland of white, we'll need to sort that out. Post your grass in the discussions, and I will see you guys in the next lecture.
Welcome to Light Path Render Settings. In this video, you will learn about light paths and how they're critical when using transparency. So to give you an example of what I'm talking about, in this scene, we have a lot more grass than we've done before. And as you can see, there are these nasty black and shaded areas. Well, that's all to do with the transparency setting, how much light is let through. And after it's passed through a certain number of them, it stops and turns black. Increase the number and you get no more blackness, no more horrible artifacts in our image. So let's go explore this now and hop on over into Blender.
Okay, welcome back into Blender, and I've just realised I probably didn't have this one before. I do like this particular sky, but I don't quite like the ground at the moment. We can always go back and change that. The one I was using before wasn't a mirror ball, but an equi-rectangular one, and if I go ahead and open up the section assets, I think it was this one here, Sky Photo 3. Now, it's not going to update here until I re-render, so let's go ahead and do that now. Yes, that's what I had on there before, because it's more cloudy than the other one. And if I hop back into 3D view, you can see as we move about, we've got some sky in there. An overcast day, yes, but otherwise looking pretty good. Okay, so let's hop over into the 3D view and hop into solid. No, not solid. We'll just get a solid lump material mode there, and we can see our grass. So let's go ahead and experience what we mean by light paths and how they interact. And to do this example, I'm just going to grab one of these and shift it to the side and then zoom into it. And I'm also going to move the camera off of it for the moment, so we can move around quite freely and zoom right into our model. Now we've done this, let's take a peek at the light paths themselves. So over in the render tab, if we scroll down here, there will be a heading called light paths, and here it is. Let's make this a bit bigger after making it smaller. So this area here is all about how light works in cycles. And importantly, there's this transparency.
So anything that light passes through, after it's passed through 8 times, its maximum time, it won't pass through anymore. So let's put that to the test. So let's go ahead and go into rendered mode in the viewport shading. We've got our blade of grass here. It is selected at the moment, and I'm going to apply an array modifier. And it's going the wrong way at the moment, so let's do a constant offset on, it's going to be the z-axis, I believe, because it's a texture. X and Y are left and Y is up, so that can be confusing. Let's just try it. Let's put it on 0.2. Yes, it's gone behind. So Z in this case is relative to the object itself, the texture itself, and because it's a 2D object, it has no depth. So up is Y, and sideways is Z, and this, in this case, going backwards is Z. It's very confusing, but you'll get used to it. Don't worry, there are a couple of other things that are like that in Blender as well. So the count here, what I'm expecting is as we go up to 8, we're starting to see something along the bottom here. It's gone a bit black, and 9, there we go. We've got ourselves some horrible blackness. Now the way to counter that, of course, is to go into the render tab and increase the number on your transparencies here until you don't have it anymore. In fact, notionally, you could probably turn that up to 100 for the time being, and you'll be absolutely fine. However, it does apply to not only this object here and the transparency going through here, but anything else that you're also passing through. So if we grabbed another one of these blades of grass and put it in between all of these, however many times we've done it, if we've done it 8, 9, 4, or we've done it 14 times, there would be 28 that it has to pass through, and then it will start going black. Very confusing. Essentially, you would have to set this higher and higher and higher. And we'll have to watch that if we decide to use a lot of textures for our blades of grass. So, with that in mind, get these settings set up, get them understand, play around with how many it takes before it starts going wonky for you. In fact, if you set that down to 0, it's no good at all. It hardly lets any light through at all. Looks ghastly, and of course as this goes up, I don't know if this number's got a top. Yes, it has, 1024. So in theory, with blades of grass, it'd be very easy to hit that number because there are quite a few blades of grass on the ground. However, we're unlikely to be looking through 1024 of them and actually see the 1024th blade of grass. There's going to be something blocking that anyway. So that shouldn't become an issue, but it's worthwhile knowing there is a maximum to that. Okay guys, it's challenge time, and it's a thought exercise on transparency. So grab a pen and paper if one's near you, or just think about it lots. Best if you write it down though. So think about how many blades of grass your scene might have in it. I'll give you a hint. It's lots. Now imagine you're laying on the grass looking down it. How long do you think it would take before the transparency level itself didn't matter because another blade of grass or something solid was blocking it? Now what would help reduce the number of blades of grass in a straight road other than no grass at all? And what else could we use to model grass as well? Think about that. So pause the video now and write down your answers. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's have a look at those, and then I've got another modelling challenge for you afterwards. So, first of all, think of how many blades of grass your scene might have in it. Hint, lots. It's going to have a couple of thousand, at least probably tens of thousands of blades of grass in it. So it is important that we only put grass where it's needed. Otherwise, we're asking the computer to render things unnecessarily. Now, imagining you're laying on the grass, it wouldn't take long for more grass to overlap. So I think after about 100 blades of grass or so, you're bound to have actually passed through any transparency problems. But thinking about the different levels as well, I'd probably go for around 150 or so, because there's going to be some grass that's taller than others, and especially as you get towards the top of the grass, you're going to have some that are taller than others, and obviously then they're going to be able to see further along. Right, what would help reduce the number of blades of grass in a straight row? Well, what you could do is change the level of the ground. and that would also change the view of the grass itself, which is a great idea for maintaining a bit more interest in the scene. After all, we are modelling a rabbit in some grass, not a field of corn, so it doesn't have to be perfect. And what else could we use to model grass? Well, the clue is in the question. We could actually model grass physically. It would take us longer to do. However, we've got to weigh up the length of time it would take to model some blades of grass versus the length of time it would take to render using the textures, because it is going to take slightly longer to do that way when we come to rendering. So there's pros and cons to both, and we'll decide later on, after we've done a few tests, which way to go. Okay, so I said there was going to be another challenge, so we're going to hop back over into Blender in a few moments, but I would like you to set light paths and create some interesting landscape. So set your light path transparency to around 150. This should be ample for this scene. If it turns out later it's not, then you can just adjust that figure anyway, so it's not a big deal. Create some interesting landscaping. Nothing massive, just some subtle ground level changes using the tools you've learnt so far. So pause the video and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's hop over into Blender. Right, so the first things first, transparency's right here. I'm just going to go straight there and set it to 150. Right, now that that's done, we're going to have to create some interesting geometry. So let's go ahead. This is grass. I'm going to change it to ground plane, so I know exactly what it is, because it's going to be where the grass is coming from, but it needs to be a bit more interesting. And I think I actually need our rabbit in the scene as well, so I can compose the scene properly. Right. So, oh, that grass is pretty small, or that rabbit's pretty large at the moment. We're going to have to do something to change that. I think we're going to shrink our rabbit down a little. So let's just go to the rabbit itself. I'm happy with that. And I'm going to scale that down by 0.2, a fifth of the size. Ooh, little bigger, I think, 0.4. There we go. I'm happy with the scaling of the rabbit a bit lower. Brilliant. So let's think about the ground itself. In fact, why have all this ground in front of our rabbit? Let's move our rabbit, locking it to the Z-axis down here somewhat. Excellent. So let's play with our ground itself. So I'm going to hop into solid mode here. Select this and go into edit mode. Now there's a couple of ways that I can alter the ground itself. Now at the moment the ground consists of 4 edges, 4 vertices, so we can't really do much with it. We could go into the sculpt tool and do some sculpting with it, but I don't think that will give us the desired results. And the reason for that is it's going to create lots of patchy bits of geometry. It'd be best if we uniformly divided this and then moved it about. So we can just subdivide it, and then in the operator panel down here we can just increase the number of cuts here until it makes sense. We don't need it over the top. I think 10's as far as you can go, and 10 should be absolutely fine. If it's not, we can always subdivide again. Now that we've actually done that, we can go in and pick a face, any face at all. Let's pick that one and go to move it, but moving it with proportional editing turned on. So once it's turned on, we can pick and choose how we want it to lift up and down. Smooth is absolutely fine. I'm going to grab that. And using the mouse wheel, proportional size is currently very small. We can see at the bottom there it's increasing. And in a few moments, there we go, the cursor is actually big enough to have an effect. Now, I don't want to make a mountain like that because it will look ridiculous. So let's just bring it back down a little. But it's useful being able to pick those bits up. Now the tree itself, I actually want that up on sort of like a little bit of a plateau, perhaps up there like that. So we've got a bit more interest in the geometry itself, and we'll be here with the rabbit. In fact, I might even rotate the rabbit round. We'll do those sort of composition bits later on, and we can push this ground down if we like.
I'm liking the look of that so far. I just want this top bit a bit more plateaued, a bit flatter. So let's bring it in a little. And there we go. Let's bring that out. How's that looking there? And I could mumble into the microphone for hours on end trying to perfect it, but I'm happy with that so far. It's looking pretty good. Of course, all of my cameras, now I've moved the rabbit, null and void, so I'll have to sort those out at some point. But I'm liking the look of that landscape. So, how did you guys get on? Please share in the discussions your landscapes that you've come up with. And I will see you guys in the next lecture. Welcome to making textures look more 3D. In this video, you will play with the texture planes to alter their appearance. Understand that the more complexity you add here, the less you may need later on. So we're going to take a simple blade of grass, just our texture that we've played with before, and we're going to make it into something much more vibrant, a 3D object. And as we spin round here, we can see that it is truly 3D. So let's go create something like this and hop on over into Blender. Okay, so hidden in our hills at the moment, we've got some blades of grass. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to rename these. So this grass seed here, well, they're all on the 5th layer, so let's hop over to there now, getting rid of everything else, or I could press the number 5 on the keypad itself. On the keyboard itself. And I'm going to zoom around here, and I'm going to change the viewport shading down here to the material mode so I can see what's going on. Okay, so it looks like this one here is the tool blade of grass. So I'm going to call this grass tool and then seed, just so I know what's going on. This is grass medium. And I'm going to call it grass medium 1 because we've got another one here which has got an array modifier applied to it. I'm going to remove that array. We're not going to use that. That was just to demonstrate the light paths themselves. And I'm going to call this grass medium 2. And then the final one is this little one down here, which must be this one, the grass with background. I'm going to rename that one grass short. Excellent. So we've got these 4 here, and I'm actually going to hide them now. I'm going to take a duplicate of my grass short by using Shift and D, popping it there. That's absolutely fine. And I'm going to name this grass short example because that's what we're going to use in a few moments. Now I'm going to do a bit of tidying here, and I'm going to select these grasses and put them on the ground plane themselves. In fact, I'll just move them there manually. Probably be quicker. Okay, so underneath the ground plane, I have the 4 types of grass we've currently got. If you've got more or less, that's absolutely fine. Okay, let's go ahead and move this short example that we're going to be working on to a new layer. So I'm going to press M, and I'm going to move it to layer 6, I suppose. There we go. Now we've got it on layer 6, we can just view it by itself. So we have our blade of grass, and we want to make it look a little bit more 3D. So I'll just pan across to it now. Right, so now we have this in front of us. What we can do is start manipulating it. And some very simple ways you can do this is to duplicate it again. Now you've got to watch out on the outliner here that it doesn't get too crazy, but we can group it together all at the end. So we're going to duplicate that, which we've done, and I'm going to rotate it immediately on the Z axis by, let's say, 180. Now it's disappeared somewhere. Where's it gone? So let's just zoom out and see if we can see what's going on. Okay. The pivot point is the 3D cursor down here. So it'll be spinning around the 3D cursor. We don't want that. We want to change the the pivot point from the 3D cursor to the medium point, which will put it right on the origin of our object, which is great. That's what we want. So I'm going to duplicate first and then rotate on the Z axis by 180.
Yeah, we go. Okay, and now I'm going to move that out ever so slightly. It looks like I'm going to have to do a bit of rotating, otherwise that's going to look like a funny grass plant. So I'm just going to rotate that round, viewing it first from the front. You may have to do the side depending on where you place them, or even the top if you've still got them laying flat on the ground. Although you should have completed one of the last videos. Challenges to make sure that they're all the right way up. Oh, looks like we've got another blade of grass here. That's okay. We will scale that one down by pressing the right key. Do excuse me, I can't always see the keyboard. And rotate that one round a little further. Okay, so now we've got a grass plant that's still 2D, but it's getting there. So let's select all three of those and duplicate them. I'm going to scale them up ever so slightly and rotate them around on the Z-axis by 90. Okay, that's starting to look pretty good. And I'm going to scale them. Oh, I want to take a duplicate first and then scale that in ever so slightly and rotate it on the Z-axis by maybe 60 this time, so it's not always 90. And there we go, we can slowly build up a grass plant that looks pretty awesome. So the final thing that we're going to need to do here will be to group all this lot together. So I'm going to use border select by the B key, select everything, and I'm going to join them all together with Control and J. And I feel like just duplicating it once more with Shift and D and rotating it on the Z-axis again by another, I'm going to pick a random number, 135. Just to make it a little bit more dense, and I'm going to scale that in ever so slightly. I'm going to select them both and join them, and then I'm going to do one final thing. I'm going to duplicate it once more, rotate it on the Z-axis, but this time I'm just going to move around and randomly pick a point. That feels right to me. Okay, so it's much more dense now, and when we go to, I'm not going to render the image there, I'm literally just going to go rendered just here. That looks like a much fuller grass. So let's go ahead and hop back into material mode, select the two grasses that we have, join them together into one, and I'm going to call this grass short plant. Excellent. And I'm going to group that under the ground plane. And there's one final thing that I'd like to show you here. Perhaps I should have shown you before making a whole plant up. So what I will do is we'll work on another layer quickly, and I'm going to add another images plane, and I'm going to grab my grass blade PNG again. Oh, let's just undo that. So let's put the 3D cursor in the middle and try adding that again, but this time remembering to select diffuse and transparent and to use the alpha channel. Brilliant. So with the grass blade selected here, it should come in. I'm going to look at it from the top so you guys can see what's going on. I'm not going to bother repositioning the origin, but what we can do here is, for instance, add loop cuts in. So in edit mode, we could add a couple of loop cuts in, or we can even subdivide. So I'm going to subdivide it a couple of times, and you'll see, that's probably over the top, but you'll see that this allows us to alter the shape of our model. And I can't see why that, the proportional editing size is up. So this enables us to twist and shape and remodel our blade of grass to our heart's content. Obviously, you can do some very weird things, and the reason why we add this extra geometry is if we've just got these 4 vertices on the end, it becomes quite difficult. If we go and grab a vertex and move it, you can see it has a harsh change just around here. And that's not so great when trying to make something look a bit better. Obviously, you can move this around, and the more geometry you add, so if we go and subdivide, so select everything, subdivide, it gives us more control over this particular model. So as well as rotating that, like we did to make it flat, we could actually pull this vertex out a little and make it a little bit taller. Although sometimes it can squish parts of the model you didn't want to squish. There's lots to play with there, and in fact what you can do is make this a bit more three-dimensional in itself, so you can have the grass actually curving round in 3D space, even though it's just a flat texture. And unlike normal geometry, when you're filling it in, it's obviously got a couple of sharp angles here as it moves. Now, those angles are determined by the geometry itself, not, so if, just for example, not anything to do with the shading you've got set. So if you want it to be a smoother transition, if you're making a texture more 3D, you're going to have to add more subdivisions or something along those lines. And once you have more subdivisions, you can start moving things with a little more finesse, so it's not so wonky. There we go. So that should now curve round a little bit better than how it was before. We've still got a few sharp angles, but in general that is much better. Okay guys, it's challenge time. I'd like you to make more grass plants. So make 1 or 2 more grass plants. This will help with making our grass look better. Now remember to preserve the original blades when making those plants. So pause the video now and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's hop back over into Blender. So I'm going to use the blade of grass I've been working on here to demonstrate how you can work around your model itself. I'm going to set the origin point first of all, so let's come out of here and hopefully that's set on the mesh. Yes, it has. And I'm going to go up here and set the origin to the 3D cursor. That gives me lots of options, including planting it firmly on the ground. And I'm just going to rotate this round on the x-axis by 90, I think. No, minus 90. There we go. So we've now got that coming out of the ground. I'm going to hop into object mode, and I think I'm going to duplicate it. Oh, let's set it on 0 first before I do any of that. I think I've got a duplicate there as well. So yeah, it just helps when things are all sprouting from the same place, especially with grass, because if you have a look at a grass plant, it does tend to all sprout from a similar location. I'm going to duplicate those and rotate them round, lock them to the Z-axis, come round here perhaps. Okay, so that's starting to look pretty good. I'm going to do some scaling here so it looks a wee bit different. I'm actually going to bring in another texture on here. So we've got our grass tool. I'm going to duplicate. I can't do it whilst the layer's not active. So let's go and find our grass. There's our grass tool. Oh, am I upside down? I think I just might have built the last thing upside down. Did anybody spot that? I certainly didn't. I was too engrossed in making some grass. Anyway, let's duplicate that, embarrassment out of the way, and move it to the appropriate layer. I think I'm working on layer 6. Or am I on layer 7? I think I'm on layer 7 at the moment. So let's move it again to layer 7. Okay, it does look like I produced some stuff upside down, so I can select all of these grass blades here and just drop this one out for the moment. So this one, this one, this one, and this one. That'll explain why the rotation was a bit funky. And there we go. It's amazing what happens when you're not paying full attention. So I'm going to bring that up and sight it at 0, 0, and 0. So what I want here is to produce a plant that's basically a seeded plant. Let's see how that's looking at the moment. That's looking pretty good now. It's actually got some grass down the bottom. I'm pretty happy with that. So I'm going to group them all together. So I'm going to select them all. And let's just come out back into material mode. This orange border, by the way, can get quite irritating. You can turn it off in the properties. If we scroll down and go to display, there's an outline selected that you can toggle on and off. And when you start having geometry, as you can see here, turning that on and off can help massively. And we'll probably use that again later on when we've got lots and lots of blades of grass going on. So I quite like what's gone on there. I'm just wondering, if you look on it from this way, it's not so great. So let's produce 2 of these tool seeds before grouping it all together. Or, yeah, let's work from there. So let's duplicate that and rotate it on the Z-axis by 90 degrees. Oh, not the Z-axis. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, there we go. So we've got that coming out there. Might as well have a third one, I think. So duplicate, rotate, Z, and let's have it there. Excellent. So that looks like a pretty good grass plant. And I'm going to make one of these look ever so slightly different. So again, I'm going to turn on the outline selected. This is when you do want it on, of course, when you're trying to see things. I'm going to go make this one a little taller, this one a little shorter. And there we go. Now they don't look so much like copies of one another. I'm going to go into edit mode here and try actually to straighten that up a little more. So it just looks straight and tall, and I don't mind if the others are a little bit curvy. Let's grab this one here as well. And of course, this is one of these things again. Does it matter if you do so much with it? Well, with most things in Blender and in life, I suppose, the more you put into it, the more you're going to get out. Obviously, we've got diminishing returns at some point. I'm going to stop there. I'm going to group all of these together, and that, I think, is all of them. I've selected them in the outliner there by holding down Shift, and I'm going to join them all together with Control and J. And what's it called at the moment? Grass Blade 01.3. That's no good. So it's a grass. Let's turn caps lock off. It's a grass. It's a seeded grass. And it's a plant. So grass, seed, plant. Planet? Not quite. Plant. Excellent. How did you guys get on? I'd love to see what grass plants you managed to create. Please share them in the discussions, and I will see you guys in the next lecture. Welcome to Using Objects with Particle Systems. In this video, you will learn how you can place hundreds of objects easily and fluidly using the particle system. We're going to control the distribution of particles using the weight painting and vertex groups, and turn off outlines when they start to clutter the view. So let's hop straight on over into Blender. Okay, so we'll start off with the outlines, in fact, since we've got some good examples in front. Now, if you followed through on the last challenge, you'll notice I turned them on and off. So this is where I officially, after the event, of course, tell you about the outlines. So when you start to have hundreds of these in our scene, it's going to be quite difficult to actually see what's going on. In fact, it will get very cluttered very quickly. Now, in the Properties pane, the N key on the 3D view, when you scroll down, there will be an option for display, and sometimes it's toggled in or out, but there's simply a checkbox here that you can use outline selected or not. And you can see straight away that it's great to be able to see what's actually going on and how it looks. Now, the other thing that I noticed as I was working on this is that this model itself is quite high in its polygon count. So let's see if we can sort that out before we start putting hundreds of them into our scene. So let's have a look at the modifiers here, and I'm going to use the decimate modifier, similar to how we made our low poly pawn over in the chest section. Now I'm going to use unsubdivide for this one, and we can see I've got 259 faces, and if I turn on the outline again, we can see that most of them are on these small blades of grass crisscrossing one another. So I'm just going to increase these iterations, and it looks like the lowest number of faces I can get is around 5 iterations, yep, and 23 faces. Interestingly, you get less at number 4. Okay, so let's see what it looks like at number 4. Again, I'm going to have to turn the outline selected off. Now, if I was really close to the grass, would I notice that? Maybe not. Now, it gets a bit funny here. It goes a bit wobbly. Let's see how it looks at 3. It looks a tiny bit smoother. I think we can actually get away with it at 4. Since we're very rarely going to be this close to the grass, and if we are, there's going to be lots of other grass around as well that's going to disguise any of these
nooks and crannies and kinks in the blades of grass. So I'm going to do that and apply my decimate. So I've dropped this massively down from the number of faces it had, and obviously the number of triangles it had as well. Much, much neater. So let's play about with adding objects into a scene. Now, in order to do that, I'm first going to save my file and I'm going to demonstrate the whole object putting into a scene, not in our bunny scene at the moment. So I'm going to go ahead and open up a new file and reload the startup file. So let's go ahead and play with our cube here. I'm going to move it to one side. And I'm going to create a cone. So we're going to have a cone and cube as our two objects that we're going to play with and use the particle system on. Now I'm going to select both of them and put them on layer 5, let's say. So they're just out of the way. Oops, I've just moved to layer 5 rather than moved them to layer 5, but let's work on layer 5 anyway. And that's what you'll probably want to do with most of the objects that you want to use with any particle system. Move them to their own separate layer so they're just out of the way and you can turn them on and off really quickly. Right, I'm going to add a ground plane that we're going to work with. I'm just going to scale it up and probably just subdivide it a couple of times. So I'll hop into edit mode and subdivide, and I'll just make it a little bit uneven as well. That's probably a bit too much geometry, but it will do for this example. So I'm going to pull that up there, spread it out. I'm going to make a big hill there so we can watch things go over, and I'm going to make a less of a big hill there. I'm just going to play about, and you can obviously make your terrain how you want to make it. So that looks pretty good for the moment for our example. Oh, I don't want to rotate, wrong one. Just want to move it down. There we go. So lots of geometry going on there. A lovely smooth terrain. In fact, it only will be smooth if I turn on smooth shading. So there we go. We've got a basic terrain that now we can start putting our mesh objects on. So let's start by adding a particle effect to this ground plane. So I'm going to click on the particles option here and create a new particle system. I'm going to start with the cones because it is important that I show you something that happens with objects. It may not happen with your textures since textures have Y as facing up. The particle systems also have Y as facing up. So let's go ahead and create cones. I'm going to call this one cones as well so we know when we can borrow it in a bit to apply it to our cube as well, but we're going to set up one first of all. It's going to be of type hairs, and we can see the hairs are now growing out. Now we can replace those hairs with objects. Now I know with the size of cube I'm probably going to have to turn down the number that we have, so I'm just going to turn it down to maybe 50 for the moment, and that also keeps our viewport nice and quick. We can always change this later. Now the hair length. When dealing with objects, you'll probably want to set the hair length to 1. And then scrolling down under, where is it hidden? Under object, so we select object and the size here, set that as 1. Now when that's 1 and this hair length here is 1, your object will be the size that you created it rather than some random size in between. That's always very useful for making sure that the scene is laid out as you're expecting it. It's caught me out no end when I've not set these two to 1. Obviously feel free to change them afterwards to your heart's content, but that's a very good starting point. So now the object is selected, we can go and collect or go and pick the cone. So it was pointing up on this layer here, and on layer 5 it's not. Okay. Oh, it looks like I haven't moved them. I went to layer 5. I meant to press M and then move it to layer 5. Never mind. But here we have a problem. They're all laying on their side and we don't want that. And that's because Y is up as far as the particle system is concerned. So all we simply need to do is rotate our original cube around. So I'm going to enable both of the layers. Now I've got to find that original cube, and I'm going to do that in the rather than playing hunt the cube. I keep saying cube, cone. Rather than playing hunt the cone, I'm just going to select it in the outliner. And I'm going to rotate it, and let's rotate it around the Y-axis. Okay, I seem to have problems rotating it. There we go, it is rotating. Ah, yes, of course, this has caught me out no end of times. On the plane itself, we need to inherit the rotation. So let's turn them both back on and see what happens when we click on rotation. They rotate round. Brilliant. So let's just undo what we've just done with the rotation. There we go. So back to here, back to plane, back to rotation. Make sure that's turned on. Over to the cone, and let's rotate it in the y-axis and see what happens. So that looks like 90 degrees in the y-axis sorts that out and makes it right. Obviously, because we've got some hills here, some of them will be at a slight angle because they follow the curvature of the ground that you place them on. So now that we've done that, those look quite small, and you're thinking, oh, Mike, I thought you said if I set both to 1, they'll be full size. Well, they are full size, it's just that half the cube is underneath, and that's to do with its origin. So if we go to the cone itself, I keep saying cube, if we go to the cone itself, the actual cone rather than anything else, so let's hop over to this layer here. Click anywhere on the base with the left mouse button and that'll set the 3D cursor. And then we can just simply set the origin to the 3D cursor and see how that looks when we go back to this layer. Excellent. Now they're all on top of the surface. Now you can play with all the particle stuff that you've done before, so you can go in and add children, and if you do add children, I would suggest they were interpolated. So let's go to the children section here and do interpolated, and they will follow the curvature of the ground. That's a very spiky ground now. You wouldn't want to stand on that. And of course you can play with the uniform and loads of other things to your heart's content. So you could build up grass like this if you wanted to as well. That's another way of generating the geometry. Now, one final thing, let's turn off children for this moment in time so we can see what's going on. Let's go and add another particle system. So I would always recommend, if you're using one particle system and you've got loads more that are going to be similar, that you get one of them right to begin with, because we can borrow those settings with a new one. So let's set up a new particle system and call it cubes. And if we go here, and we are talking about cubes this time, we can borrow the cones. Now we need to make it unique by clicking on this number. Otherwise, anything we change down here will change both of these particle effects. So let's go down here and press the number 2. It changes to cone 001, and I'm going to rename that immediately cubes. Now it looks no different at the moment because we do need to scroll down to the object and change it to cube. And you can see here that we've still got the same problem with it being half-half. I'm not going to sort that out at the moment, but you can see that all of these objects are placed in exactly the same location. Now the way you would change that, scroll up and change the seed, and the seed will change its placement. Now that's great for randomizing things and making sure they don't all appear in the same place, especially if they've got the same number of emissions. Another way of changing it is to change the number of emissions that are going on. And eventually that will shuffle, but it does still have some on top of one another. So again, changing the seeds will be the easiest way to make sure that they don't overlap right on top of one another. So the one final thing, just like with the bunny, you can use weight painting as well. So say we wanted only these, we'll get my teeth back in, cones to be on the hilly parts of our mesh here. We would make sure the mesh is selected. We'd go to the object data properties over here, and let's scroll down and we'd add a vertex group, and I'm going to call it cones on hill. It's always good to name it round this way, and then immediately switch into weight painting. I'm going to turn off our particle system so I can see what's going on with the eyes there. And so we've got these two hills, so I can paint on that hill, I can paint on that hill, and I'll probably have to spin round and paint the other side of the hill as well. And then I'm going to reduce or increase the size of the brush and reduce its strength down to 25% or thereabouts. Yeah, that's fine. And I'm just going to go over there, over here, over there, over there once more. There we go. So that should help control the distribution of our cones and limit it to only these areas, leaving the blue area clear. So let's turn them back on, and the first thing you'll say is, oh, the cubes haven't moved. But remember, on the particle effect, we just need to scroll down and change the density setting under vertex groups, the density here to cones on hill. Oh, that's great. I didn't check what I was doing. I have cubes on hill. I was right when I said cubes the first time round. Okay, so do remember which one you're selecting when you're moving things about. Of course, I can scroll down, and this cones on hill, I can just remove that, go to the cones themselves, scroll down, and click on cones on hill. There we go. So now the cones have moved to the hill, and if I turn off the cubes themselves just here, we can see that they're distributed more in the red areas than they are in the green and light blue areas. Perfect. Now, armed with that knowledge, I've got a challenge for you guys. I would like you to plant some grass. Create a particle system for each grass mesh object and seed your landscape with grass. Use low quantities at this stage. Now, it might not look great, but you don't want to slow yourself down when prototyping. And use your texture plants that we've made sparingly throughout the environment. Set the ground colour too. So create a ground material. I suggest a diffuse brown colour. And reiterate your scene lots and keep your samples low as you go. And remember, Control and B to set a render border in the camera view to limit where you're rendering. So to give you some more suggestions, turn off each particle system as you go for speed and seeing how each individual particle system looks. And then finally, when you render the scene, there is a good chance that it will take a long time. So keep those samples and resolution low until you're happy to turn them up for final renders. So to give you an idea of what I mean, when I was prototyping, I have grass that looks like this. And you're going, oh, that looks horrible and grainy. It's supposed to. It's a prototype. That took about 45 seconds or something along those lines to throw out. And I believe my samples were set to 5. I didn't want to wait ages. I just want to get an overview. And I keep iterating that. And again, I then mucked around with the grass and got it looking a bit more natural. And I ended up with this. And again, it's at 5 samples. And when I looked at my rabbit, I went, oh, hang on a minute. I can see the bit that's supposed to be covered up. You know, we didn't model the legs to keep it nice and simple, but that looks like a levitating magical bunny at the moment, which it certainly isn't. So I then set a render border up so I could focus on that small area and make sure it comes out correctly during the render. And then, and only then, when I was happy with everything and set everything up, did I hit the render button at a higher sample rate. I think I picked 75 for my samples here, and as you can see, it looks pretty good. So go ahead and pause the video and go and plant some grass across our landscape. Now, I'm not going to be able to show you my solution in this video, so that will be in the next lecture. So once you've done, remember to share in the discussions your solution to this. I'd love to see them, and I will see you in the next lecture. Welcome to Layering Particle Systems in Blender. In this video, you will see the solution, or at least my solution, to the last lecture. Use a series of particle systems to plant our various grass types and make sure we use low values during prototyping to get a feel of how the grass will look. So let's hop straight on over into Blender. So I left you guys here with some cones on a hill. That's not quite grass, so let's go over into our Fluffy Bunny file. And we had this one blade of grass, this grass plant. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to nest it under the ground plane itself. So let's go to the ground plane. We're going to need to turn it on. There we go. And let's go ahead and add a particle system. Now I'm going to start with probably the most common one, which will be the grass short. And I'm going to add a new particle system. I'm going to call it grass
short. And then once we've done that, I'm also going to name it grass short here. And this is going to be the one that's going to cover a lot of the ground. Not absolutely everything. If the grass ends up too thick, it doesn't look natural. Grass doesn't grow and suffocate itself. So that's set up there. I don't see any hairs yet. I'm going to switch on smooth shading. I'm going to make sure I am on the ground plane. No, I wasn't. So where am I on? I've applied it to grass short. Never mind, we'll remove it from there. Go to the ground plane, add it in and select grass short. It's got a 0 next to it, of course, because we've just removed its only user. So now it's got no users. So there's our grass short. It's a hair, and it's now going to be an object and grass short. Excellent. So now we've got that set up there. Let's go and set the hair length to 1 and the size to 1. And it's starting to fill up our mesh. But of course, we don't want to leave it there. What we'll want to do is have some children. Now it's set to the display of 10. I'm going to leave it at a render of 10 as well. That's probably going to be enough. And I'm going to add some randomness to it, change the size. I'm even going to up the random size, going to make sure there's lots of that. And random here, well, I'm going to increase that significantly, and I'm going to just change the threshold so we get some bits sticking out more than others. So about 35% of the grass blades are now completely random, or not random. Not random. There we go. It's the right way around. Okay, so I'm going to leave that like that for the moment and start adding another particle system. So let's now go in and add another particle system. I better call that short grass, otherwise I'm going to forget. Or grass short, short grass. Okay, a particle system 2. What should we do next? Let's do the medium. medium, medium grass. Now, of course, here I'm going to borrow my short grass that we've already done, or grass short. I'm going to make it a unique user and immediately call it medium grass. In fact, I'm going to rename the other one. Just me being analytical about it all. Short. S-H-O-R-T, grass. If I spell the other one short, no, that's fine. Okay, so medium grass. Let's go in and select here one of the medium grasses. Excellent. And we can see there's probably too many of those, so I'm going to knock down the number here to maybe 200. That's starting to look quite nice. Now I'm going to just go in straight away and add ourselves a vertex group. I'm going to call it medium grass 1. I'm happy with the base grass, the short grass covering absolutely everything. I'm going to have medium grass 2. Whilst I'm here, I'm just going to set these up. I'm going to have the grass short plants. Grass short plants. And then there'll be grass seed. And there will also be grass seed, the plant itself. So grass plant. Oh, grass seed plant, so I know which one it is. Naming is very important. I've got to remember, if I come back to this in a few years' time, will I know what it means? So let's go in and go to the medium grass, which we're on at the moment. Let's go to the particle system with the medium grass and turn on the density and select medium grass 1. Excellent. We'll just need to change. Once we've got this right, we can just change a couple of values. So now make sure we've got the right one selected. So I have a habit of not checking before I plow forward. Switch into weight paint and let's, much better. Now you see here the number of, because I've only highlighted a very small area, I'm going to turn off
those there. I've only highlighted that small area there. It's causing all of my grass, the 200 plus, each one's got 10, so the 2,000 blades of grass are in that area there. Now I'm going to put this type of short grass very sporadically over our ground. I'll put it there and a bit denser over there. Now, what we could do is arrange it where the camera is, but I'd like to put it in our entire scene for the moment, so I can move the camera around and find a good angle later on. So I'm happy with that, so I'm going to go and add a new particle system. I'm going to call this one Medium Grass 2. I'm going to borrow Medium Grass, make it its own unique user, and we've got a couple of things to change. I'm going to change the vertex groups down to Medium Grass 2. I am then going to change the grass medium to grass medium 2. So that's those things changed. And the vertex group, we're going to go into medium grass, and I'm just going to do something ever so slightly different. As you can see, the grass is coming in, and as I paint more and more, it will start to thin out. So that's those ones done as well. I'm quite happy with that. In fact, I'm going to lower the number as well. What we don't want is it to be too dense at this point in time. So I'm going to lower that down to 5. I'll probably do the same with the other medium grass. Now this, obviously, you can tinker with to your heart's desire. I'm going to go for 8 here. And of course, a lot of these have the same seed. So I'm just going to, even though they're not the same distribution, I'm just going to change the seed type on here. There we go. That shows you what's going on there. And I think seed of 0 for that one's absolutely fine. Soon find out when it comes to rendering. So we've got a couple more particle systems to make. So let's add in another one. Let's do the grass seed one. Or grass seed. There we go. And again, I'm going to borrow the where is it? Short one. Short grass down there. And I'm going to reduce the number all the way down. I'm literally going to go down to 200 or something along those lines, maybe even less, 100. It's over the entire area, which is fine. Children, I'm going to go down to 5 children. So there's not very many of these. And we'll start to see them in a moment when I put on the grass seed, not the plant. But just the grass tool seed. There we go. And yeah, that all looks fine. And it's all across the entire scene. Now, I'm going to see how this is starting to look. I'm going to look through the camera to see what type of view we've got. Well, the render would look absolutely hideous with that camera selected. So let's go ahead and go up here. Lock the camera to view. Let's zoom out. Spin round, and it's probably going to be a view something like that. Let's change before we go ahead and render, let's change the samples. The render samples are currently at 100. I'm going to lower it down to 5, so it's relatively quick. It's going to take a while to compute some of those objects there. Now, we can start to see here that the hill is you can see the hill at the moment. That's not a big deal. We probably need to increase the density of the base grass because there's not enough of it. But that's why we render, so we can go back in straight away. I think there's enough tall grass there, so let's go and grab our short grass particle system and turn that up to 1,000 and see how that renders out. That's taking a little longer and looks like it's going to be a little more dense. Of course, the lower samples does mean that it's possible that you're going to get some black colorations, because obviously if there's not enough samples to go through the object with light, as you can see, it's taking a lot longer as well. We'll end up with these dark patches. All right, that's looking like we've got a decent amount of cover there. I'm just going to stop the render. I'm going to lower that down to 600 for the time being, and we can play with these. That's the great thing. We can go backwards and forwards all day long. Now I'm just going to add in a couple of our plants themselves. So, but I'm going to put them in very specific locations. So let's go ahead and hop into 3D view. I'm going to hide the other particle systems first. And I'm going to go over here and do both of these at the same time. So the grass short plant, I only want that around that area there. Let's only put it on hills, why not? And the grass seed plant, I'm going to make this brush a little smaller and pop some there, some here, some there, 1 or 2 up on the top of the hill. Perfect. Now, there are only going to be a few of those. So with the particle system, I'm going to create a new one and call it grass short plant. I'm going to set this one up manually rather than borrowing settings of any of the other ones. So I want it of type hair. Now I'm going to change it straight away for the density here to be grass short plant. That's the one we're working on, so we can see the areas it's going to be in. I'm going to turn off children. I don't want any children on this, so it is off by default. I don't need 1,000 of them, probably 50, maybe a little more than 50, 200 in total. And the hair length of 1. The object is what we're going to use. We're going to use grass short plant. There we go. And set the size to 1 here as well. That looks good, apart from it doesn't seem to be adhering much. I think that's just... no, it's not. Grass short plant. Am I painting the right one? Grass seed plant. Grass... just a naming thing there. Grass short plant. Excellent. Is there another one down here? And we need grass... grass short plant, grass seed plant. That's why I've assigned it to the wrong one, or I've just misnamed things and not noticed. Very easy to do with lots of things going on. So grass short plant, that's the layout I want. Now I'm going to copy that into the next one. So did I name it? No. So grass, let's go in here, grass short plant. And then I'm going to borrow it in the particle system 6, grass short plant. Grass short plant. Why can't I see it? Is it further up? Oh, yes, it is. Grass short plant. And I'm going to call this grass seed plant. And just scroll down. Probably even less this time, so maybe 100 of them in total on the scene. And I'm going to select the grass seed plant distribution. Perfect. So let's... I haven't changed the object by the looks of things. Grass seed plant. Okay, that's probably too many. It looks more like a field of corn rather than anything else. So let's turn it down to 50. And I want a bit more randomness in here. So let's see if we can get anywhere with the random size. That's a bit better. If we make it a bit smaller, random size only seems to make it smaller than what it was before. So if I increase the size ever so slightly, it will be larger. Okay, so let's spin back round to around here. Let's turn on all the other layers themselves, starting to get a bit dense. I don't know how long this is going to take to render. Has our world got an environment texture on? It has. Excellent. It's going to be well lit. Let's see how this turns out. Of course, what we should do at some point is also put the bunny back in the scene. And let's line up the camera with the bunny. So it's going to look something like that. And render it out. And let's see what it comes out like. Okay, brilliant. That has turned out rather well. I'm liking how that is looking. We've got a few tweaks that I can see straight away to do. And of course, we're only at a very low sample rate at the moment. And notice that took 1:45. My laptop is no slouch, but it's also not a complete powerhouse. So that's rendered out rather nicely. I like the way it's turned out. The grass looks quite natural lying about here. There's a bit too much tall grass.
not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing. And where the tree is going to be, which I think is going to be somewhere around here, probably want to remove some of the grass from there. It actually looks quite dense up there. Right, so I'd love to see how your guys' meadows are coming on. Please show me how you're getting on in the discussions. I'd love to see what sort of grass you've come up with as well. So I always run a bit short of time in these videos. I'm just going to run through how I got to this stage. A few extra bits that I've done. Obviously, I've coloured in the ground with a diffuse colour. And to do that, I have gone to the ground plane itself, gone to the materials properties, and literally created a material. I haven't named it yet. I'm going to call it soil for the moment. So it's my soil material, and I set it as a lighter colour brown, not too dark, because the shadowing that's caused by the grass on top of it will usually be enough to give us some darker soil as well. Now, you'll notice that between the last image you saw and this one here, I've added a few extra details, and let's break them down now. I'm going to hop into the data properties here, and you'll see I've added a thing with the vertex group here that I've painted in. I've added some extra grass around the rabbit itself to make sure that it is covered up properly. Perhaps a little bit taller grass there. We could go for lots of different things. Particle systems, I've added that grass around the rabbit base as well, and I've used my short grass view. So if we just go into the 3D view, I can show you that. So let's turn off everything here, bar the bits we need. Okay, so I used our short grass across the entire scene. I used the medium grass based over there, this one over there. The grass seed itself, the long seed, I spread it out very thinly across the entire scene. The grass short plant I scattered all over the place, but I also made it a tiny bit larger and put it around the rabbit base as well, just to make sure it was fully covered up around there. I could have probably painted that in a bit smoother, but I literally just dumped all the grass there to make sure that the base was covered up. And finally, the grass seed plant, well, I've scattered that about as well. A few critiques of my final render, or this isn't the final render, but it was the render before the final render. I've got the grass you can see through here. I don't know whether that's a big problem or not, but it does highlight that the ground is super smooth, and ground generally isn't super smooth like that. So there's a couple of things we could make it undulate a bit more, but I'm not too bothered at this stage about that. That's something we can always sort out later. So how did you guys get on? I'd love to see your fields, your meadows, or your grassland that you've created. Please share that in the discussions, and I will see you guys in the next lecture. Take care. Welcome to Introduction to Sapling. In this video, you'll turn on the Sapling add-on. You'll learn the fundamentals of Sapling, understand to save before using Sapling, and we'll see why, and learn how to prevent Blender from crashing when using Sapling. Let's go explore Sapling now over in Blender. So the first thing that we need to go and do now is make sure that Sapling is turned on. So you'll find that under File, User Preferences, and go to the Add-ons tab. Now we can search for it. In fact, it's here, Add Curve Sapling. We don't need to search for it. I've already got it turned on. If you haven't, please put a tick in this box and save your user settings. Excellent. Now that Sapling's turned on, we can go and explore with it. So, first of all, so we don't muck around with our current Blender file, the bunny that we're working on, let's go explore the Sapling add-on in a brand new Blender file. It'll also make sure everything's nice and smooth for us and nothing else is slowing us down. So I'm going to make sure I've saved my fluffy bunny and hop over into a brand new Blender file. Excellent. So now that we're in a brand new Blender file, we can go ahead and add our first tree. So first of all, let's get rid of our cube. Now the Sapling add-on itself is located under the curve, so you can go add curve and add tree, or shift and A, curve, add tree. And it will add a tree for us, but not quite there yet. Let's go in and see what else we can do. Okay, so I've expanded the operation panel or the operator panel in the lower left hand corner here so we can play with some of these settings. Now, we're not going to go into great detail at this point in the course regarding sapling, but do have a play about it. It's a wonderfully addictive tool for making some wonderful trees and other plants as well. So we're going to start on the geometry tab and look at the branch splitting and branch growth. We're not going to do the leaves or anything else for the moment. We're just going to deal with these three sections and a very brief overview of them. So geometry, if we turn the bevel on, we can see that our tree becomes three-dimensional, which is a great start. And the bevel resolution determines how many faces this is going to have. Now, at the moment, it's got 4. I presume this is now 5, 6, 7, etc. But what you can see is as these increase, the number of triangles also goes up. So the higher the resolution of the tree, the more efforts you're going to have to put into rendering it as well. The curve resolution doesn't make a difference when it's on vector. However, when it's on auto, this curve resolution has a huge difference, and it basically controls, if we just pan up here, with the curve resolution set to 1, you can see that these are really jagged, but as we turn this up, they get smoother and smoother. But of course, that adds more geometry as well. Random seed, well, as it sounds, it starts the tree off in different ways. A great way of getting a good starting point. In fact, I quite like that one there. It kind of wiggles along. That's a great start. Ratio, well, this is the ratio of the trunk size. So that looks more like a dragon's tail or something out of World of Warcraft of days gone by. To be quite honest, I can't see that being a tree. It could be some alien plant, though. Your imagination can run wild with that. But I'm going to knock that back down. Scale of the tree is how high it is. So obviously you can make it a whopping great big tree or a tiny tree. So I'm going to make it a bit smaller so it just fits on the screen so we can see the whole tree. Scale variation, well, the variation in the tree scale. So we can turn that up and down and it will make another difference. Radius scale, well, this is going to change the size of the trunk itself. And we want to set that back. There we go. And the variation, we'll change the variation on that. So going on to the branch splitting, this is where you need to be careful. I can't stress it enough that you will lock Blender up at some point whilst playing with this. So if you're working in a file before you play with sapling, please save. Otherwise, there's a good chance that you'll get fed up waiting and will have to quit the program and start it again. So levels here. Now, these levels going from 1, 2, 3 and will 4 lock up my computer? It might do. It'd be a great example, wouldn't it, of how not to lock up your computer. Okay, I am able to go 4. In general, you probably don't need to go any more than 3. So I'm going to leave it on 2 for the moment so we can see what's going on. Now, branches at the moment 0 is absolutely fine here. If we turn this up, it's not going to do anything at this moment in time. The next one means off of this main trunk, there are now 50 branches. On the third layer down, so 1, 2, 3, where it says 30, it means for every one of these 50, there are 30. And finally, the fourth layer, for every one of those attached to those, there's going to be 10. Now, you can see very quickly, because these are multiplied up, you only need to change one of the lower figures to have a huge impact further down the line. And that's one of those things that will cost you dearly if you go too high. And trust me, I've done it accidentally. You're just moving a figure and it just goes too high, and the system decides to... It's not crashing, it's just going to take ages to calculate the new geometry. Segment splits are very similar to branches. However, let's just lower these down so it limits my chance of crashing. So we've got 10 branches that are producing 10 branches and that are producing 10 branches. So there we go. We've got a series of branches coming off there. Now the segment splits, they split the branches themselves, but they don't alter these numbers here. So if you split up some of these branches, well, it looks a bit funky at the moment, and I don't think we're going to be able to count them
because there's far too many of them now. Let's drop back down a couple of levels. In fact, let's drop down to just level 2 so we can see what's going on. So we've got 10 branches coming off of here. Well, it doesn't quite look 10 branches, but that's what it says. We've got 10 branches coming off of here. Now, if we split this first level, we still only have 10 branches coming off of it. It just splits the first level. So it's a great way of adding detail without having to add a load more branches, because you're just splitting branches that already exist. One of the useful things, I'm just going to turn up the number here again so we can see some more tree basically, is the base size, and that determines where the actual branches start from. At 0, or close to 0 anyway, the branches themselves, well, they start towards the bottom of the tree, so that there looks much more like a Christmas type tree, a fir tree. And of course, up the top here, a couple of trees that look like that. Well, not look like this, but a couple of ones that are like this. Acacia trees and things like that. So there's lots of different types of tree that you can emulate using this. And I would encourage you to play with the split angle variation, and all of these things here. And you will soon see that you can make your tree that was once facing upwards droop down and have some really weird effects going on with it there. Okay, let's move on to the final section here, the branch growth. Now this is where you can really change the dynamic of the tree. And you can have let's say, a shorter stump just here. Now, all of these are relative to the one above as well. So it's very important to realize that 0.5 and 0.5, well, that's half of it was before. But 0.5 and 1, both of these are now the same length. And 0.5 and 2 means that the actual, all these branches are twice as long as the original stump itself. Vertical attraction, well, it simply changes their vertical attraction. It literally, oh, that is quite awesome. Sorry, I've not done that before. That is quite alien. It's hypnotic. Okay, that basically pulls them vertically, and of course, when they've gone over vertical, it looks like it wraps it round again and then pulls them back up. So very cool. And again, we've got lots of other things that we can work on down here. In general, I don't bother changing the curve resolution, but as you saw earlier, it changes the detail level of the curves, and it can actually change the appearance of the tree quite dramatically. So, do play with these sections here, and there are a couple of things that I want to show you now that you can actually make. I've made two things. I've made a tree and I've made a little bush with flowers on, just to show you how versatile sapling can be. So here we have the little bush that I've made with some green leaves on it. I modelled these leaves very quickly using a plane and subdividing it and colouring it in green essentially. And the flowers, well, they're in the nature pack. I basically just attached them to the vertices at the end of sapling once it was made. And of course, sapling's more known for its ability to generate a tree, and here we have a tree in some grassland. So you can see the power of it, and now I've got a challenge for you guys. I would like you to create a flowering bush. So use sapling to create a bush-like plant. Create a basic leaf to use on our bush, convert the sapling curve into a mesh object, using weight painting and vertex groups to add flowers to the tips and leaves to the bush. Then we're going to use geometry to make the flowers 3D. We're going to make sure that all of your objects have an appropriate material assigned to them. And just a reminder to save before making any changes in sapling to prevent the loss of data, just in case you make one change and it causes Blender to crash. So go ahead and plan out the bush you're going to make, have an idea in your head of what it's going to look like as well. And now pause the video and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's go create a flowering bush over in Blender. Okay, so I've hopped straight on over into my Fluffy Bunny, and I'm going to create a new layer here that I'm going to create my bush on. So let's go ahead and add the sapling, and it looks like my cursor was just a little bit away, and I'm just going to move the lock camera off. Now I've got just about 8 minutes to make this in this video, so wish me luck. I'm going to add a bevel to it. I'm going to make it a much smaller tree, about 1 in height. Perfect. Right, or in fact it's going to be a bush. So let's go and do some branch growth. Let's, the first one 1, the second one 0.9. Excellent. Now there's too many branches there, so let's come back to splits. Let's reduce that a little. That's good. Base size, let's drop it down just a little. So it's nice and spread out. That is looking pretty good. Okay, so there's lots of different ways you could go about doing this. I don't want to make it too complicated. That's probably going to be complicated enough, actually. So I'm going to stick with that. I'm going to shorten the arm length just a little. So let's go to branch growth. Let's bring that one down and this one up slightly. Excellent. So now we've got those there. I'm going to keep that as my base because I'm quite happy with that. So let's go ahead and convert that. So let's go find it in here. We've got our tree. I'm going to rename that bush to be consistent, and I'm going to convert that to a mesh object. Brilliant. I'm going to give that mesh object a material. I'm going to call it bark, and I'm going to set that bark color just to a diffuse sort of dark brown so it stands out. Okay, we need to go ahead and create our flower and our leaf. Now I'm going to create those on another layer. So first of all, let's create the leaf. So I'm going to do that as a very basic leaf. I'm going to get myself a plane here, and I'm going to subdivide it a couple of times, so I've got some geometry to work with. Now that I've subdivided it, I'm going to make sure I'm in proportional editing mode, and I'm literally going to start grabbing bits and pulling them about to try and create a general leaf shape, give or take. Okay, that's there. Let's try this way. Okay, and there we go. So I'm quite happy with that rough shape there. I'm just going to twist the leaf ever so slightly to give it a bit more of a dynamic feel. There we go. So we've got a leaf there. Perfect. A final thing I'm going to do on here is I'm going to add a subsurface division modifier just to smooth the leaf out. And I'm going to place the origin on the end of the leaf, otherwise it will stick in the middle of our branches when we try and put it on. Origin to 3D cursor. Perfect, so that's that one done. It's a huge leaf, but we can deal with that in a bit. Now we need to bring it in our flower. So let's add a mesh image as planes. Go and find a flower. Now, which one shall I pick? I'm going to pick this blue one. I do like it. And I'm going to use the alpha channel because I've set up that already. Diffuse and transparent. Import. Excellent. Let's just focus on that particular. There we go. Let's go into edit mode and subdivide that twice. And that's going to give us some extra geometry on that plane, which should allow us to just pull this down with proportional editing again turned on and make ourselves a bit more of a 3D flower. Don't want it to have a trumpet that's too big. That's perfect. And finally, I'm going to move the 3D cursor to selected with Shift and S, and then I'm going to hop into object mode and set the origin to the 3D cursor. So again, the flowers are mounted on the right point. Now we've got all that, we just need to assign ourselves our vertex groups. So let's hop into edit mode on this bush and the object data over here. Let's add a vertex group called flowers and hop into edit mode with the bush selected. I'm going to make sure that I've not got any duplicate vertices going on there by removing doubles. Yes, 51 of them were removed, so I'm glad I gave that a go. And I want flowers to basically appear on the end of all of these. Now, it looks like I've picked quite a few. Of course, it doesn't need to be every single one, but me being me, I'm going to pick every single one anyway. That looks good. So I'm going to add a vertex group called flowers. I'm sure I did that a moment ago. I'm just going to assign those to them. Right, we're going to lock that group so I can't muck around with it. We're going to add one called leaves, and that's basically going to be the rest of our model with the flowers deselected. Perfect. And now let's go to leaves, click assign, and not lock it just yet. I'm going to go into a weight paint mode and just remove. We've got everything painted red there bar the tips. I'm just going to go in and scroll up here, go to subtract and remove it from the very bottom because I do not want leaves coming out of the bottom of the plant. There we go. That should be good. I'm going to lock it. Let's go into the particle effects and make sure that we are on the bush. We are. I'm going to add flowers first of all, and I'm going to add leaves as well. So flowers is going to be a hair type, and it's going to come from, let's scroll down here, density, the flower sections should all come from the ends. I'm going to only have, 50 flowers coming on there. We'll set the object to the blue flower. Excellent. Now I could play about with rotations, but I don't think I have time to do that, so I'm going to leave it as it is for the moment. And then on here, on the leaves, again, it's a type hair. Object is going to be our... Oh, did I name it? It's probably still plain. I can't scroll down. There we go. Plain. Yep, those are the leaves. We're going to have to make them a little bit smaller. Oh, actually, that's worked out quite well. Now, they're a bit too uniform across there. I'm actually going to turn on rendered mode to see what happens, and they've not got a material assigned to them, so let's go assign a material. Of course, you can probably guess what I'm going to do. I'm going to assign it a green that's a little bit darker, and there we go. And I think all we need to do to this, have we got any children assigned? Let's go back to the bush. Scroll down here. No, we haven't got any children assigned, so we can't apply any randomness. So I'm going to drop this down to about 200. Well, that looks much better straight away. Going to pop a couple of children on and change the randomness of the end point. That should twist them round ever so slightly. Oh, we don't want to do that. That's looking pretty good. Let's see how that looks in context by switching on the ground plane as well. So in layers, layer management, can't see, grass, that's the other one. There we go. So that's starting to look pretty good. Let's render that out. Yeah, that looks okay. I could certainly work on it a bit longer to make it a bit neater, but that's a good start. How did you guys get on? I'd love to see what foliage you came up with. Please share yours in the discussion, even if you make a couple different varieties, and I will see you guys in the next lecture. Welcome to using sapling to make a basic tree. In this video, you will look at the tree presets, see how to add leaves to your tree in sapling, learn where leaves are actually placed on the tree, and how to get it looking more like a real tree at the base. So just as an example here, we've got, it's not got any materials on it, it's just a plain material there. But we can see that very rarely would trees enter the ground, if you look at the base of the tree here, like that. They would more enter the ground something along these lines, and that's a far better looking base, far more interesting as well. So let's go explore that now and hop on over into Blender. So we've made a lovely bush with a couple of flowers on it over in Blender so far, and we need to make a tree now. So let's go explore sapling a little further. I'm going to move on to another layer. I'm going to go on to layer 10 this time. I'm going to center the 3D cursor, oh, not with those keys, with Shift and S and cursor to center. And let's go ahead and add ourselves a curve and add a tree. Now again, I'm going to make this tree a lot shorter. I'm going to untoggle lock camera to view as well and try and give myself a bit more space on my low resolution screen here. Okay, so I'm going to turn bevel on so I can see what's going on. I'm also going to turn up the bevel resolution because this is going to be a large object. If that's too low, it's going to look very blocky. I'm going to lower the scale down to maybe 5 or so I can, so it's not too big in the scene. It doesn't need to be too big either. Now, further down here, there's actually a load preset button. So if you make a tree and you like the look of it, you can always reload the preset at any time. And on here, there's a couple of options already here. I've already saved one, in fact, called Starting Tree. But I really like the CA Black Oak. I've been playing with them all, and I really like the way that comes out. And again, we're going to just have to... don't want a resolution of 80. I'm going to go for 6 in this case. That should give us a bit of smoothness. And as you can see, it's still quite a big tree, so let's lower the scale down. I'm going to take it down to 5 or so. Oh, that's looking pretty good. In fact, I'm still in camera view. Let's come out of there and I'll be able to zoom out and look around. Okay, so that is looking pretty good for the moment. Now, to add leaves to this tree, we'd need to hop over to, as you've probably guessed, the leaf settings. And I'm just going to tick on Show Leaves. And what this is going to do is it's going to add 25 leaves to the end of each of the branches. Now, we've only got a couple of branches coming out of here. So if we go back to the branch growth setting... Oh, I do apologise, the branch splitting section, it's on this second level that the leaves appear. So until it's on that second level, there won't be any leaves at all. So one way to boost this and get leaves all over the entire tree would be to increase the levels here to number 3. But before we do that, just check the numbers here. So we've got 40 branches, each with 120 branches coming out. Whoa, okay. And each one of those 120 is going to have 25 leaves on it. So I'm anticipating it to stop Blender working for a few moments while I do this. Your computer may take a little longer, but if so, then lower these figures. There we go. It took a few seconds to do. And we can see straight away we've got some leaves on our tree. And I really like the way that this one's dropping down towards the ground as well. I can use that to my advantage. Right, let's deal now with how this looks at the very bottom. I'm going to get rid of this render border as well. I'm finding it a bit distracting. So down here, this comes to a complete sort of dead stop straight into the ground, and we wouldn't want that to happen. We would want it to have a more natural. So the first thing we're going to have to do is, this is still a curve object, so just like you've done to your bush beforehand on the tree, we're going to go Alt and C, and we're going to make a mesh from the curve data. Not going to keep the original. I'm quite happy that we're going to lose that data. And now we've done that, we can actually go into sculpt mode. And there's loads of ways of doing this, but obviously in sculpt mode, we can start doing a bit of alteration. Now, if we hop into edit mode before we do that, you can see there's not much geometry down here, which means that the standard sculpting is not going to be isn't going to be that precise. In fact, it's just going to move a couple of vertices around. So we're going to have to turn on, as we've done before, we're going to have to turn on the dynamic topology, which is going to create more geometry for us as we go. Now, you're going to have to be careful as well, because you may end up adding too much detail to your tree. Now, down at the bottom here, that's subtract. So I'm just going to literally go ahead and start adding some detail, making it a bit bulkier at the bottom. Excellent. And we can try something like the snake hook here, make it a bit smaller, and see if we can pull out. I'm going to zoom in for this one, see if I can pull out a bit more. I've got mirroring turned on. You can see how, let's turn up the radius just a little so we can grab some more. There we go. That's starting to look a bit better, more like a root system coming out of the tree. I've got mirroring turned on. That's not too much of a big deal at this point in time. And now, around here where the branches actually are, it may pay us a little bit to make that look just a little bit more blended around there. So that when we're looking at the tree later on, it doesn't look like these branches are just literally stuck on. Now, it only matters with the low down ones, because I'm probably only going to be seeing that. But making them a little more blended in is going to help massively. Now, obviously, be careful how much detail you add, because it will... if you zoom out too far, that will happen. Remember, the distance you zoom out will depend on the level of detail the dynamic topology works out. If we zoom right in, we can add a little knot in there. And if we zoom all the way out, if we try and do the same thing, it wrecks the tree completely. So there's lots to play about here, a lot to do to make this tree look a bit better than just a plain old stick in the ground. And of course, with that in mind, I've got a challenge for you guys. I would like you to finish your scene. So create a tree for the scene and give the tree and leaves a material. Make any changes to your scene that you deem necessary. Remember to keep your samples low whilst prototyping and moving things about. And then render your final scene and share with us in the discussions. I really do like seeing what you guys have created. I'm looking forward to seeing this scene all coming together. Remember to keep those samples low. I can't stress that enough. You don't want to be waiting around ages just to see if something's in the right position. Keep them low. Prototype rapidly, go backwards and forwards, try it out, and then finally turn up the samples for that final scene. Don't go crazy with it. We don't need it super high res or millions and millions of samples. Just get it to a decent enough quality so you can share with us all your creation. Pause the video now and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's hop over and finish our scene in Blender. Right, so let's go ahead and have a look at how this is currently looking. Well, first of all, I can see, before doing anything else, I know we haven't assigned any material. So I'm going to do that first of all. So we've got the tree, and nested under the tree we have our leaves. So if I go to the tree first and go to the material tab, I'm just going to add a very basic material, and I'm going to call it branches or tree or wood or something along those lines. I'm going to call it tree, and I'm going to change that color to a, not an orange, well I suppose it could be, but a darker brown. Okay, something along those lines. If you go out and look at trees, they're not necessarily dark brown. They may be white and with bits on them, but I'm not going to detail it with texture at the moment. And the leaves, well, what colour leaves do we want? Do we want an autumn leaf? Do we want a bright summer leaf? Well, I'm doing a midsummer's day in this one, so let's call the material leaves. They're going to be green. I'm going to leave it as a diffuse colour, but I'm certainly not going to have them that bright. I'm going to leave it around there. Of course, I can play with the materials and build up a bit of specularity in there as well to give the leaves a bit of a shine. And let's just have a look at the tree as a whole. That looks pretty good. Now, let's start bringing in other things into our scene. So I'm going to go to my Layers tab here, and on the layers management, and just see how it looks with the camera and lighting turned on. That's important. And the grass layer. So my tree itself, I want to shift up to the top here. So I'm just going to grab it. The whole thing. I'm going to grab the whole thing and move it. I will grab the right thing in a moment. There we go. Grab the tree. I'm still in sculpt mode, that's why. Switch over to object mode, and I'm going to move that, first of all, just across, so it's roughly in the right place, and I'm going to have to lift it up on the Z axis itself until it's just coming through the ground. Let's switch back over to material mode and have a closer look at it. Of course, I could go in and detail things. Now, importantly, if I'm viewing it from the camera, so let's just go to the camera view itself. Well, if that's the camera view, the tree's not even in the scene. So we're going to have to adjust things so that everything's in the scene itself. So let's go ahead and add the rabbit. Excellent. I seem to have a tree layer here. Is that my bush? Where's my bush situated in this scene? So that's situated about there. So let's go ahead and move the camera around now. Lock the camera to view and just rotate. Ooh. It's getting a bit busy. Let's give myself a bit more space as well to see what's going on. Let's pull that up. Now this is all artistic license at this point. You can go through as many iterations as you like. I quite like that view there, I think. So I'm going to test that really quickly. Got a low sample rate, that's good. Let's just render that out and see how it looks. Now, I've not got all my layers turned on yet either, and I don't need to. I don't need to see what the whole thing looks like right at this very moment. I just need to look at the general composition. Well, looking at it, I quite like this tree to be a bit bigger, actually, and I'm going to try to scaling it up. Now, because I can't see the top half, it doesn't really matter what it does to that top half in this particular case. So let's hop back into the 3D view, and let's select our tree, which is still there, and just scale it up. Okay, that's looking better. I'm going to bring that down back into the ground until that little bit on the left goes in as well. Or I'm going to leave that up. It'll probably add to the scene. Right, that's looking a bit better, and the tree's more prominent in the scene. And I'm going to render it again and going through this constant iteration cycle. What's it going to look like? What's it going to look like? That's very important, and keeping those samples low. Okay, so it looks like the root's going out of the ground. So I'm going to go into my model now and just edit it and bring this actually down into the ground. So I'm going to literally grab the vertex on the end, make sure I'm in proportional editing mode, and pull it down until it goes into the ground. I'm going to make that just a little smaller so it arches up. Excellent. All right, I'm liking that now. Let's go ahead and hop into object mode. I'm going to scale the tree up again ever so slightly. Right, brilliant. Let's see now how this looks with the other layers all turned on. It's got every layer turned on. I can see down at the bottom and on the tool shelf as well, under the layer management, everything's turned on. So let's do a very quick render and see how that looks. Now, because this has got all of the extra grass in it, it is likely to take significantly longer. Oh, no, it doesn't have all the other grass in it. Why doesn't it have all the grass in it? It's probably because the particle systems are turned off at the moment. So the particle systems are part of the ground. So I need to find my ground plane. There it is. I'm going to go over to the particle systems, and here we are. They're actually turned off at the moment. So I'm going to turn them all on in the rendered view, which is this camera, and go and render that only at 5 samples again, because I want to see what it's coming together like. Now we can see there straight away it's taking significantly longer because there's far more detail in the scene that Blender needs to calculate. However, I'm going to let this run out now and see how it looks. And remember, this is only at 5 samples. It looks like it's going to take approximately 3 or 4 minutes to do. So I'll join you again and fast forward to when it's done. Wow, okay, so this is looking really good. I'm happy with its current arrangement. I could critique a few things in here, but notice now that the grass is in place, one of the great things about the grass is it's covering up the base of the tree a little more, which is great because it just covers up the little bits of detail that we haven't added. That's really good. I'm going to leave this now rendering a higher definition, a higher sample rate, just to get a bit of a clearer image. How did you guys get on? I'm really looking forward to seeing what you have come up with, how you've placed your tree, what tree did you go for, what colour is your rabbit, etc. I'm really looking forward to seeing these, so make sure you share them in the discussions. And as always, I will see you in the next lecture. Congratulations, guys. This has been a fantastic section. And the bunnies you've already shared, wow, what characters I've seen already. Thank you for sharing, and if you haven't done yet, if you're a bit shy about sharing your work, please don't be. I love as a teacher seeing how you guys are getting on. It really inspires me as a teacher, and it also inspires students that are not quite at this level yet in the course to make them carry on. As always, carrying on is what I want you to do straight away, so hop on to the next section, or there's an alternative, and that's apply the knowledge you've already learnt on models we've already done, or perhaps something that you have been working on outside of the course. And remember, do share that as well. I love seeing other things that you guys are doing. So, with that in mind, let's hop back on over into Blender.